যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. Academic Man is here with us in spirit. We will not be able to see his DP and face because of some screw up on my StreamYard's end. He is his DP, his logo is visible whenever he appears on Navavimarsh, but not today. Today he will be with us in spirit.
Because you are not deserving of my
Yes.
full presence. That is the thing.
Yes, I must do more tapasya. So
Yeah.
Today our topic is, of course, we will review. We will hear Academic Man's review of Kantara Chapter 1. We will try to keep the counters to the Hindutva 1.0 reviewers of the movie to a bare minimum. And after Academic Man leaves at around 9 p.m., we will have an audience interaction with our paid members who want to also share their thoughts on the film. So first, Academic Man, as a sociologist, as a sociology PhD from an elite university in the whole world, what do you think of this movie?
Pehle to this is going to have spoilers, so I think we should announce that. Number one.
Completely spoiler full review.
Yeah, ekdam full on spoiler rahega, so please, if anyone still hasn't watched, don't judge us. Number one. Number two is I had my doubts because I have been following Pratik's channel for 4 years or something, and otherwise he is typically pretty adept at catching anti-Hindu propaganda and stuff. So I had a lot of faith in his review. So I actually, after his review came out, I decided, I made up my mind that I may not go and watch it. But then I watched your review and then Hindu Vichardhara Didi's review, and I realized that this was a complete misinterpretation, whether deliberate or not, I don't know, on his part. And when I personally watched the movie with my friends, I realized that it was a brilliant movie. I don't see any leftist points at all. Like, not even one. I can't think of even one point at which I can say that, okay, Marx was right about this or something. It completely undoes whatever the left says. So I don't think from any angle it is leftist, and or even it will help any Abrahamics in any way. I don't see it happening. Not from my understanding of what the movie was. And I saw
what
it.
What do you like about the movie?
I am not a huge Rishab Shetty fan like you all. I watched it with a fair degree of skepticism on my part.
What did you like about the movie?
So first off, I even like the first half. I mean, people are even, whoever are saying that the first half wasn't good. Yeah, except the typical that stupid comedy. I guess those are important sometimes. But what I really loved is they didn't go for the forest rights, tribal should be tribal thing. They showed tribals coming out and doing proper, business, trade, merchant. being merchants with so-called more civilized area. They weren't thinking, okay, I must protect my forest and don't let anyone come in. We should protect the forest at any cost. Ye wala nahi tha. And I think that that's also a kind of a anti the environmental stance, right? That we should, as long as Bangladeshis are making my sweatshop clothes, I'm okay with it. But I'm an environmentalist otherwise. That kind of attitude, it's totally against that. It shows that okay, if Bangladeshis want, they can do business. That's fine. There is no per se, even if we think of agriculture, right? If we think of agriculture as being anti-nature that many leftists talk about, agriculture and kind of cash crop farming, that kind of thing. So the first half totally had a pro cash crop thing where he was trading the crops of the forest in a proper port, and he said that the state should not take so much tax. So I think that that's a great way to incentivize business. He's talking about how the state actually destroys business. And if he's telling foresters and Hindus and tribals, everyone to do business, that's actually a pretty good message, in my opinion. Right? Because that's what we talk about. That the main problem is, and you see that that's the core of leftism, that the state should have all overarching power. That the state must tell you what business you must do, that the state will, that you must not do business at all. All these 3 points have been destroyed by the first half.
Do you remember this? This is exactly what happened in the Marijhapi situation as well. The refugees had asked that we don't need any state support. Just let us do business here.
Yes.
They already had cleared out some of the forest parts. They had created a bazaar on their own. All they wanted was access to Kolkata's markets. This is the same spirit being shown here. Yeah, go on. Oh, by the way, guys, Bhupenda and Academic Man, I really have to make a phone call, and I was late today because of that reason only. That emergency situation with a friend of mine getting false charges against him from his ex-girlfriend, that situation is developing and being handled. Okay, so I will have to take some phone calls every now and then. Thank God I have a co-host today. Yeah, go on, Academic Man.
Wow.
Tell us, why is this film historic?
Cheap labor bana diya Bhupen ko. ये क्या सही है? You are doing what America is doing. America का दलाल. So anyway, so let me continue. My other point, my second point was that because they are showing that tribals also want to become a part of mainstream, so-called mainstream society, and do trade and business, and they want to have a kind of free market access to the market and different trade with different kinds of people of different cultures. That in itself is also in favor of another aspect of what we talk about, globalization, right? That the tribe should not just be kept in a jungle or a secluded area. They should also function as globalists in many ways, but not lose their identity. They have also shown that just because you are participating in a market, you are talking to people in other cultures, doesn't mean you forget the core of your identity. They have shown this very delicate balance as well. So this is just the first half. So did you watch the movie, Bhupen?
I have watched it, but I don't want to talk about it because we need your perspective, and then we will pitch in whenever there's a requirement.
Okay. So now coming to the other aspect that I thought that was great, and that's why I told Neerajan to read yesterday's paper, which again some people misunderstood. There was always a in India, if we talk about Indian society, it wasn't always just an overarching force of Brahmanism and Hinduism that just came and took over every part of the country. Okay, that is the reality that we have to address. If people who are people like Pratik Borade and many others who are thinking that that's what they are showing in this movie, essentially, in my opinion, that's not true. And that's why also I gave that paper by a leftist historian yesterday, where Neerajan rightly pointed out, because I wanted him to point that out, that that the Brahmins were actually settled many times by local authorities, local tribal leaders themselves, and because this had a degree of they wanted that assimilation, that acculturation that they are talking about. This was not a forceful suppression of identity. Then you would not have any local gods in India. Then you would have only Brahmin gods, which are Indra, Varuna, and all these gods. You have every god that we pray to in India is basically a local god, almost exactly. And sometimes we say that this is an avatar of somebody or this is something like that. But this is not this is not an imposition as we have seen with other, big religions, that they impose one god or something or an idea, and they say that, okay, the rest of the gods in that, in that area are, defunct. They don't matter anymore. Right? So that aspect among Brahmins and the Hindu statehood, that was not there. And here as well, you will see that the tribals, they are not, of course, they have shown that some people are trying to oppress them, trying to take over their lands and whatever. But that's why it was important to show that there was also a period when these two groups, the established kingdom, let's say the Brahmanical kingdom, which was not fully Brahmanical, by the way, because the king was like, I am above Brahmins and gods and everybody else. So that king died. He died a very horrible death. When they came together after his death, that was the perfect example of how kind of these local traditions were united with the Brahmanical core, the Vedic core of Brahmanism. How these local deities and their followers, they coexisted with a larger and more diverse pantheon of gods and groups of people. This united us across. So in a way, this is actually a project of cultural nationalism. That when Atalji said, "Yaha ke kankar mein shankar hai," that aspect, right? That part is how they are showing that, this har kankar mein shankar hai, that basically is the message of Kantara, if you think about it. What they have shown here, that when the deity of the forest is angry or sad, then the deity of the temple is also suffering. The deity is broken, the Shivlinga is broken, right? The Brahmins are unhappy, the tribals are unhappy. Everyone has a collective sorrow as well when they have a stupid war. But then the war is not stupid. That was necessary to show that, that period of reconciliation that they had. And if you see what they're talking about, slave labor. Now there are two ways to address slave labor, right? You can either do what they do in, like, let's say, Planet of the Apes, or movies like Ben-Hur, movies like the Ten Commandments, which are all mostly Christian, pro-Jewish movies, or pro-leftist movies, or even Underworld: Rise of the Lycans, where the werewolves took over the vampires. So in typically these Hollywood, these are some of the ideas that came to my mind, because they were all also about slave labor mostly. So typically what you will see, the slave took over the kingdom, and then they were like, okay, now let's redistribute resources. Okay, so once we redistribute resources because of the dictatorship of the proletariat, this is the Marxist term. Marxists never have a problem with dictatorship. That's what people don't get. Marxists want a dictatorship, but unka dictator hona chahiye. Right wing nahi hona chahiye. Right? So that's what they show always. The werewolves, when they take over in Rise of the Lycans, they show they took over the vampires. They are the lords. They will have a more equitable distribution. Lucian, who is the werewolf lord, he's a nice guy. Okay. Same with if you see 10 Commandments when, Moses and all these people take over, they're like, okay, we are more equal, right? And the king who was there, the Pharaoh, the Roman Empire, Roman guys in Ben-Hur, these people are unequal people. We are more equal, and therefore we have the right to rule as well. We are more nice people to rule. But here's the difference between those movies and Kantara. Why I'm bringing this is where our great friend made a mistake in his review, in my opinion. So in Kantara, they do show slave labor, but they show that Bedme, who's the leader, he takes a shivling in his hand and says that abhi dharma ka sthapan ho gaya hai, ab adharm nahi chalega. Now you have to get rid of slave labor. So he takes the same god, the same shivling, and says that now that the gods are there, you can't do this kind of oppressive labor practice. And why that is important is because then he empowers the king only. He does not take over himself. He can take over the kingdom, but he does not empower. He does not remove the king completely. And he says, "Bhai, theek hai, tumse galti ho gaya. Now you can change yourself. Okay, you should not continue this practice because now the gods are here, so you should not do this." So I think that is the fundamental difference between these kind of leftist projects and this movie Kantara. It does not do away with the gods. It actually shows that the gods and the king are necessary. The king is necessary. Otherwise, he could have just removed the king. He could have easily done that. And then he said that, okay, now everyone is equal. Everyone is friends with each other. So that is the fundamental difference, I think, that, is between the anti-slavery movies of Hollywood and Kantara. This is my understanding, basically.
Yeah, and imagine how boring it would be if it was just that one dynasty is oppressing one group of tribes. They have a great action climax sequence, and they win, and then they rule happily ever after. That's the end of the movie. No, but Kantara is so much deeper and juicier than that.
Yeah.
And check out this comment. वो पर्टिकुलर रूलर का क्लैन लोगों को स्लेव बना रहा था. It does not mean that all kings did that, and which is why Nanda dynasty the mention of a Nanda dynasty cannot be called Marxist propaganda, etc., because such kings did exist. Otherwise, what is the difference between adharm and dharm? And remember, in the song, the Diljit song, the Hindi version of Rebel song, सदियों से धर्म ढाल है, ये सभी lyrics है. And the best part I liked about the movie in this context of whether it's leftist propaganda or not, is that whatever bad things have been shown, the treatment for that, the antidote to that has been shown dharma, and deliberately, repeatedly, symbolically, action wise.
एक आध बार नहीं बोलता है. He actually keeps rediscovering the gods in every whenever he does something, he rediscovers the gods. He does not or a shivling or something. He does not say that हाँ ठीक है एक अच्छा हुआ बस let's get rid of it. He does not do that. So it's a very, I would say it's totally against most leftist kind of narratives that they're talking about. I don't see how this is different. I mean, I don't see how what you and I are saying about it is wrong in this sense.
Academic man, this comment is very fascinating. I think this makes sense. Are people in Rajasthan and Maharashtra extra likely to perceive a hint of anti-royalty as simply anti-Hindu because they do have some kings to be proud of, whereas we don't? We have to make up our kings and then call him Raja Dhiraja, Nyaya Pires, etc. 50 epithets for a king whom we have never heard of. That's that kind of thing in Bengal. But Rajasthan and Maharashtra is not like that. Is that why that guy thinks this is leftist propaganda?
I mean, Ravan was a king as well, right? I mean, look at Ramayana. This kind of has a very similar narrative structure even to the Ramayana, where there was an evil king and there was another nice guy, good king, who came and destroyed that evil king. So this is not, I don't see it as anti-royalty either. In fact, they have kind of helped us understand that a royalty can have flaws and they have their own fears. They are human beings. They are not They're not some, ekdam Bond villain type people who have no empathy, no whatever. Because see, when the Raja, when the king, he his dad died, right? I am giving full on. Actually, I've been giving spoilers for half an hour,
Yeah,
so I don't think anyone cares about all
yeah.
that right now. So the Raja, when he becomes very, he has a daughter who is weak, right? So they show that out of a moment of weakness, he surrendered to the powers, to the bad people, so called. Now that also shows that he wouldn't have done it otherwise. He was a okay king. He was a decent king. In fact, if you think about it, they actually showed the king to be a nice guy. The Gulshan Devaiya character, he was whatever.
Yeah.
I was thinking of somebody in West Bengal, but then I don't want to take his name. There is a prince also in West Bengal. Anyway, तो उसको वैसे देखा. But if you think about it, there was the grandfather was a kind of asshole. But okay, I don't know.
Demonetize. Jalal.
Okay, fine. So the grandfather was a problematic character. The father was like a Devendranath Thakur type character. He was a nice guy. He was a bit scared. वैसे था और उसका son तो full on कुछ और था. But in that sense, if we think about it, they have actually humanized the kings as well.
Yeah, I like that most about this movie.
Yeah, they have shown that these guys are like us. They have their fears. They can make a mistake, but the gods are allowing them a way to kind of rectify the mistake as well. Gods are not saying अभी तुमको एकदम पूरा punishment देके एकदम खत्म कर देंगे. ऐसा नहीं है. In fact, in both the Kantaras, there are two lines that I found very interesting. That सब आपको ठीक करना पड़ेगा. I think that was there in the first Kantara where the guy called and he tells the landlord, "आपको ठीक करना पड़ेगा." So there was a moment where the landlord, yes, the landlord could be a good guy or he could be a bad guy.
You have the option. You choose.
You have the
You
option.
choose the path of dharma or you don't.
But you have to do it. मतलब landlord को एकदम super villain नहीं but Thanos नहीं बनाया. Thanos
Exactly.
Actually that's the whole thing. Thanos was also a kind of, you can agree with some aspects of Thanos, but एकदम पूरा super villain जिसमें कोई humanity नहीं है, कोई morality नहीं है. They haven't shown that part, that side of the guys. Here too, the king was given a kind of Swapnadesh type thing where the gods come and tell him that okay, the god comes and tells him that okay, you can be a good guy or you can surrender to these evil forces. So he has not completely given, but out of a moment of weakness, he becomes like that, right? So that's another good thing. I don't see how this is anti-royalty either.
What are the implications do you think this movie will achieve in the next 10-20 years? What will we remember Kantara chapter 1 for? One thing, I'll just make my point first. One is, of course, the message of unity. The other is how much this has made the right-wing debate. And even people you would expect to say that, yes, the West is all bad, India was all forever good. The first instance of adharma or vidharma came about the first time Islamic invaders came in. Before that, everyone was good. Even Ravan was a great man because he was Hindu, etc. All of those sorts of people are also coming to terms with reality, with satya, true satya, not made up counter hegemony bullshit. And the reality is, yes, there were always some bad people forever, no matter what their practices and beliefs and cultures, etc. So first, let's ask Bhupenda as well. What does he think will be the implications, far-reaching consequences of this movie, and then we'll come back to you, academic man.
Okay, so actually I watched the movie, but I watch movie in a very different context. Okay, so I don't watch characters and things. So when I watched the full movie itself, okay, it was a kind of a Ramayana and Mahabharata being replayed, okay, or reinterpreted as dharma and adharma. Ravan represents adharma, Duryodhan represents adharma, and the Pandavas represents dharma. But in the both Kantara 1 and Kantara 2 as well, you see choice is given to the characters and they deliberately choose the path of dharma at the end of the day. So dharma as the supreme morality of the whole movie is the primary character itself. So dharma as the primary truth which everybody has to attain through devotion, okay, through bhakti, and bhakti, devotion, and adharma and dharma fight. That is a kind of, it creates a kind of quartet where all the characters and scenes are being taking place. So I see it as a layered approach to movie, the way it has been made. Kantara 1 and
Yeah,
Kantara.
absolutely. Yes, well said. Yeah, academic man. First, let's just take Neon's point, and then we'll get back to what do you think are the far-reaching consequences of this movie. Okay. So, what do you think of the Bangla Kingdom and their loss of port as a symbolic gesture of minimal state? He had a more elaborate question as well. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, check this, academic man. Oh, this is also the same one. He had a more elaborate one. I think this one. Yeah. Please talk about the Bangla Kingdom's loss of control over the port, which symbolizes how minimal state interference leads to prosperity. The moment the state
Yes.
did interfere, they got screwed up.
So that means this movie is LPI propaganda. So basically, if you think about it,
and LPI therefore CIA.
Yeah. So, Abhi to you are talking like our friend here. You know, this is exactly what I actually loved about the movie even more. I mean, I love the dharma parts, the end war and all that stuff. I loved all that. But honestly, what I did admire was that instead of saying that, forest, the forest stuff should stay in the forest, that kind of thing, and the kingdom has the right to levy 25% taxes. That's what they show. And the princess gives a 25% tax levy on the product, and he walks out. He does not take that that permission, right? So I think that was a very powerful message, that there must be prosperity and the state has to kind of do what actually Modi ji said he would do. Minimum governance, maximum government. No. Minimum government, maximum governance. Sorry. Because it's not happening yet, so I got confused. So तो अभी भी ठीक है, he is trying. GST कम हुआ है, ये वो कम हुआ है. I'm not gonna go into master stroke territory here, but I'm gonna say that essentially I think this movie tells you that it doesn't have to always spell it out that minimum state means more paisa. ये बोलना नहीं है, but they showed through different incidents and gestures and stuff like that, and I think it's beautiful, and it's not even like the state is the state has been shown to be somewhat like taking taxes. They were still tolerating the people were still tolerating these people, but they were taking high taxes. So even there, they have shown how eventually they have a workaround around that, and they ultimately do trade. And these guys actually leave that later. वो तो ठीक है, वो तो I mean that was a part of the deal between the foresters and the kingdom. But my point here is that they haven't even shown that the state is completely anti-business. The state is vampiric in its nature. Yeah, every state. Especially communist states are like that. The people who talk about, the fact that they want a strong state, that is what a strong state kind of achieves. That it's more like it feeds off the people and their labor, their hard-earned work, right? And I think that is how, this movie is able to establish the beauty of a more free market kind of situation. And that's why they've also shown some foreigners. They've also shown people from foreign lands and all coming and taking Indian spices. It's not always bad. It's a good thing, because that means that the locals are profiting and the foreigners are attracted to the products we have. There is also like soft power, kind of like soft power, if you think of it.
There is one other dialogue here which should give you the hint that Rishab Shetty was probably trying to make this point very deliberately. Deliberately does not mean overtly. Deliberately can mean that I'll still show it subtly. Which was that the guy who used to run Bandarga, he actually warns Bhogendra that don't go around misbehaving with foreigners because they are
Yeah, yeah,
businessmen
yeah,
and you
yeah.
are harming our business by behaving badly with them.
Yes,
There's actually a
yes,
historical analogy for
yes.
this as well. The famous Chola dynasty went and did the war in Southeast Asia for this specific reason, because they were doing so much hafta vasuli in the Malacca Strait that business of entire China, India, Egypt, everything was getting choked up. So the Chola dynasty gave them multiple warnings, and then they went and invaded them and said, no, you'll have to let business and capitalism go on, bro. So that's the same dialogue being given here. So my question is India even ready for subtle messaging or not? But we'll get to that question later. First, tell us, what do you think are going to be the far reaching consequences for Indian society with the help of this film?
अभी ये देखो, elites are important in your view, my view, I guess even Bhupen's view. Why are elites important? Because elites set standards of behavior. Most people behave the way elites behave because it's a part of human nature. Now, if we think about it, we keep blaming Bollywood, and rightly so. In fact, there was a meme. I keep calling Kantara as Kantara because there was a meme when the first movie came out, where it said if Bollywood made Kantara, its name would have been Kantara. Okay, so and there was a picture of Akshay Kumar wearing a skull cap. So that would have been the message of the movie. Anyway, uh, my point here is that if Bollywood set the standards a few days ago, and I guess BJP still hasn't got the message because they keep inviting Bollywood stars to their programs, and they appoint Deepika Padukone as the mental health ambassador or whatnot. But the thing is that Bollywood no longer rules. That's the whole point of this movie, and it will just keep proving that. And now you have elites like Rishab Shetty who will say that I am proud to be dharmic. I am praying to Lord Shiva. In the entire movie, he is praying to Lord Shiva. He is doing business. He is against the totalitarian state. He is proud to be Indian, Hindu. So this is the new elite of India. Abhi, if people start mimicking him, then that's great. And that's the part that Bollywood doesn't understand, that you can create elite. Bollywood has been very successful in creating new elites, right? Like if you look at the Raj Kapoor movies, then you in the 70s and 80s, if you see how Amitabh Bachchan's Angry Young Man was there, where Angry Young Man bana to diya, fir whom is he angry at? The same guys who give him the job, the industrialist, the whatever. And plus, subtle anti-Hindu messaging, utna bhi subtle nahi tha, where they made Amitabh Bachchan cut his choti and all that stuff. So you have complete anti-Hindu propaganda with a subtle messaging as well. So Bollywood did a bit of both, very successfully, I must add. Abhi, this is perhaps with Kantara, movies like Kantara, you have a complete demolition. I think even Kantara's a far superior product to that of KGF and all. Okay, where KGF
Absolutely,
is basically,
absolutely. Yeah.
because for us who are not from the southern part of India, a lot of people might. I've seen a lot of people comparing, saying that Kantara is like KGF. These that. I think that's a fundament. Both films are absolutely different. Like they're as different as oil and water. Okay, Kantara is a dharmic movie, and KGF is actually a very adharmic movie if you think about it. Okay, and that, but then again, it also shows that the South is both much better than Bollywood does at this point.
Yeah, KGF is awesome only because it's bringing in some Zack Snyder style filmmaking techniques, not the story.
Yeah.
Kantara is absolutely the greatest non-left film ever made in the history of the country, because up until this point, Uri was my favorite, but now Kantara Chapter 1 has to take the because subtle messaging is finally here. The thing we have been talking about from this channel for the last 2 years. There was no subtle messaging in any right-wing movie. Woody, etc. are docu-features. How much more docu-features are we going to see? Aren't we ever going to just see a good movie with a good story that also has nice subtle messaging that we agree with? हम लोग जो एक्चुअली फिल्म बफ है, जिन्होंने बहुत सारी मूवीज नहीं देखे लेफ्टिस्ट फिल्म रिव्यूअर्स की तरह और लेफ्टिज्म ढूंढने वाले फिल्म रिव्यूअर्स की तरह, हम लोग तो बैठ के साउथ इंडियन कॉमी फिल्म्स भी देखते हैं सिर्फ क्योंकि अच्छे मूवीज है इसलिए. If I personally stop watching movies with leftist propaganda, I'll be left with watching no movies. Just ये file वो file देखते फिरेंगे. So finally we have a story. We have a film with a story which is not simply political, which has great technique in every great craftsmanship in every department, and does subtle messaging. But is India ready to understand subtle messaging? What do you think is the success of the reviewer who has seen a lot of movies? How successful is he going to be?
No, I mean, the box office success has actually kind of destroyed his credibility. That's there. On top of that, people in his side of the aisle, right, including Ajit Bharti, Satya Sanatan, all these people, including you, others, everyone has kind of demolished his arguments. My point is that I don't understand what he really wanted. And maybe I don't know. We discuss him too much, I guess. But it also proves that reviewers are losers. If you think about it, this is the same argument that's going on in Hollywood right now as well. Because there are many movies which are absolute crap, which reviewers give like 95% on Rotten Tomatoes, and then people give 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. The meta scored people. And ulta bhi hota hai. The reviewers gave a movie maybe 40% on Rotten Tomatoes, and the people are giving 85-90%. So this also shows that somewhere this kind of the reviewers are completely compromised. That's going on as well. I think India has joined the bandwagon. I think I used to watch Anupama Chopra and all these people, but now I just realize that it doesn't. Their views don't matter. It is the more organic channels like yours and maybe a few others who are doing even this kind of work. Even Borade, to some extent, Borade was successful because Borade actually challenged a lot of these mainstream reviewers like Anupama Chopra, and or that idiot who spoke against Bengal Files even before Bengal Files was released, whom you did a reaction video on. So against those, even he's actually linked with Anupama Chopra, by the way. So what happens is that this is a good trend, and this is what social media actually achieves. Because earlier, I remember, because I actually am a bit of a movie buff myself, so I used to actually wait for reviews from big reviewers before watching a movie. What used to be the difference is that earlier, and this is, I'm saying till 2015 or so, their reviews made sense. Like, I would see a bad review, not go for a movie, turned out it was bad. If it was a good movie, turned out it was good. That's why I had a faith in a lot of reviewers. From 15-16 onwards, something changed weirdly in Hollywood as well as here. It's become horribly twisted. For example, this is exactly why the MCU has been destroyed as well. The MCU had a great run, and then they started doing MCU, and the reviewers gave it high scores. Movies, absolute crap movies like Captain Marvel and all, and then the people started downgrading them, and people are not watching Marvel anymore. It's because of that. And even when they make a relatively decent movie like Fantastic Four, the recent one, nobody watched it because they've lost credibility. The reviewers and everyone has lost. Marvel has lost credibility.
Yeah.
So
Disney, Marvel, everyone.
That's the.
It's too late
this
for
is
them.
Exactly, and I guess this is the culmination of what social media can do to people. When media is decentralized, when knowledge is produced in a more decentralized manner, this is what it can do. It can uproot entire studios. It can uproot billion-dollar industries overnight. Look at Bollywood. like I said, except Nadda ji and BJP, everyone knows that Bollywood is over. Okay, so they couldn't find anybody else to. वो वाला, if they wanted to appoint a mental health ambassador, they could have appointed Nambi from that Aparichit movie. Okay, he was the one who raised the biggest message about mental health. So that guy has a bigger following than Deepika right now. So anyway, that's the thing.
Yeah,
I see
Bhupenda,
this
if you
as a,
yeah, go on.
I had one point to make. See, like a lot of, I think one or two I watched it on X itself. One or two YouTube like people who were like saying it's a left-leaning movie, putting left narrative in the movie itself. So the theme of the movie is that even something is done by so-called like Indians who are not Abrahamics, the fix is dharma itself. So it's a crucial non-left movie where actually it shows okay, the problem, if you have an issue, if you have a dharma happening, it is not Marxism or some other religion which is going to solve your problem. The problem will be solved by dharma itself. So it's a subtle messaging going beyond. Okay, they have not shown any Marxist traits, anything, but shows if something is going wrong in terms of casteism and any other bad thing happening, bad behavior at the societal level, the solution is dharma itself, bhakti itself. So where is the left thing coming up? Like I watched the whole movie. The point is this, I don't know where they're coming from.
There is one other deliberate point to be made, a deliberate instance in the movie which supports your point, that when it has been revealed to us that that Rukmini Vasant's character is in fact a villain, she again specifies to her father that they are not trying to just pratishtha their mandir here. ये लोग धर्म की प्रतिष्ठा करने वाले हैं.
yes.
So be careful now. So भाई और क्या गारंटी चाहिए कि एंटीडोट है धर्म.
मतलब overt messaging भी कर दिया है, सिर्फ subtle messaging नहीं, open overt messaging भी दिया है.
I don't know how they get it. I don't know how they are getting this message that it's a leftist movie. No, कितना दिमाग छोटा है इनका. How small their brains are to understand that fact.
Yeah.
No, like I said, like he was Rishab Shetty is one step short of saying, "Bhai Hindu ban ja, mandir ja, Hindu ban ja." I mean, he's one step short of saying that. Okay, at this point.
Someone was saying that the Ali character was cringe. Yes, I find comedy cringe in these situations, and this is not the kind of comedy I like. Ali का घर वापसी दिखाया गया है, वो बहुत important है. अब ऋषभ शेट्टी, मैंने ना ये कांतारा 1 में भी नोटिस किया था कि जिन चीजों के लिए ऋषभ शेट्टी को अप्रिसिएशन मिल रहा था, उससे बहुत ज्यादा चीजें थे लिस्ट में कांतारा 1 को अप्रिशिएट करने के लिए, जो कि ऋषभ शेट्टी तक पहुंचा भी नहीं, और वो हैप्पी. अब क्या वो बैठ के किसको समझाया कर, नहीं देख ये भी किया है मैंने, इसको भी अप्रिशिएट कर. तो अभी कांतारा चैप्टर 1 में भी ऐसा बहुत कुछ है जो बहुत लोगों के दिमाग में आया नहीं है. ठीक है, अच्छा लग गया है सबको. तो a perfect segue now, because Bhupenda also brought up this point and I was about to ask this to Academic Man anyway. Okay, let's say we follow the standard of that reviewer. Then what kind of films will we have? Will we have entertaining movies? Is it let's take the best case scenario. Is it possible to make nice entertaining movies with good stories with the criteria that the kind of criteria that the DEI pushers had wanted, that no villain can be shown as a black man, the hero has to be non-colored, even if it is a white hero, he has to be a simp or a stupid guy. Any white man has to be a stupid guy or a villain. Any woman has to be a scientist or a very strong independent woman who beats the shit out of men with 5 minutes of martial arts training. And women all of a sudden cannot be great at English literature or something. They have to be science PhDs, etc.
Everyone.
And the villain definitely cannot be black.
Science.
Yeah. So those are the types of criterion you have to keep in mind if you want to make a movie in India. That's the demand of these reviewers. So the villain always has to be Muslim, I guess, and the hero always has to be Hindu, and also there has to be the antidote has to be dharma as well as not being Muslim. But anyway, can we follow those criterion and make good movies at the same time? The question is for both of you. Let Academic Man go first.
I think that you'd face the same problem as the MCU, which I just spoke about. If you have a formulaic understanding of, you see, the thing is, another aspect of Kantara 1 was when I say one, I mean the older one. It was that Shiva, if you look at Shiva's character, he was a very flawed character if you think about it. He used to beat people up. He used to, he used to lose his mind. He used to drink, have meat. He had he used to go after girls. He used to do kuch bhi, like he was not a very perfect, nice, good boy. Like Gopal Ekti Shubodh Balok, like we read in Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar's books, Borno Porichaya, he was completely opposite of that actually. Okay. And yet that is what made it attractive, that this is the guy the gods chose as their vessel to protect the village. Right. It is the same dilemma that we have when we talk about, let's say, something like even if you see some of the classics, right? If you look at and I'll shift genres here. Like if you look at Sholay, if you look at Seven Samurai, if you look at the Magnificent Seven, if you look at most of the Dirty Harry movies by Clint Eastwood, if you look at all these movies, then what you have is essentially you have something like that. You have a very you have a flawed character who is taking on a social problem, right? And that is and they are actually solving a social problem that good, nice people can't solve. And that is why these movies are attractive. That's why Sholay is a super duper hit. That's why Seven Samurai is a classic and super hit. Exactly. And Dirty Harry is also a super duper hit of its time. Whatever. If you see that, then you will see that this nice guy, good person, persona thing, it doesn't work. If that was the case, then there would be movies on Gopal Ekti Shubodh Balok. There would be movies on Guruva, who was the Shiva's brother, who was a very nice guy, but he got killed. And usko maanne ke liye, they needed a guy who was fundamentally very different from Guruva, but who respected Guruva, right? So otherwise the movie would have been on Guruva. Guruva's life is basically very boring. Like who would watch Guruva's life? He's a very nice guy.
Right.
So that's the thing. I'll just leave for 2 minutes and I'll come back. 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Bhupendra,
you tell us. Can we make good movies with this criterion?
Not at all, because anyway, I don't watch a lot of movies. I watch selective movies, but you cannot have. Okay. Because like every good human being is a very boring human being. How many like people might want to, like people reach out to good people when they need help, but others they will not be even remembering who the person is until they have an issue. So this gray character, okay, or we say transition, correct? So from transition from evil to good, okay, that journey is something which every movie has. Like I'll share you one more anecdote. So if you watch Dan Brown novels and movies adaptations, correct? So the subtle propaganda of Abrahamism as a kind of a epitome of good, honesty, okay, and that is and that is subtly shown, correct? There's one dialogue in one of the movies where do you believe in Jesus? And the main character Langland says that I haven't received the gift of faith. Correct. So that is correct. And I remember the dialogue even today. I watched the movie 10 years ago. I still remember that dialogue. It shows that the ultimate good is having faith in Jesus. But they're not saying right now, they're saying it in a subtle manner. So in that way, the Kantara 1 and Kantara 2 has done, correct? It has shown, okay, whatever problems you have, even money and everything else, social evil, correct? Everything can be solved via bhakti. Bhakti itself. Okay. Bhakti, devotion, and re-establishing dharma itself. And then everything problem is solved. So you cannot have, so the transition from black to gray to white, that transition has to be there to make a movie. You cannot make a movie about that everything good is happening. Then people will feel boring, and same thing happens with Marvel and everything else. So it cannot. I don't know how people are going to watch that movie.
Now, where do you think is Rishab Shetty coming from? Is it just research, or what is going on? How did we all of a sudden have a guy like Rishab Shetty in society? Because his previous movies were also not like this. What happened in him? What changed in him out of the blue that he decided to make these sorts of movies? What do you think is going on?
Okay, I don't know enough about Rishab Shetty, but I can tell you, correct. So the last part of the Kantara part, Kantara, the first movie, Kantara movie, the way he has actually played the part, okay, where the Daiva comes and he does all those things. I think, and that is also mentioned by also JSD, okay, that if you believe something from inside, correct, so that he actually believes what he is doing, correct. So he has put his soul into this movie itself. So you cannot put your soul into anything until you believe it that okay, it is a reality. So Daiva coming to him, coming to his body, and expressing of Daiva is done through the body of Rishab. That cannot be faked until Rishab Shetty believes that Daiva exists. Okay, and I am the vehicle of that Daiva. So in that case, correct, the Dharma Sthapana, he believes he is the vehicle. Until that spirituality and that conviction comes in the human being, you cannot make movies like this. So for him, it's a reality, as JJ also mentioned in one of the interviews, that it is a reality. Yes. For him, it's a reality. For us, it's a movie. For Shetty, it's a reality that he is living.
Yes. Yes, Neon, JSU did mention it in his podcast with Vad, okay, when they discussed Kantara 1. And, okay, someone from Karnataka is saying, previous movies were like this. See, their template is from a movie called Ulidavadu Kandante. All three Shettis, Raj, Rishab and Rakshit made these kinds of films. I see.
And actually, they are from the same region. Actually, they are from the same region. The Coastal Karnataka region, they have born and brought up there, actually.
I see. The other thing I wanted to ask you was, if Rishab Shetty is making these kinds of movies, then do you think it's possible for other directors to do something like this? Because I don't think it's possible to do a Kantara copy anywhere. But how do you see Kantara inspired films taking place? Because the fact that we want to make something like Kantara, that desire is going to be there right now in the hearts of any upcoming director, whether he truly likes this genre or he doesn't, just for fame's sake and money's sake he'll want to. But no one will be able to do exactly Kantara like movies, because that's a very specific story and with a specific belief system. What do you think will be the end result for the other people who are truly dedicated to this culture and to their craft as well? What do you think will they end up making? What kind of movies do you think we can expect in the coming years because of Kantara Chapter 1?
So there are two parts to the answer. Part one is that actually Rishab Shetty is a very, very, very smart guy. Okay, he has set up his own studio. He has set up his own like VFS company itself. I think that famous company is there, Color Magic company is there. They have a collaboration with actually Technicolor. Technicolor has collaborated with the Indian firm, a venture capitalist firm, and Hombale Films has there's a tri-way feature happening. Like a company is formed, they are making a studio. They have made a studio. They're going to invest and they're going to train directors, actors, animators to actually what you are saying. They have created the backbone that there's going to be maybe, if I am right, hundreds of short movies, animation, everything will be produced by Hombale Films, one more finance company, and Technicolor, making sure that the people have the kind of resources to do this in, I think, Bengal itself. But I have tracked that thing very, very closely. And second part is regarding the religious themes movies or like this kind of movies. They have been part of Southern film industry for a long time. So Hanuman. Take example of Hanuman. Correct, very example. But now what has happened is that that specific genre, which was like maybe losing its steam due to a lot of Dravidian and other things happening, missionary funding, movies, a lot of things. They had lost its steam, but they were still there. Example is the Telugu industry. Telugu industry still produces these kind of movies. Kannada industry has taken it and they have put it one notch above in terms of Telugu industry. But now it is going to losing steam. Now it will become a kind of like a bread and butter for many people to produce this kind of movies. They were there. They had losing stream because of a lot of Dravidian funding, missionary funding, movies, other things. like anti-Hindu movies. Now those movies are going to get reduced, and stories based on local culture, local folk tales, they are going to come in, and like we might see a lot of other studios doing this. Like Hombale Films is a one part, but we might see other studios making deliberate efforts to have a division to make these movies.
Yeah. Okay, now I'll ask you a very important question, which we will ask Academic Man as well once he returns. We have someone from Tulunadu, I think, who's expressing the concerns that some people from Tulunadu have expressed, especially on Twitter. We'll take some of his comments. The Kola performing community like Pambada, Nalike, and Padava are angry with Rishab. Some rituals are shown in mixed. Let's check out his comments. Okay.
Yeah,
A lot of people are talking in the live chat today. So yeah, mainly the point is that okay, they do not follow Brahminical patriarchy. Yeah, I get this. The main point is that should Rishab Shetty have shown those rituals on screen? What do you think? Should rituals of any kind be shown on screen, or specifically these rituals? They are supposed to be performed by people who are qualified for that. Should we or should we not depict them in a fictional way on screen?
okay, first of all, like nobody has the like copyright to do, like, yeah, there can be, if it's done in a respectful manner. I don't think even, let's say somebody wants to make a movie on somebody else, correct? They cannot say you cannot make it. That's not how it works. Yeah, to counter to the point, correct, there is a movie being made and probably be released called Yakshagana. I think you know about it.
Yeah.
So the Yakshagana movie is about people performing Yakshagana. So are they going to say, okay, this is also bad? Where the celebration of Yakshagana tradition is going to be shown to millions of people across the globe. If that is acceptable and allowed, how this is not allowed? Where is the logic stand? So, if the person is watching it, correct, so then you're going to say to everyone that you cannot show anything regarding Yakshagana and other like again we see puja happening in movies, correct? Ganesh puja doing, correct? Rituals are being performed. Have you ever, like, I have a you and you told, okay, no, it can't be done?
The specific argument here in the case of this specific situation from the Tulunadu people, as far as I've understood, is that they are not bothered about whether other people have accepted showing of other rituals in other movies or not. They are specifically unhappy with their rituals being shown in Kantara. And that's, I don't think it's entirety of Tulunadu, because otherwise the movie would not be made, because they have obviously had training and collaboration with some people involved in those rituals. Academic Man, the question is, the criticism from some people in Tulunadu that these rituals should not have been depicted in the movies, and Rishab Shetty is disrespecting them by being a random artistic performer who's actually doing Nritya Pradarshan, like the king was mocking. But this is actually Nritya Pradarshan if it's done in a movie without any specific rituals and stuff, without the ritual, the setting the stage for the ritual. There's one cameraman, there's a sound guy, etc. That's not how you do these rituals, obviously. So what do we do about this criticism?
This is exactly how some Kashmiri Pandits came out and said Kashmir Files ke baad unka koi matlab they didn't get any profits, they didn't get any help after Kashmir Files. There will always be because like I keep saying, we have 140, 150, 140 plus crore people, right, in India, and this is exactly the kind of butthurt. Again, I'm sorry. Again, the kind of, very opportunistic reaction, I must say, that people in India have. And it is what it is. It's just paid reactions, I believe. Because I remember that when Kashmir Files came out and people were praising it, suddenly in one of my groups, a professional group, there was a guy who claimed to be a patriot, who suddenly sent an article where Kashmiri Pandits were all sad about Kashmir Files. Okay. And then I had a nice chat with the guy. वो हम नहीं बोल सकते यहाँ पे. But what I'm saying is that essentially this is just what it is, and I think we have to slowly distance, these small acts from what is actually happening. By that logic, everything is perfect in West Bengal because West Bengal में जितना भी movies बनता है, everything shows West Bengal is the greatest place in the world. And even if there are
सब
problems,
movies में वेस्ट बंगाल में पुलिस हीरो है वेस्ट बंगाल में इन मूवी आफ्टर मूवी.
And that's why none of the movies work. The one movie that did work, Bohurupi recently, that did not show the police in a good light at all.
Yeah.
Wow. So anyway,
Yeah. What I'm wondering is, since all your arguments, Bhupen Da's arguments, the comment section's arguments, seem to agree with the point that yes, the movie Rishab Shetty was right to show these rituals. The one guy from Tamil Nadu here is actually disagreeing with us, so I'm a little iffy to conclude on this anything completely. The only reason being that I guess they have some say over. Now, see, let's say, let me put myself in the shoes of a Tamil Nadu guy here, and therefore counter you by saying that you are being disrespectful when you say that these are paid reviews. On the other hand, I believe some might be, and especially if it's a pop, then no one should be asking for profits of that movie as well. But what I'm wondering is, Academic Man and Bhupenda, is it possible that they have that issue, that classic issue of losing their cool, exclusive, edgy group, and other people also ending up liking the same thing that up until this point was only their cool thing? That might be some of it, right? And the other part might be just simply that no, these are rituals, serious rituals regarding involving serious divers, and you are making a mockery of it by portraying it on screen. But it's not even mockery if your intention is not mockery. Intention is to show how serious this is. What do you think of both arguments? One is that the people are losing their exclusiveness in their cool edgy group. Other people are finding out too much about it, and the other part being it is in fact a mockery. And the third part is that it's not in fact a mockery even. What do you think of these three arguments? I'm trying to be as balanced as possible.
See, firstly, this kind of mockery is in complete leftist territory where they say cultural appropriation. ये आदमी वो नहीं कर सकता है, वो नहीं कर सकता है, that kind of rubbish. Okay. Secondly, if we forget the cultural appropriation aspect as well, these are the same people. I can guarantee you, their parents, their grandparents, they will say, you are not interested in the local culture anymore. Your generation is always on the movies and TV and mobile phones and social media. You people have forgotten our traditions. एक वहां का कोई local tradition निकाल के, imagine if छऊ नाच, which is depleting in West Bengal thanks to great socialism and all that. Imagine if people got money out of छऊ नाच and more youngsters did these kind of activities, Pottochitra and छऊ नाच in West Bengal, or Bhutakola in those regions in Bangalore and all. Then what's the problem? I unless you have money or incentives for doing something, it will vanish anyway. This is the power of Rishab Shetty, that he has shown this to be a cool thing. He has shown your tradition in it to be a cool thing. पहले तो वही होता था कि, like I said, Bollywood was very successful. They showed every tradition, and then they showed how negative it was. When you pray to a Hindu god, nothing happens. When you pray to some other god, something happens. So Hindu gods are losers. When you keep a choti, you are uncool. You have to cut it off and then you will be liberated. When you put a tilak, you are a mass murderer. So I think this is the complete opposite of what Bollywood and all these people, all these other industries have done. And if anything, it is incentivizing people to actually understand your culture. Now, maybe tourism will increase. Your money will increase if tourism increases. right? I haven't even heard, I had no, like, I'm ignorant. I never heard of this tradition. When we talk about South, people only know idli dosa, and in North, I'm giving a broad overview. People have very racial stereotypes about the South, southern parts of India. I know because I met some educated people, and one of my friends was applying for a job in one of the southern states, because West Bengal's GDP is so high that we want to spread our GDP everywhere in the country. So to get a good job with a good salary, he was applying to a southern state, and one educated uska koi wo document ke liye he went to an ICS guy who was a Bengali, and he said, "Arey, why are you going to the southern states? They talk like Inna Menda and all that." Okay, he actually said that. So the dominant image of the southern part of India is a very racially stereotyped one. Okay. What
Think of
racial stereotypes
South Indian music. It has always been used as a comedy relief background score in Bollywood.
It's a comedy relief thing.
Every
Tum
time
Parosan,
there's a
you
Tamil thing-
watch a movie like Parosan, right? Parosan,
Yes.
which is pretty funny, I would say. It's objectively funny. But
Yeah.
the negative guy, Mehmood, he portrays a basically Brahmin from South India who
Yeah.
is a absolute joke.
Yeah.
Or
Anytime Tavil and Nadaswaram plays, it's a comedy scene. So our brains
Yes.
have been wired to such an extent that today, if you are not even watching the movie, if I just play Tavil and Nadaswaram, you'll think that there's something hilarious going on around you. To that extent, our brains have been wired to hate the South.
And this is not just uneducated people. Like I said, this was a Babu who is a Bengali, who is educated, who is talking to educated people all the time. He said a very racist thing about a southern state in India. This is not even some North Indian guy I'm talking about. I mean, when I say North Indian, I mean UP Bihar wala people. Okay, I'm talking about a Bengali person. Okay. So this kind of racial stereotype was there. It was established by Bollywood. If anything, now maybe his son, his family is watching this movie, and they have aspirational elites from this kind of movie, from the South. So if anything, people of the South should thank these kind of directors, and also think about it. Very, very interesting. This is where another kind of research comes around. Bengali. If you look at hegemonic masculinity, right? Like I'm using leftist terms, toxic masculinity, hegemonic masculinity, right? There was a deliberate image of making Bengali men effeminate for the longest time. Except some people like Uttam Kumar, if you see some other movies, most of the Bengali heroes are kind of effeminate. Then Dev came, and Dev was a bit more, he was muscular, he was assertive, but Dev does not have the qualities to be a great actor. That's the other problem, right? And if you think about it, Southern, like I said, the same people, they will see a Mehmood in Parosan, they will see other kinds of, these South Indian stereotypes in different kinds of movies, especially in Bollywood movies, which we have all consumed. Then they will think of a South Indian man as a effeminate person. Okay. As a loser, as an effeminate person. Whereas this kind of movie, Kantara, is showing, or even let's say KGF, even though it's crap, but still, it does establish a kind of masculine, a masculine energy where
Yes.
we are seeing a man who is worthy of emulation by the entire country.
Yeah.
Okay. That this is what a real man looks like. This is what a real man acts like.
Yeah.
So, वो भी तो है ना, that's making, it is breaking all stereotypes about South India, which we have had for many years, thanks to Bollywood.
Yes. Just for the record, KGF is not crap. Its ideology is left-leaning, which is crap. Otherwise, KGF is incredibly awesome. Salar had, of course, a little too much of slow motions. Otherwise, Salar is as awesome as KGF as well.
One movie I saw,
yeah.
I was forced to
Yeah.
watch this movie by a friend of mine. Okay, Marco. Okay,
Yeah,
it
of
gave me
course.
nightmares.
Why shouldn't you watch
And
Marco?
I am a guy who watches Quentin Tarantino, a lot of every movie of Quentin Tarantino. Okay, and Marco was sick, right?
Yeah.
And this is the other problem, I guess, with southern movies. Sometimes I'm not a big fan of Marco type movies. Okay, and that's the other problem. Like KGF, Marco, especially. I mean, KGF was still somewhat better. Marco, I couldn't take it. And that's the other problem. That very interesting fact about Marco is there is no Hindu character in the entire movie. If you guys watch it, there is not one Hindu character in the entire movie, and I was shocked. I was like, "Is this a movie being made in India?"
See, modern problems require modern solutions. तुमको हीरो हिंदू चाहिए, मुस्लिम विलेन चाहिए, तो हिंदू रखते ही नहीं है.
No, but Marco is absolute garbage. That is the thing. And then this is where we talk about South India as a whole, as if an undifferentiated mass. But look at Telugu movie industry, look at Kannada movie industry, and look at the difference between Tamil and Kerala Malayali movie industry, right? So that is where I was very confused when I saw Marco, and I was like, God.
Yeah. Share, good question. KGF is not very leftist. It's not like it's complete SFI propaganda. ऐसा नहीं है कि देख के सब लोग immediately SFI join कर लेंगे. यह है कि riding on the general wave of socialist views of the country. Okay, कि industry owner default से शुरू से हरामी ही है. जो स्ट्रगलिंग फैक्ट्री वर्कर है उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ अत्याचार हो रहा है. वो ट्रोप्स है. ये एग्जैक्टली स्टीरियोटाइप्स भी नहीं बोलते, ये ट्रोप्स बोलते हैं. So they banked on an easy trope to make a movie. That's all. It's not a significant argument or a criticism that it's a very leftist propaganda movie. Therefore, you must hate it. वैसा उतना significant नहीं है उसमें वो चीजें. I'll come back to you are here for another 10 minutes, right, academic man?
Yeah, 10-15 minutes I'm there.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Bhupenda about the intentions versus mockery thing. What are your thoughts on that? We know intentions of Rishab Shetty. Entire Tamil Nadu knows the intentions of Rishab Shetty. Even then, is it a mockery, or is it a mockery only for the people who are copying it outside the theaters and stuff, which is not part of our discussion, because we are discussing whether Kantara should have been made or should not have been made, and whether Rishab Shetty is to be blamed or not.
Okay, Kantara should have been made. Okay, that is no question about it. Now when it comes to mockery, so when you are seeing mockery, so like if I'll put myself in the shoes of people living in that village. Okay. Now, you have two options. You can restrict yourself to that village, okay, and in next 50 years you will die out, and your art will only be in museums. They'll talk about it. They will never, and it will be a museum piece, and it will not be a living art. If you want a living art to persist for another millennia, you have to change your medium of communication, medium of representation. Take example of Korean culture. Korean culture was 1,000 years ago different. Today the Korean culture is disseminated via K-dramas. It's on mobile, it's on computer, it's on Netflix. Same way, if you want your culture to survive for another millennia, you have to adapt. Yes, you have to adapt, and you have to make sure that the purity is there, and you create frameworks around that. Nobody can do this. Then it will happen. It will die out and become a museum piece. People will buy of it. So, closing off your doors to modern dissemination of media is the worst thing you can ever do. Yes, there will be bad things happening. That's how open societies work, and it is the duty of the local people who are to preserve the tradition, create institutions, create framework, so that it is not depicted in a bad way. Create institutions, create frameworks, talk to the people, talk to the government, talk to everybody, and make sure it is not diluted. But you cannot say that, okay, nobody can do this. If that would have happened, then Ramakrishna Mission would have been only a small temple in Kolkata or in Belur, not a whole world movement. So dilution will happen, but correct, it's against a change. Correct, you had Vedas. But we didn't stop at Vedas. We had Vedas, we had Upanishads, we had Upapuranas, Puranas, then you have Jatakas, correct? The same knowledge being disseminated at a different times in a different way. That's how the knowledge survived, by a different means of communication. So if you're going to do that, you're going to do harm your own way. See, if I was a villager in Tulunadu, I would say as a opportunity to actually showcase my culture to across the globe. I'll quit my job and do that thing, and I will be flown to UK and some other places to do that dance. It opens up tourism. It opens up a lot of opportunities to actually showcase and earn a living out of this. And your art survives only if there's a cash flow there. It will die out itself.
Okay, now I have a question for Academic Man because he'll leave soon, but I have a question for you as well.
I had a point, I think.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Okay, no, I'll take your question. But I think that Bhupendra has raised a very important point. Okay. When he was talking about K-drama, I was actually reminded that Korean dramas are actually more Christianized nowadays. But it drew my memory back toward the work of a director that I absolutely admire. His name is Makoto Shinkai in Japan. Okay. He's seen as the kind of heir of Hayao Miyazaki. Now, I am not a Miyazaki fan. I actually don't enjoy Miyazaki's movies because Miyazaki movies are all about anti-war and I can't take that leftist propaganda after a while. But Makoto Shinkai is very interesting. Makoto Shinkai has movies like Weathering with You, Suzume, and Your Name. These are the movies I have watched. And 5 centimeters, something like that. There was a movie like that. Makoto Shinkai actually shows in all these movies in a very, very beautiful way, in a very modern setting, by the way. All of these movies are in a very modern setting. That where Makoto Shinkai actually is able to show how the gods of Japan, how the Shinto gods, they are helping the people in the in the movie. So Makoto Shinkai's movies are actually the kind of movies that in a way this Kantara is doing things where it doesn't have a leftist message. It has a local god helping out somebody who is in trouble, that kind of thing. Okay, so in a way, this is how Japan does soft power. Kantara is not just that. Kantara is now it's helping not just globalize a very regional culture and all that. It is also helping people to kind of see the value of your culture for exactly what it is. What I'm trying to say is, in the Makoto Shinkai movies that I just said, he actually uses the local Japanese gods to show that sab theek ho jayega. Okay. And that is why, his movies are appealing even more to me than a globalist message of Hayao Miyazaki. That is the same logic that I see, Kantara in, because he is using a local god and a local culture, but he is not following the, global trait ki, I hate war, I hate capitalists, I hate kings, I hate rich people. That kind of crap he's not doing. So I believe that, thanks to Bhupendra's observation, I actually realized that Hayao Miyazaki, Makoto Shinkai, and this guy are actually doing very similar stuff. And that's how Japan promotes it. Japan mein utna nahi hai ki, dekho, Akira Kurosawa was something else. Akira Kurosawa showed, Japan in its history and stuff, plus a lot of modern movies as well. Akira Kurosawa was a leftist, full-on leftist. But he wasn't so much I would say globalist as much as he was a leftist, in my opinion. So this is the problem with Calcutta movies, the West Bengal movies, which are actually Calcutta movies. The West Bengal movies are actually, if you think about it, they are all globalist in their messaging. Ek movie localist banaya, that is this one, Bohurupi. That turned out to super hit. because globalist message does not appeal to everyone. A localist
Yeah.
message has more commonality with people of all localities than a global message that only appeals to elites in some cities, right?
I have two things to add here. Firstly, people
Yeah.
are a bit tired of the globalist message. That's why it's no longer working at all in Bengal. And the other thing is
Yeah.
a statement that Rishab Shetty made after Kantara 1 became a hit. He said, the local is the universal. Unless you, you make something that really talks about you, represents you, your heart. Yeah. And this is kind of the same
Exactly.
thing that Rituparno Ghosh even said, no, that make a movie that you deeply like. If you make a movie that
Exactly.
you yourself don't like at all, you are not going to be able to make a movie that everyone else likes. So you have to be true to
Exactly.
yourself. Okay, now my question to you is two questions. If Navavimash doesn't return and you still have time, then you will take the second question as well. First question is, argue why shouldn't Kantara chapter 1 be called a new modern day Upapurana? Why isn't it an Upapurana?
Okay, this is question number 1, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, Upapuranas were essentially texts. If I go by film studies language, then a film is a text. Okay.
Yeah.
What does text do? It disseminates an idea, it disseminates a story. That's what this is doing. And this is the medium, right? Tum agar abhi can write a lot of literature. Who reads today? You can write a great book, but how many people will read it? I know a lot of people who buy great books just to keep them on their shelves. Okay. But Kantara type ka movie jab aata hai, it is a family affair. People go together and watch a movie together, and they consume the message together, right? They may even have different views about what messaging is happening. So somebody whose priority is economic freedom might take it as an economic freedom thing. Somebody whose priority is praying to the gods, their priority might be different. Somebody whose priority is to have a masculine energy in a movie where a female is a villain, wo bhi le sakta hai, right? It's there for everyone, but more importantly, that's exactly what the Upapuranas did. They used a medium that was relatively popular, and by medium I mean wahan pe language bhi important tha, because many later Puranas, many Upapuranas, they were basically written more in vernaculars. If you look at the Jati Puranas, even more, they were written not in Sanskrit all the time. They used to mimic Sanskrit words and stuff, but they were written more in like local language because they had to appeal to a broader audience, right? So that's the thing about this movie, that it can be called, like, you can call it a Upapurana. You don't again, people might get angry. I don't care, honestly, because Upapuranas are not Vedas, and you don't like have to support every everything that some butthurt person says. You can think of this as a similar kind of text, so I don't see the problem.
Upapurana adjacent, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah. If at all this definition is true, which I am not sure if it is true or not. Okay. Will this be the last question for you then, academic man?
Okay, yeah. Actually, okay, I mean, it would be best, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll ask you this and then ask the same question for Bhupenda as well. This is based on what Bhupenda was saying, and which I know you agree with, that if you don't let the medium survive, if you don't throw a spotlight on it, it will die out. And this movie is going to bring in so much tourism and help with the finances, etc. But he kept focusing on the economic aspect of it, as well as he said it's an art form that needs to be able to survive in this medium as well. What about the people who are saying it's not an art form, it's a ritual? If it was just an art form, then the argument would hold absolute water. But it's not just an art form. Then what? If it is a religious ritual, in fact, then what do we do about its depiction randomly by random people in front of the camera?
Rituals, I have seen this, especially after the Communist Party regime. There's a very interesting resurgence of Hindu ritualism among Bengalis. Okay. especially BBKs. Okay. So earlier, when the Communist Party was in power, they used to follow these rituals like I call them rituals because these have a basically symbolic meaning attached to them. Jesse, after death, many would not burn the bodies; they would donate the bodies. Okay. They would appeal to these globalists. Like I said, ekdam globalist the. So when after they would have, they would not have a shrad. They would have a this thing Sharon Sabha. Okay, they would remember. तो श्राद्ध क्या है भाई? तो शरण सभा का ही तो ancient version है वो. So anyway, they would call it everything except the Hindu name. मतलब same चीज करके हिंदू नाम मत दो basically. हाँ. So what this does is that it basically deracinates the population. And now a lot of BBKs and others are, since, because thanks to our great governing party, people are suddenly realizing that they are Hindus. ये एक चीज उन्होंने अच्छा किया, because they have done so much that people are now, they are like, I am a Hindu. Okay. But now that they have become Hindus,
दारू और मटन खाना होगा तो शाक्त, बीफ खाना होगा तो सेक्युलर on alternate days.
एकदम वो वाला और नहीं बोलते. Bengalis used to proudly advertise their beef on Facebook. Nowadays वो थोड़ा कम हो गया because thanks to
now they are all shakt.
Yeah, now they're all shakt. So वो हो गया. But what I'm trying to say is the BBKs, because they've forgotten most of the family related rituals and stuff. Nowadays they ask somebody and they say, "Hey, niyom ta ki bolto? What is the rule for this? What is the ritual rules?"
Yeah.
And I never personally follow most of these so-called rules. Okay, because for me, the Vedic corpus does not have these rules, so I am not bound to follow these rules. Okay, these random stuff like when somebody gets married, ekdam random rules. Koi matlab somebody invented something and it's going on for ages. And personally, I don't subscribe to that. I'm a more Protestant type of a Hindu. I believe that if it's in the Vedas, if it's a Vedic form, then I will follow it. Other than that, everything else is just hogwash. Okay, in my opinion. So उसको लेके मेरे साथ बहुत लोगों का प्रॉब्लम हुआ है क्योंकि they say that, oh, this is the ritual, that is that is religion. I'm like, no bro, just because like 10 people did it doesn't mean it's a religion. That is my view. Okay. And honestly, we cannot even compare ourselves to an Abrahamic religion where there are actually very set norms of how to do things. And there is one particular rule. And there is one established form of ritual. So in that sense, I believe that this ritual aspect जो बोल रहा है कि religion है, ritual है, जो भी है, this is the problem with using these terms with Hinduism, because Hinduism does not have those aspects that they are the logic or the framework they are using to judge these people. That framework never existed in Hinduism. So that's the other problem, that it does not apply to our practices.
Pram's argument here is interesting. I have a small, a little counter. He's saying this is where essence goes down when dharmic things become an intellectual play without the practice. Pram, it's true that we are intellectualizing and kind of looking at Kantara and its rituals from a purely sociological aspect, POV. But how is the essence going down? Us discussing it from a scholarly perspective doesn't make the essence go down because the practitioners are not going to look at our channel maybe, and even if they do, are you saying they are going to be convinced by our arguments and therefore give up on their practice? How is the essence going down? The practitioner's perspective will be there, the scholarly perspective will be there. Think of us as tourists, think of us as foreigners, foreign anthropologists who have come here with a curious eye and who have found only interesting things so far and have only good things to say about it. Don't think of us as Indians or Hindus, okay? Now, academic man, what do you think of this argument?
She has a comment where I think Barbara Smith is she, right?
Yeah, you are saying hogwash.
I'm not saying hogwash. I'm saying that the kind of weird, I'm not calling Kantara that, by the way. I am saying that if you if you attend a Bengali wedding, okay, there are so-called rules, okay, which seem to me to be completely like made up stuff. Even dowry was like, according to such people, even dowry was a rule, right? What I'm trying to say is that these like random rule. I don't know. Kantara ka jo, the ritual that I'm talking about in Kantara is something else, because that has been given meaning by the people, and it's not just it's because older or newer. I'm not even going to say that. I think it is a necessary aspect. Dekho, from where I'm coming from, I'll just explain that. Kola is a necessary aspect to sustain society in that area. Okay, I'm going into Durkheimian territory. Durkheim used to say that religion is basically a binding force. Okay. And that means that these rituals that they share when they're witnessing the Kola and all that, these were actually means of getting together people and disseminating the religion's ideology. Okay. But when it comes to things like, for me, for example, I am not a part of any such community per se, right? I have grown up mostly in BBK ethos. But for me, what connects me to the broader Indian Hindu community is that the Vedic corpus, the ideas that are embedded in the Vedas. Okay. So, that's what I meant when I said the rest is hogwash in Bengali society, because the BBK circles that you and I belong to, they have given up those ritualistic gatherings a long time ago. वो अभी जो कर रहा है, they are not doing it as a part, as a means to stay together as a community. They are doing it because they fear that the gods might be angry or something. भगवान को ATM सोचते हैं ये लोग, right? So these weird rules that they make up every now and then, that is very different from what Kola is achieving. Okay, a Kola is a means to get hundreds and thousands of people together and not just enjoy it as an art, but to get into a collective, kind of frenzy, a kind of collective gathering. In that sense, it's almost like a namaz, if I am to say it, or a church congregation in that sense. Okay, but for a BBK influenced person like me, the wedding, if you go to a Bengali wedding, you will see that in a Bengali wedding, people just, the husband wife side mein, they keep marrying, they do the rules, the Panditji talks about it. Nobody pays attention to the mantras, nobody does anything. Puja bhi log waise hi karte hain, which is why
Not one.
you will see
99.99% of Bengali families don't give a shit about the mantras, which is why they keep, the moment they hire the Purohit, they keep telling him, do it short, do it fast. And
exactly.
even before hiring some Purohits, they say, can you do it fast? Can you do it in this time frame? Can you skip over some mantras? Bhai, puja lorde kar kis liye raha hai chutiya? How can I go through a live stream in Bengal without giving a gali? I don't get it. Anyway, carry on with your point.
हो गया खत्म finish गया, to quote Rahul Gandhi. Anyway, so my point is this, that if we have made the practices devoid of the meaning, people of Tulunadu give that thing a meaning. So for them, it has an actual practical purpose. For me, these random rules that people are making up have no purpose. So I don't. For me, anything outside of that, the Havan and the other, the proper mantrocharan, I don't see any point in that. But for me, that has some meaning. The Havan, the proper mantrocharan, the kind of real rules, if I'm to call it that aspect has actual meaning, because it connects me to all of you, to all of the entire Hindu community in this world, right? So that has a meaning to me, at least. But more importantly, even if you're an atheist, you're allowed to be an atheist in Hinduism. You can say none of this has a meaning for me, But because you are born in a civilization which tolerates, which not just tolerates, which accepts differences, even then you are a Hindu. But that means that you should ideally, I believe, if a Hindu has a moral duty, it is to defend the differences that others have in this, you know, in this society that we have. I'm not talking about radical differences whereby, you know, somebody can say your religion sucks and my religion is the greatest. वो वाला नहीं. I am saying the kind of differences we have between, let's say, our culture and Chhat Puja, okay, or or even what we do and what people of Tamil Nadu are doing. Those differences are that is the moral duty of any Hindu. If there is any, if I am to say moral or ethical duty, if I am to call it that, okay. So that
you'll
is
notice that historically this has happened in Hindu society, which is both the society lets the individual flourish, maybe reluctantly at different points in depending on the timeline. It will be different degrees of reluctancy, sometimes very encouragingly, and the individual will also take care, or at least if push comes to shove, the individual will stand up for the society, and when push comes to shove, the society will protect the individuality of that guy as well, again, which is my my observation from the fact that we have Anishta Devta depending on your personal characteristics, whereas you also have a Gram Devta and a Kula Devta.
exactly.
Why on earth would you have a Kula Devta if individuality has absolutely no place in Hindu society? No. So the unit contributes to the whole, and the whole also does contribute and save and protect the unit. We will take Pram's this point here. He's saying intellectual practice isn't fruitful without the practice. You can plot all philosophy around any equation, but that practice will not lead to the kernel truth that the equation holds. Pram, you are under the, your premise here is that we are looking for the fruits of this practice. No, not right now. Right now, at this moment in this live stream, we are not looking for the fruits of Bhuta Cola, bro. So we are not diluting anything. So academic man, do you have any more time?
ठीक है 5-10 मिनट
I can't.
चलो
I can't
in
stand
popular
banana
demand.
chips of my... Yeah,
अरे
then we'll
ये
take some
भूपेंद्र का
some audience questions.
favorite snack है. Bhupenda is advertising banana chips, a called local cultural relic that we have in the international market. We are promoting it, okay. And I have been crowned the man of culture in your.
I was forcefully.
Yeah.
Since today you spoke of anime and stuff, yes, we are all victims of Japanese propaganda.
बोल दिया बस अभी बच्चे लोग खुश एकदम Gen Z खुश.
Yes.
No protests.
Therefore,
so
as a coping mechanism, I must say that who cares what happens in Japan?
exactly. Except the Japan Foundation, because the Japan Foundation keeps funding all the research on Japan. The Japan Foundation spends crores of dollars on pro-Japanese stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I'll actually have to ask Bhupenda now about the art versus ritual thing. All your arguments seem to bank upon the premise that they are just art forms, and art is works great when there is money, although dharmasya moolam also is artha. But if you say that, yeah, it's so good, tourism is happening and the art form is getting popularity, and in fact the performers are getting invited to those places, then you are talking like the villain in the movie, Bhupenda, who is saying, Nritya Pradarshan, Kalakar hai ye. So would you like to take back your words?
Okay, no, I'm not going to take back my words, but I'm going to like quantify my words. Okay. So when we are, okay, so one part is the leftist probe. I will not say the leftist program, leftist probe is to actually show the dharmic rituals and other things into a bad light, okay, into a negative light, and the other Abrahamic thing into a positive light. If that is happening in the movie, then actually I would not like it. I would say I will protest. I will say this is bad. Now, the thing is, Rishab Shetty has shown his enough credentials actually, because he is from that region itself. He has learned that thing. Okay. It is not like somebody has come from Norway or some country and just doing it. He has put his heart and soul into this, okay, and then produced a movie about it. Okay. So in the first part is that he understands the culture, he understands the ethos, and he has tried to portray in a very good intentioned way. And the way it is being, the movie, the way it's being acknowledged, commercially and otherwise, shows that he has done like good, very good job in terms of portraying in its essence the way it can be over a movie screen. If there is a Bhutakala ritual happening with a lot of other things into for let's say 2 hours, you cannot show 2 hour ritual on a movie. That's not possible. The movie itself is 2.5 hours long. But we need to look from the perspective, okay, he has done justice? Is his intention, is it showing the way it should be? It will be 15 minutes rather than 2.5 hours long, but the intention is there or not. That is, for me, is the most important part, where the movie wins actually. And the other part, correct, the ancient India was capitalist. So it shows courts, it shows business. So when we are saying rituals are there, again, the ritual, the samagri, everything is part of business. Correct. Somebody has got the ritual, they are buying those things, there's an economy going on. So with the way we see rituals as, yes, they are like, I believe in that specific thing, then I will be doing this. But we cannot separate the artha from the dharma. Okay. The puja samagri is the artha part, which actually runs that economy itself. So you cannot separate it. Yes, the person who is selling those samagri, he may not believe in that thing, but he is again contributing to the practice of the dharmic itself. So everybody doesn't have to believe in 100%. That is the problem we have. So that's something which is needs to be there. And again, I'll tell you, when it gets globalized, when more people are doing it, I'll give an example. Let's say take about Chhat Puja. Some a random lady or some family in Norway, okay, got so much impressed with the Chhat Puja that they are doing it in their place, they say with the same ritual, same vigor. Would you consider that blasphemy by somebody who's Bihar or UP? Now we have seen Kali Puja done by a lot of people who are not Bengalis. So as a Bengali, I'm going to tell them, no, you are outsider, you can't do Kali Puja because you are not native Bengali. The intentions, the way they are being performed, the way you do it in a proper way, the way it is defined. If that is done without any ill intentions, it should be accepted, and change is part, correct? You can't say that this ritual never has changed over a millennia. There would have been some changes here and there. That's how they evolve over time.
Now, I just want to make a side point, by the way. A lot of reviewers are also going on saying it, calling it Bhuta Kola. It has, by the way, it's not Bhuta Kola, and it has nothing to do with Bhutas, by the way. Bhuta means like a son. It's a loving relationship that's being described, by the way. Academic man, I asked this question when you were off to your phone call with Max Weber.
Sure.
What do you think will be the far-reaching consequences of this movie in 20-30 years? In terms of other movies, okay? Not just society.
No,
What kind of movies will we now see because of Kantara?
Dekho, one thing that happens is just like we see when there is a hit movie, like superhero movies were super hits with Iron Man and all that. Then everyone started making superhero movies, including in India. We even had Tiger Shroff make Flying Jat or something, which flopped, by the way. So everyone starts making cheaper copies of those. Okay, so there are a few hundred mafia movies after Godfather released, and उसपे भी थोड़ा model था हमारा Angry Young Man Vijay Dinanath Chauhan of Amitabh Bachchan. But I guess Kantara is too complex a movie to just do a cheap copy of, I mean, you can do it. I mean, imagine if somebody talks about how Chonats say, you can defeat a evil landlord or something. You can do that in West Bengal, let's say. But I believe that such a movie is very difficult to mimic or copy. And whoever can't do it right, it will fall flat absolutely. Okay, it's not a simple action movie or a simple romance movie or a simple a comedy movie or a simple superhero movie. कि basic एक formula है, लगा दिया बस खत्म. I think that's where this movie actually stands out in a different way. Now, what I understood is that he is also going to make more parts of this.
Yeah.
This might just become like an Upapurana in that sense, that where this is so good and so difficult to actually mimic, that it can become like a what Rola Barthes used to call myths of our time. You know, myths means myths are not just in old days. Myths can happen even now. And mythology means that something that repeats, like Mahabharata. What do we do? Like people who are like us who have grown up reading the Mahabharata, we can see an incident in our lives and we can relate ki, that is what Duryodhan did. Okay. Oh, or that is what Sri Krishna did. Right. We don't have to explain ki ye aisa kiya, A plus B is equal to C. Aisa nahi hona. We understand that basic underlying logic when we see a certain thing, right? So the same thing I think can happen because of the quality of Kantara, that they can make it so good that it can form kind of like a myth of our times for the next 10-15 years. Because I personally believe they can't copy it so easily, and if they do, it's gonna be horrible. Like it can be, unless they're doing it right, it's going to be one like the worst kind, like just a Superman का movie हुआ था वैसा type का हो जाएगा. It's going to be horrible, right? So it can be like that.
Yeah, I think this is the single greatest franchise. Please remember your point, Bhupenda. I'll forget my point. This is the single greatest beginning of a franchise we are seeing right in front of our eyes. By the time we grew up, we only became fans of franchises in the world that already existed: Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, etc. Harry Potter to some extent happened in front of our eyes, but we were too much of a kid to see the full awesomeness of it, globally speaking. But this is one franchise that's now building up in front of our eyes, and it will be a long huge franchise. There are enough stories in Tulunadu to make movies on, and this is the first movie. This is the first movie franchise which is practically unplagiarizable. It cannot be plagiarized. That's the genius part of it. It's absolutely plagiarism proof, this story. And the other thing is, what an awesome time to live in, that we are going to be see. We know what's going to happen in 10-15 years, right? Some people are going to remake Kantara 1, Kantara chapter 1. It's going to be bad. People are going to talk about who's going to take over the role after Rishab Shetty stops acting, etc. Those are the stuff we are going to discuss when we are 60 years old and 70 years old. Yeah, Bhupenda, make your point.
Yeah, so I wanted to, like what Amen has mentioned, that this Kantara movie has, correct, if I can count, let's say around 6 to 7 layers of narrative which is going in parallel. Okay. Capitalism, dharmic, adharma, right? Characters grey and they are going towards white, okay, becoming dharmic. Okay. All those things are going at the 6-7 layers of narrative which is going on at the same time, okay, which I have observed, okay, the way I watch movies. So if somebody wants to make that kind of remake it's next to impossible. And second is that he has created a kind of a high standard that somebody making even a like a little mistake instead of doing the same way is going to fall flat. He has created a so high standard to match that standard as a copy. It is next to impossible to do that. And if somebody is going to like keep the standard or go higher, is going to be Rishab Shetty only. No, nobody else can actually do that, in my opinion. The way he has made it with all the kind of narratives and storylines going parallel.
And this is perhaps the difference between a kind of, slave morality based action movie and the kind of movie that this is, that is the, I think, fundamental difference, that it has so many layering concepts, attached to it, that it's not simply like a guy came from Krypton and saved the planet, something like that. It's not so simple. Or apes became clever, so they took over the world. It's not so simple, right? And because the apes were being tortured, their takeover is justified. इतना simple narrative नहीं है. So to make it, you must do sadhana for 10 years maybe. I don't know. Then
Right,
you
right.
might think
Exactly.
of something like that.
Exactly. Okay. DS is
So
saying
anyway,
Upapurana has its own characteristics. Wait, I have one last question for you, academic man. Upapurana has its own
yeah.
characteristics. It contains both tattva, story, and worship. They don't even know what is Purana or Upapurana. I have serious objection in using that word. Fine, I can call it Upapurana adjacent if it makes you happy. But the movie Kantara Chapter 1 has tattva, it has story, and it depicts worship. It doesn't give you exact directions for worship. So for that reason, maybe we need not use the word Upapurana. Fair enough. Okay, academic man. We did not even get to the technical side of the movie. What do you think of the background score, the songs, the camera work, the color correction, which are all insanely awesome? कब बात करेंगे उसके बारे में? उसके लिए एक और अलग लाइव स्ट्रीम चाहिए क्या? Just so
उसके लिए कर
quickly,
सकते हैं,
tell us
but
what do you think of those?
can I be very honest with you? This is a movie that I've seen after a very long time, where I actually did not pay attention to the technical aspects. Because I watched it in a very big screen. Okay. And actually I was actually engrossed. Like I did not look at my cell phone till the interval and then till the end. Okay. And honestly, I did not actually think कि यार ये कितना अच्छा camera है, यार ये कितना अच्छा angle है. I actually was lost in the process. So I can't tell you much about the songs and the music and I maybe have to watch it 3-4 times. Maybe then I can tell you. Honestly, because I watched it on such a big screen and it was nice. The experience was so nice that I
see. There's no such thing called such a big screen. You tell us either you watched on IMAX or you didn't. If you didn't watch on IMAX, you didn't watch on such a big screen. So tell us, what did you watch on?
There's an IMAX adjacent in Calcutta. IMAX में देखने का सौभाग्य मेरे मुझसे नहीं हुआ, but सब तुम्हारे तरह बीवी के इलाके में नहीं रहते. So there are other screens as well, but it was a pretty big screen. Okay, the बीवी के adjacent screen. हाँ.
I see.
एक ही तो IMAX screen रखा है Calcutta. That's the worst part. Like that too in South City.
Only South City.
हाँ, there is no other IMAX.
Tainaki. Oh, I didn't know this.
But there are some good theaters, some decently maintained theaters as well.
Acha.
And thanks to Kantara, feared after COVID, and because I love watching movies in theaters, I have always had this latent fear कि भाई आधे तो theater ऐसे ही बंद हो जाएंगे because of streaming and all that. But thanks to Kantara, when I went, I saw that it was almost full, like 80% full. Okay. And I was like, this is what we need. More of this.
And the kind of response it's getting in Bengal is it's so sad that nobody is showing what exactly are the collections of Kantara Chapter 1 from Bengal. If they showed, it would be such a huge slap on so many people's faces. And you'll see on the Wikipedia pages of almost every Bengali movie, you won't get clear data about budgets or box office collections. They are so secretive about it. What do you think is the last question then? Roughly speaking, what do you think has been the collection of Kantara Chapter 1 from Bengal? It must have gone above 10 crores, right?
Definitely 20 crores. So I don't know. I don't know how this works. But if some movie had collected 50 crores from Bengal, I had heard some movie. I don't recall which movie it was. It was some South, I think RRR or some movie. I don't exactly recall. But then this will definitely be close or definitely surpass those numbers, because the craze I saw, and I watched it after a whole week after it was there. So the craze I saw, I can easily say it is one of the biggest hits I've seen. Last time I saw such a full theater was actually in Bohurupi. Okay.
I watched
was the last
two
time
times on IMAX, and people cheered.
No. I made a mistake. F1 was also pretty full, but uska ek aur karan hai, because F1 what they did was they ran it only in 2 or 3 theaters after a while. So by default, if the people were watching, like you and me who loved them, I watched it twice, you watched it many times. So people like us who are watching, they had no choice but to go to that theater. So that is another thing they have done basically. Anyway, chalo, मैं चलता
Okay
हूँ.
then, thank you, academic man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now we will open it up for the audience members who want to join the live stream. Okay, the link has been given on a community tab on my channel. It's visible to members only. We will have them. There are lots of people already here. We will take them in. First, I'll just answer one question and then we will open it up. The question is by Sher. Good question here. He's saying, then let's compare Rishab Shetty and SS Rajamouli now. Or will it be like comparing apples and oranges? And where does Mahavatar Narasimha lie in this equation? Good question. I'll take it. Until Kantara chapter 1 released, Rajamouli was a clear winner in the comparison between Rishab Shetty and Rajamouli because of Bahubali, not because of RRR. Although my favorite non-left director has been Aditya Dhar, I don't think Dhurandhar can surpass Kantara chapter 1 by any means. That would be comparing apples to a chicken. But right now, Rishabh Shetty is absolutely far ahead from Rajamouli, in my heart at least, because of mainly two things. One reason is a little technical and a little petty reason, that I don't want to see the unrealistic gloriousness of kings all the time. Kings didn't only live in 10-story palaces all the time, and only every time they opened their mouth they gave some incredible dialogue, and it was only epic, large scale, grandeur. ऐसा नहीं होता था हर राजा के जीवन में. If we believe Abhijit Chavda, a historian most of you all like, कोई भी राजा के जीवन में, इंडिया में एटलीस्ट, ऐसा नहीं जीवन चलता था. So I absolutely like Rishabh Shetty way more than Rajamouli at this point for humanizing the actual atmosphere in which a king lives his life. And secondly, Bahubali and RRR has made me feel like a distant watcher of a very cool, awesome thing going on. I have been awed by it. Kantara chapter 1 has made me go like yes, I feel that. That's kind of, it's not really my story in any way. I was brought up in a BBK adjacent scenario, but something feels very mine in Kantara 1 and 100 times more in Kantara chapter 1. So right now, Rishabh Shetty is absolutely, officially, clearly my favorite non-left director, and probably my favorite director in the country right now, because Anurag Kashyap has started making bad movies. So I have no hesitation in saying that Rishabh Shetty is the best director in the country right now. Okay, a lot of people have joined. Let's just make it chaotic. Let's have all of them together at the same point, and let's see if we can have a bit of libertarianism, and they can manage on themselves about who will let whom speak. Okay, let's screw this up. Hello guys, let's be polite to each other and speak your minds.
So who should go first?
Let Brahminical gods go first because he joined first.
Who is Brown? Okay, all right.
So आशा करता हूँ आप सब अच्छे हैं. वैसे तो मुझे बहुत कुछ बात करना है, पर मैं सबसे पहले बात करूँगा जो कुछ लोगों को लग रहा है कि ये रिचुअल्स दिखा के या ये जो हमारी परंपराएं दिखा रहे हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं
थोड़ा वॉल्यूम ज्यादा करना है. अब है?
हेलो,
हाँ अब बेहतर है.
ठीक है. तो जो लोग बोल रहे हैं ना कि ये जो कर्मकांड दिखा रहे हैं, परंपरा वगैरह दिखा रहे हैं, ये कहीं ना कहीं फिल्मों के रूप में दिखाना अपमान है. मेरा उस पर कुछ विचार है. मैं जो लोग अपने शंका को रख रहे हैं उनको नीचा नहीं दिखाना चाहता, पर मेरा अपना विचार है कि हमारे यहाँ ईश्वर को आराधना करने के कई पद्धतियाँ हैं. नृत्य, संगीत, नाट्यकला, रामलीला, रंगमंच. अब रामलीला है क्या? अगर मैं रामलीला की ही बात करूं तो रामलीला है क्या? वो नाटक करना है स्टेज पर लोगों के लिए, ऑडियंस के लिए, और तो कुछ नहीं है. अब हम ये समझ नहीं पा रहे कुछ हिंदू लोग कि हमारे कला का आधुनिकीकरण होना चाहिए, हमारे रिचुअल्स का भी आधुनिकीकरण होना चाहिए. वो मॉडर्नाइजेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है. वी हैव टू not only tell stories but perform rituals through modern ways. कि कंप्यूटर के थ्रू भी रिचुअल्स होगा, कि मूवीज के थ्रू भी रिचुअल्स होगा। हो सकता है जैसे रामलीला के लिए रूल्स बनाए गए हैं, या हमारे जो भी नाट्य शास्त्र लिखे गए हैं, या संगीत और नृत्य के लिए जो रूल्स बनाए गए हैं, वो रूल्स आपको मूवीज के लिए भी बनाने पड़ेंगे, जिससे ये सुनिश्चित हो सके कि मूवीज में किसी भी प्रकार, ऐसे मूवीज में जो हमारे भगवान के विषय में हो, उसमें किसी प्रकार का क्या छिचलापन ना रहे या किसी प्रकार की अश्लीलता ना रहे। यदि हम इसके विपरीत पक्ष में जाते हैं, अब मैं ऐसी बात करने जाऊंगा जिससे लोगों को थोड़ा झटका लगेगा। आप देखिए आजकल गरबा के जो उत्सव होते हैं या इवेंट्स होते हैं, उसमें क्या हो रहा है, क्या हो रहा है, मुझे सच बताइए। मुझे एक जगह से पता चला कि जब जब गरबा का उत्सव आता है, उस समय लगभग निरोध की बिक्री बढ़ जाती है 40% से। है तो रिचुअल, पर हो क्या रहा है? अब आप वो गरबा को ज्यादा अच्छा कहेंगे जो कांतारा में दिखाया गया वो ज्यादा अच्छा है? वो कौन अधिक पवित्र है इसमें? बात केवल क्या कर रहे हैं उसकी नहीं है, बात है कि आपका भाव क्या है उसके पीछे, आपका उद्देश्य क्या है। तो जब उद्देश्य और भाव में मलिनता आती है ना, तब आप चाहे गरबा कीजिए या पुराने रिचुअल कीजिए या नए रिचुअल कीजिए, पर भाव यदि पुराने रिचुअल में गलत रहा तो वो पुराना रिचुअल भी अशुद्ध हो जाता है, और भाव यदि नए मॉडर्न आर्ट फॉर्म में अच्छा रहा तो वो मॉडर्न आर्ट फॉर्म भी शुद्ध हो जाता है। ये मेरा पक्ष है। दूसरी बात है कि रिचुअल्स की बात की गई थी, तो इस पर मेरे विचार है कि रिचुअल्स केवल समाज को जोड़ने के लिए ही नहीं, परंतु आत्मशुद्धि के लिए भी होते हैं। आप जब कुछ करते हैं मूर्ति के सामने आरती वगैरह, तो उसका आपके मन पर प्रभाव पड़ता है, आपकी चित्त की शुद्धि होती है, और तब आप मोक्ष की ओर आगे बढ़ते हैं। ये भी एक पक्ष है रिचुअल्स का, जो लोग रिचुअल्स का विरोध करते हैं उनके लिए कहना। तो ये था थोड़ा सा वो। और एक मैं बोलना चाहूंगा कि ऋषभ शेट्टी ने मुझे कुछ सीन उनके क्या लगे, बहुत बढ़िया लगे। एक तो है कि उन्होंने जैसी बॉडी बनाई है, उन्होंने वो 6 पैक बनाने की चेष्टा नहीं की, वो 6 पैक के चक्कर में नहीं पड़े। उन्होंने जैसे एक कुश्ती करने वाले का बॉडी होता है वैसा बनाया, गठीला शरीर में ताकत है ऐसा देख के लगता है। वो खाली एस्थेटिकली प्लीजिंग वाली बात नहीं की।
ये फंक्शनल स्ट्रेंथ का फिजिक है, और खामोखा डिहाइड्रेटेड फिजिक भी नहीं है, हाइड्रेशन भी है, बहुत मसल स्ट्रेंथ भी है, मसल मास भी है, पूरा वर्कआउट करके ही बनाया गया शरीर है, मगर फालतू का शरीर नहीं, दिखने वाला शरीर नहीं, एक्चुअली काम करने वाला शरीर बनाया है।
ठीक है। और जो उनका अंत में कुछ अभिनय है, मैं एक रिव्यूअर को सुन रहा था, वो उन्होंने इस पर बात की, जब वो उनमें चामुंडी आती है, गुलीगा रहते उनमें चामुंडी आती है या चामुंडी आती है। अब चामुंडी होगा या चावुंडी होगा, इसको लेकर विवाद मैंने देखा था चैट में, तो मैं नहीं जानता, पर मैं चावुंडी ही बोलता हूँ जैसे फिल्मों में दिखाया गया।
हाँ, चावुंडी ही है।
तो वो जब मेल से फीमेल के रूप में आते हैं, कि फीमेल का हाव भाव, उस प्रकार का अभिनय करना, तो एक रिव्यूअर ने बोला था कि उन्होंने इतनी सटल्टी से उसका एक्टिंग किया है कि उन्होंने ये भी दिखाया है कि मेल और फीमेल के ब्रीदिंग पैटर्न्स में अंतर होता है। तो ऋषभ शेट्टी ने वो ब्रीदिंग पैटर्न्स भी चेंज किया है जैसे ही वो फीमेल में है। तो आप सोच सकते हो व्यक्ति कहाँ तक गया है इसको लेकर। ठीक है, तो ये एक बात है। और एक बात मैं ऐड कर देता हूँ, ऐसे बहुत बातें हैं, मैं बोलने जाऊंगा तो कोई नहीं बोल पाएगा, पर एक बात और ऐड कर देता हूँ। वो एक सीन था जहाँ पर ऋषभ शेट्टी को वो एक बूढ़े व्यक्ति कहते हैं कि जाओ अपना, तुम इस धरती पर क्यों आए हो उस उद्देश्य को पता करके आओ, गंगा मैया तुमको मार्ग। वो पूरा दिखाया गया कि वो मोक्ष है, कि वो मोक्ष प्राप्ति अंत में आप शिव का रूप है, वही दिखाया गया। और वो देखकर एक बहुत बड़ी रिव्यूअर है, इनका नाम का अंत त्यागी से होता है, उनको चिढ़ मच गई कि हिंदू गॉड कैसे दिखा दिया, कि ये जो ट्राइबल गॉड है वो अंत में जाकर ये बेर में तो देवता जैसे है ना जिसको पूजते हैं, उनको अंत में शिव बनते हुए कैसे दिखा। तो उनको इस बात का बहुत चोट लगा था कि अंत में हिंदू गॉड कैसे दिखा दे। तो वो
तो शिवा तो हिंदू गॉड नहीं है अकॉर्डिंग टू देम, तो अब यहाँ पे भी चिढ़ कैसा?
नहीं, उस रिव्यूअर के लिए हिंदू गॉड था। तो वो देखकर मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा अनुभव हुआ, दानवीय सुख जिसको बोलते हैं, शार्डन फ्राइडे। वो देखकर मुझे मजा आया, सो आई वाज एंजॉयिंग इट। तो मेरे अभी तक तो मैं यही व्यक्त कर रहा हूँ। आगे भी बहुत सारे बिंदु हैं जिस पर जैसे आगे ये चर्चा बढ़ती है मैं भी अपने विचार रखूंगा। आगे आप दूसरों को अवसर दें।
हाँ, नेक्स्ट नवनीत कौशिक।
Hi all, it's my first time here joining you all.
Yeah.
So, talking about myself, मैं actually Kerala से हूँ. I was born and brought up here. So I know if मतलब जैसे मूवी में बोली है ना, परशुराम क्षेत्र है. So we consider Tulunadu and some parts of Kerala to be Parashurama Kshetra, the land which was formed by Parashurama. So the thing is that all of these rituals, like ये परशुराम क्षेत्र जो बोलते हैं ना, यहाँ पे we have similar rituals, like similar patterns of worship, but we have diversity in it. For example, from Madhya Kerala, I'm from Central Kerala, I'm from Cochin and Thrissur, that area. We used to have a tradition called Komram in every temple. Even in Vaishnava temples like Guruvayur, till date there is this person called Komram who comes from an ST community. तो जो लोग ये बोलते हैं ना कि ये एसटी कम्युनिटी वेयर नॉट बीइंग अलाउड इनसाइड, ये लोग दे यूजुअली यूज्ड टू स्टे इनसाइड टेंपल्स. सो उनके देह में आवाहन करके दे विल बी कम्युनिकेटिंग विद द कॉमनर्स. बट व्हाट हैपेंड इन आवर सेंट्रल केरला इज दैट दिस वाज एक्चुअली termed as superstition and it was actually banned. So because of this, the many sections of the ST community got disconnected through generations. अब उनको जाके बोला जा रहा है कि आप लोगों को हिंदुइज्म के साथ और हमारे मंदिरों के साथ कुछ भी लेना देना नहीं है. So it is actually why I am saying this. This context is that this is actually very important, like to document Bhutakola in forms of movies, in forms of music, in whatever possible, in its true essence, जो ऋषभ शेट्टी अब कर रहे हैं. Because you cannot actually underestimate the left. क्योंकि like we have been under the rule of left, we know, like the Keralites know, me myself know, like how they can actually literally dismantle the Hindu society. Literally बांट सकते हैं ये लोग. So उस तरफ जो नॉर्थ केरला और तुलुनाडु के साइड में है, still now they are still following all of these things very good, but future में कुछ भी हो सकता है. So it's very important for us to document it and keep it make it cool, if you want to say, in its true essence. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks Navneet. Stay on. If we keep on with the discussion, we'll come back to you again with other questions as well.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, actually, he might not know a person whom I'm going to interview very shortly is going to be Vishnu Narayan Nambudri. He might know him.
I do know him.
Oh,
yeah, I do know him.
I'm going to interview him very soon.
Okay.
So he's an acharya in Parshuram Tantra. So all the Kerala temples, most probably the Kerala temples rituals are actually defined as Parshuram Tantra. So in that ritual it happens. So he's one of the from the Brahmin acharyas of that.
Yeah, to add on, if I just need to add one more point. So all the rituals which you see right now, be it tribal, be it from different sampradaya, it actually tracks its way back to a scripture called Parashurama Kalpa Sutra.
I see.
So everything, even the rituals which you see in Shabrimala, it has a separate agamic vidhana which is called Bhutanatha Upakyanam. But everything, the Velichapadu, the Bhutakola, the Tira which you see in the southern part of Kerala, and the Theyyam which you see in the northern part. Everything is based on a text called Parashurama Kalpa Sutra. That's it.
I see. Okay, next, Mushin. Mushin's face is also not going to be visible because his camera is off.
Hello.
Yeah,
Good day to
go
you
ahead,
all.
Mushin.
Yeah, after watching Kantara for 3 times straight, I can conclude that Rishab Shetty is now my favorite actor in all of India. I mean, direction is something else, but his acting is completely on a different level. I mean, I am completely starstruck. If I ever get to meet him, then of course, I am not very much crazy about cinema guys or cinema artists, but I think now I can understand what a fan feels when he sees his star on the screen. Anyway, but if I put on a critical hat, I think the film is overall a mechanically masterpiece. It is made an extremely well way. From filmmaking perspective, it is almost flawless. But मैं यहाँ पर हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में मिला के बोलूंगा तो किसी को भी परेशानी नहीं होगी इससे, मुझे लगता है। ठीक है, तो फिर मैं इसको देखकर मुझे प्रतीक बरोड़े का नाम ही लेकर मैं कह रहा हूँ कि उन्होंने तो इसका क्रिटिसाइज किया, सबने इसका क्रिटिसाइज किया, लेकिन इन सबको एक चीज का पता नहीं चला कि यहाँ पर ऋषभ शेट्टी ने, मुझे नहीं पता नहीं ये जानबूझकर किया है क्या उन्होंने, लेकिन कुछ अलग तरीके से एक टाइमलाइन का मिस्टेक कर दिया है, मुझे लगता है उन्होंने छोटा सा। क्योंकि इफ यू फॉलो द फिल्म प्रॉपर्ली यू कैन सी द कदम्बा डायनेस्टी. ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द कदम्बा डायनेस्टी हियर in northern coastal Karnataka. Kadamba dynasty actually flourished from 345 CE to around 500 CE. जैसे 200-250 साल का एक डायनेस्टी था वो, और लास्ट में एम्पिरिकल हो गया था, लेकिन मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा कि कदम्बा डायनेस्टी जो कि 4वीं शताब्दी में सिचुएटेड है, वहां पर एक मुसलमान कैसे आ सकता है एक सेट के अंदर। वहां पर छोटा सा मुसलमान का कैरेक्टर था, वहां पर वो कह रहा था कि मैं तो अरबी हूँ. He said that he's Arabian, so his father came from Arabia for trade, and he was born here because of an intermarriage. So this can be one of a defense, because वो तो कह रहा है कि वो अरबी है, वो तो मुसलमान नहीं कह रहा खुद को, लेकिन फिर भी अगर मुसलमान नहीं है तो फिर दाढ़ी है, मूंछ क्यों नहीं है? क्योंकि ऐसा हेयर स्टाइल, ऐसा फेशियल हेयर तो मुसलमान के होता है, पहले अरबियों का ऐसा फेशियल हेयर नहीं होता था. ये सुनना जब प्रॉफिट ने सिचुएट किया था, उसके बाद उन्होंने ये फतवा जारी किया था कि मुसलमान ऐसे दाढ़ी रखेंगे. This one thing, and another thing is that जब जो बंदरगाह का जो गार्ड था ना, उसका नाम भूल गया मैं, बंदरगाह का गार्ड जब भोगेंद्र जब बंदरगाह में जाता है, तब वो एक पुर्तगाली आदमी से मिलता है. पोर्तुगाल का तब पोर्तुगाल का कोई देश भी नहीं था 340 CE में. पोर्तुगाल का देश तो छोड़ो, पोर्तुगाल का भाषा भी वैसा नहीं था जैसे वो बात कर रहा है फिलादा पूता, जो मैं इसका हिंदी का अनुवाद नहीं कर रहा हूँ वैसे भी. ठीक है, जो बोल रहा था, उसके बाद उसने उसको चापड़ मारा भोगेंद्र ने. वो तब मैंने देखा कि वो पोर्तुगीज जो मर्चेंट है उसके गले में क्रॉस है. जब in 345 CE Christianity did not reach Portugal. Forget about Portugal, did not reach even Germany or Gaul, France region from Roman Empire, because तब रोम साम्राज्य भी था. Roman Empire was still flourishing back then. So
nitpicking is strictly discouraged in this channel. We mentally banned Anand for a few moments for his nitpicking of the F1 movie, I think, or which movie?
मैंने 50 रुपया काटो ओवर एक्टिंग का.
Yes, 50 रुपया काटो nitpicking का. तो ये है artistic freedom, poetic freedom, bro. Yeah, but no, these are fair criticisms. ये थोड़ा मजा किया है ऋषभ शेट्टी ने.
हाँ, ये मतलब क्या है, लेकिन अद्भुत ये बात है कि मैं और कह सकता हूँ इसके बारे में कि जब क्या कहते हैं कुलशेखर का राज्याभिषेक हो रहा था, तब वहां पर एक रोमन साम्राज्य का एक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को दिखाया गया था एक सेकंड के लिए. ये तो और भी अद्भुत लगा मुझे. ठीक है, ये इन सब को छोड़कर इफ यू टॉक अबाउट एक्टिंग स्पेसिफिकली, I mean, I think at this moment, as we speak, Rishab Shetty is one of the greatest actors of India. Top 10, easily top 10. One of the greatest actors right now. So from that perspective, I think there is nothing much to say. And apart from that, from ritualism part, I think it's not a very fair criticism by the people of Tulunadu, because even if I give them the benefit of doubt, अगर आप इसको अगर दूसरे नजरिए से देखेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि अगर हम कोई लोकल ऐसे ट्रेडिशन को अगर हम डिस्प्ले नहीं कर सकते तो फिर वेद मंत्र क्यों हम पढ़ सकते हैं. वहां पर ऋषभ शेट्टी ने वहां पर एक वैदिक मंत्र का भी प्रयोग किया था ब्रह्म कलश के अंदर, गाने के अंदर. तो वैदिक मंत्र तो ब्राह्मण पढ़ सकते हैं. क्या ऋषभ शेट्टी ने ये श्योरिटी दिया था कि ओनली द ब्राह्मण्स हैव रेड द वैदिक मंत्र इन द सॉन्ग? एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, अगर मैं इसी बारे में एक दूसरा लॉजिक देख सकता हूँ कि तंत्र को जैसे पूरे भारत के हर एक मीडिया में दिखाया गया है, तंत्र शास्त्र असल में एक रहस्य शास्त्र है. It is extremely crucial and confidential. Tantra should not be revealed to any person without proper initiation. So that also can be said as a breach of conduct. So अगर उसमें कोई परेशानी नहीं है तो फिर I don't think यहाँ पर भी कोई परेशानी होनी चाहिए. That is my opinion in one way.
Here, Mushin, I
So-
have a counter argument for you from the POV of Tulunadu people. It is that they are not bothered about whether you are misrepresenting the other cultures or not. They are saying don't misrepresent or don't even represent our culture because it's going to be misused.
No, I understand that, but ऋषभ शेट्टी ने भी तो ये सीखा था. कोला का जो नृत्य, कोला का जो साधना का पद्धति है, जैसे दैव आते हैं साधक के अंदर, वो सब तो ऋषभ शेट्टी ने खुद इन्वेंट नहीं किया. उन्होंने तो वो सीखा था दूसरे भूता कोला प्रैक्टिशनर्स से. तो अगर वो कोई परेशानी नहीं है उनसे, उससे से परेशानी है, तो अचानक से यहाँ से एक परेशानी क्यों स्टार्ट हो गया उन सब के लिए? I don't think it's a very valid argument in all ways. I think most of the arguments are made by Dravidian folks who pose as Tuluvian people, and they want to in some way want to hijack this thing and make it about their own politics in one way or other. That's my take from it. I'm not sure about it, but that's what I think. तो
Okay,
इतना ही
Mushin,
बस.
stay on
और बाद
and we can
में कुछ
discuss it
ठीक है,
further.
ठीक है, sure.
Yeah. And smoking is injurious to health, guys. Do not smoke. Say no to cigarettes. Smoking causes cancer. Okay, next is Anand. Go ahead with your nitpicking, bro.
Nitpicking. So he's right about the Portuguese thing. So there was technically, I mean, I let it go because you fundamentally understand they were trying to create a show, multicultural society, where so Rishab has very clearly said in one interview that this is not about a specific period or a very specific kingdom. It's about multiple traditions, folk myths, all put together in a cohesive narrative story. So when he says that, you have to understand, you can't look for historical accuracy here. Your focus should be, what is the aim of the movie? What is the aim of the story? How it represents the fundamental aspects of the story, and have they achieved their aims? So it's very clear. The reason I think I mentioned this in the chat also. It's a very anti-colonial, anti-conversion movie. And I'll explain to you why. First thing, it is framed very clearly that just because a powerful person can tell you how to run your traditions doesn't mean you just accept it, right? So, for example, when this Raja, who is basically telling, he's not listening to the clergy. He's just telling this should be done, this should be done, this should be done. It's like he's ordering everyone to do a certain way. Like he's not involving the community. So what's happening? He keeps failing. His construction is failing, right? And it shows that even a small amount of chaos. And one more thing, this narrative that only slaves are used to build a temple also is false. If you observe very carefully through the movie, there are a lot of independent, free people building the temple. There are a lot of them. Literally, the guy, he goes first to meet. He first meets the guy who's doing he's working on his blacksmithing and stuff. He says the head is put in the jail. Not everyone. All the workers are free. It's a couple of certain people who they've enslaved. So clearly, it is some kind of economic enslavement, and this is common during olden eras because people went into debt. And when they went into debt, they basically like I will submit myself. This happened in Egypt, happened in Rome, happened in Mesopotamia, happened in northern India. There's a lot of historical accounts that people went to economic slavery. It's unfortunately the reality of the human condition. When you don't have money to pay back, and you're indebted to someone, you literally say, "I'm indebted to you. I will do whatever you want until I pay my debt."
हाँ भाई, महाजन तो यही करते थे. एक बार किसी फैमिली में एक बार लोन ले लिया तो अब 16 जनरेशन तक उसका लोन वापस करते रहेंगे, क्योंकि कुछ भी रैंडम इंटरेस्ट रेट बनाते रहेंगे महाजन, और वापस करते रहो. तो वो स्लेवरी नहीं हुआ तो क्या हुआ एक तरह से?
Also, we forget there is also willing slavery. So, for example, a lot of people were like, I commit myself permanently to this family or this temple or this thing. You're like, my whole 10 generations will look after this temple. Like the next generations didn't say, I didn't agree to this contract. But through your statement, commitment to this temple, you're saying all my generations will look after this temple. That doesn't become slavery in the sense that the way Westerners frame it, right? Any minute that person, the next generation, like, I'm going to walk off from me, I'm going to go off. But because they're committed to the tradition and their family's word, their family's reverence, they keep doing the work, That's not slavery the way Westerners define it, right? It's not chattel slavery. Second thing is, so I was talking about the colonial, anti-colonial thing. Second thing is, if you observe very interestingly,
इस पर बात ऐड करनी है आनंद, आप स्लेवरी के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, मुझे बात ऐड करनी है। इस फिल्म मेरा ये कंसर्न भी रहा है, जहाँ पर मुझे प्रतीक बोराडे जी से थोड़ी सी सहानुभूति होती है कि वहाँ पर एक सीन दिखा है जहाँ पर बोला है कि आपको 100 सिक्कों में बेच दिया गया। तो ऐसी घटनाओं का कई वर्णन मिलता है क्या कि 100 सिक्कों में लोगों को बेच दिया?
I can intervene here because in any of the colonial, pre-colonial, post-colonial, any of the documents, India was never a people selling or buying state in any way. यहाँ पर इंसानों को खरीदा या बेचा नहीं जाता था कभी भी। मेगास्थनीस ने भी ये कहा है और पोर्तुगीज जितने भी लोग हैं उन्होंने भी ये कहा है कि इंडिया पीपल वर नॉट सोल्ड और बॉट हियर। बट मैं यहाँ पर एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि अगर ऐसा भी हो, स्ट्रिक्टली सेइंग दैट इंडिया was anti-slavery all the time throughout its history, but still this entire kingdom is shown to be an evil kingdom. This family is shown to be evil. And in one hand, they were conniving and conspiring with another tribe to get power and black magic to control the rivers of Kantara forest. So आप तो यहाँ पर ये भी नहीं कह सकते कि ये सारे जनजातियों के साथ ऐसा ही करते थे, क्योंकि एक आदिवासी संप्रदाय के साथ ये बहुत अच्छा व्यवहार करते थे। उनको सोना सिक्का सब कुछ, जायदाद सब कुछ दिया था उन्होंने कनप्पा आदिवासियों को, और कांतारा के लोगों के साथ ये तक खराब व्यवहार करते थे। So I don't think a slavery angle should come here. It is an enmity angle should come here, because Kantara was enemy of the Bangla kingdom, and that's why they were defeated in the battle, and that's why they were enslaved after that, because they were defeated in the battle of the Bangla king.
और वहां पे भी जो ब्राह्मण है एक्चुअली बांग्ला डायनेस्टी का, वो खुद बोल रहे हैं कि आप उनके गण को डिसरेस्पेक्ट करेंगे तो यहाँ पे भगवान कैसे आएंगे। उससे बड़ा यूनिटी का मैसेज और क्या हो सकता है? या गो अहेड आनंद।
So one more thing, again the slavery angle affects the anti-colonial narrative. So for example, if you observe colonialism in most regions, how did it happen? It found local kings who were willing to participate in anti-dharmic or so-called negative characters. They bribed them, and then they encouraged them to participate in these activities. So if you observe very interestingly, Rishab has framed it like that. He's framed it as this dharmic king used them and then wanted to sell them off. The minute he got movie, he wanted to sell them off to the foreigner, which is again a narrative of how to fight, how to oppose the foreigners' imposition of these ideas to them, right? Because they never said it. He never once said it comes from dharma. Didn't come anywhere. So notice the two, even among the two tribes, right? One tribe is in harmony with nature. The other tribe is trying to enslave nature. This is a very interesting frame. The framing is very, the villain is the one who enslaves, who tries to control like nature and control society. The good person is the one who tries to liberate society from these things through understanding and through community. See, you notice very interestingly, right? So if you look at it, the priests never fought for slavery. Even in the next part, the part where the successful temple worship happens, when the deva appears in that kola, the performer, during the temple's consecration, what do the Shaivite priests do? They bow their head, because they're accepting that other traditions can also show Bhagwan in body or Brahman in body, right? The fundamental aspect is they're showing very clearly dharmic ideas that the sharir is temporary, the atma or the jiva is transitory. It goes in and out of the sharir, which is a very interesting concept that we don't discuss commonly in India, right? So that's very interesting. And again, one more thing. So again, what do the colonial used to do? The colonial people used to do. If you observe, very interesting throughout the thing. He keeps mocking. So take for this young boy, he keeps going to the temples and he keeps mocking them, saying, "Where is your God?" Remember the one part he comes and says, "Where is your God? Will we save him? Will you save you?" You just pray. This is exactly what the colonialists used to do. They'll come to a region, they will mock the local traditions. Say, "Hey, this can't be done with your God." And the minute you can't do it, they're like, "See, You can't do your God, so convert to mine. This is what they used to do.
Anand,
Same
remember
with the-
this is what Abraham himself did. Remember, he told his parents
Yeah.
after destroying the idols in the previous night. The next morning,
Yes.
everyone in the village asks, "What happened to the idol's head?" And he says, "See, your idols couldn't save themselves. How will they save you?"
Exactly.
Classic
This is
Abrahamic trope.
fundamentally the colonial narrative. Come to your most critical places of worship, your most critical traditions, knowingly find a contrarian response, and then push you out of your religion or your dharma, whatever
Bhupendra
it is.
is
Right?
doing an amazing podcast on this, Bhupendra, on his channel. So I think it is going to help a lot about Christianism, about the cult of Christianism.
Yeah, that's right. So, and this is true for other ones. So, for example, when again, this is relevant to the earlier part of the story, right? You notice what has happened when he's a tribal. He's very innocent. He doesn't understand the ways of the world. He doesn't understand lying. He doesn't understand manipulation. He doesn't understand selling. He goes to the city, right? He comes to the city and he finds that people. He just accepts what people say directly on the face of it. The innocence of the tribal is shown, but in urban areas, that innocence is gone. That's another interesting distinction area. Because if you notice, when the colonialists came to our country, Hindus in general were very innocent. Same thing with Native Americans. Native Americans were very innocent. They didn't know what this conniving mentality existed, right? They assumed the person has come in as an equal, as a person who's willing to in good faith, right? And when they invited them into their temples, they invited into their traditions, invited everything. You invite them, and then what do they do? They take advantage of you. Then you notice him change. He started learning that what is the message there? Learn to adapt to the person who's oppressing you. Don't just frame it versus his friend sitting in the tribal dangerous. They will. What did he do? He went and learned their methods. He adapted to their methods, saying, "Oh, this is what we need to learn from these people." But again, very very subtly, he put the double-sided of a sword, double-sided, double-edged sword, basically. You learn their traditions, you get so attracted to the traditions, what happens? It may cause damage. You may forget the core of your community. You may forget your community. You adapted so much to the traditions, you forgot your community. And your community paid the price in the end. Again, this is again very anti-colonial, because what happens? What happens in most tribal areas? The missionary comes, see, you can be modern, you can learn this, you can learn that. They draw you out of your community very smartly, right? Into this kind of European community, and the community back there is left undefended because you've been drawn out, right? Same thing, they draw the Brahmins. So you want to destroy a society, you draw the Brahmins from their duty to protect the society. You make them obsessed with other things like their status, their power over others, all these things. You notice it is very subtly woven into the story. You draw people out of their traditional duties to their society, to their community, and by that method you destroy that society. That you leave them defenseless, and then you can target them. So the problem is we don't look at the subtle messaging that this guy has put in, and he sort of did so beautifully without being able to, like the common person, if they were just observing at some subtle. I personally think at some subtle level they're learning these messages, although they still are attracted to the dramatis persona of the character. Like, why are we attracted to Rishab Shetty as the actor? We're forgetting Rishab Shetty is the director, because we are all attracted to the dramatic. We've been taught to be attracted to the dramatis persona in movies generally. In India, you notice we're not attracted to the subtle messaging and the background, right? Again, very interesting. Again, you look at what the tiger does. What is the tiger's view? He's driving him towards dharma, towards breaking the bonds of like the restraining of your traditions. And this, I think, even this again comes to Turunada argument. See, you have traditions, you have venerance in a certain tradition, but if you keep it bound in that region, you keep it bound in that thing, only we can do it, only this area can do it. What happens? Again, the foreigner can frame his narrative against you, and you will have no support in the long term. What happens if only you are? So imagine all the missionaries are descending on your area. They can target only you, and the rest of the Hindu society won't be there to help you. Because you've said, no, you don't have any place you have no place or discussion in my traditions. Which is what they've done in India. They've taken small regions, they're like, okay, we'll have this method to convert this group, this method to convert this group, this method to convert this group. And because no one's connected together to share information, they were converting everyone individually, right? To me, I reject this framing that, oh, you cannot portray traditions of Tulu. If the Daiva is an avatar of a Panjurli comes in, or so Guliga comes into your body, you're accepting the framing that Bhagwan is coming, right? So why can't Bhagwan come somewhere else as well? In the same way, maybe the tradition is not exactly the same, but if you're accepting that framing, right? Why are you saying only I can control how Bhagwan comes in? That is problematic, right?
Yes.
I could be wrong. I'm just giving a perspective.
No, Anand, I want to back you up on this one, because apart from showing the things anti-colonial traits that you have said, it is fine, it is perfect. I think one thing also, it has shown that the dharmic-minded people, the actually nature-worshipping, nature-oriented people should also explore outwards. As it is shown by the Kantara people, they moved outwards of their safe zone into the territory which actually is antagonistical to them. Actually, the nature outside their own territory is hurting to them, but still they ventured outside so that they can know the outer world, so that they can understand the outer world and do something about their shortcomings. This exchange of knowledge is essential to Hinduism. It is something that people have forgotten. Hinduism is a religion of transformation, not conservation. Hinduism transforms; it doesn't conserve everything. People forget that all the time.
Another interesting thing, specifically to related tribals. Again, Rishab is he's wormed a little very small interesting thing into the framing. You stay stuck in your forest. What happens? Who comes and takes over? The Naxal, the colonialist. Everyone, they come and take over your framing, and you're not able to. You lose your own tradition. Long term, you lose it. Right. So when you lose it, you lose it. It's never going to come back. That's framing, I think.
यदि इस पर मुझे कुछ जोड़ना हो तो देखिए, ऋषभ शेट्टी ने जो सबको दिखाया है तुलुनाड की संस्कृति, वैसे तो वो केवल कर्नाटका लोगों के लिए बनाना चाह रहे थे, वो तो पूरे भारत में चल गया, वो एक अलग विषय है। पर आप देखिए अच्छी बात, मेरा मानना है कि कोई अच्छी बात है आपके कल्चर की तो आपको सबको बताना चाहिए, अपने तक क्यों रखना। ये इनसिक्योर माइंडसेट कब से होने लग गया हमारा कि अपना अच्छा नॉलेज को अपने पास ही रखो, दूसरों को मत दो। ये मुझे ठीक नहीं लगता। ये स्कैरसिटी माइंडसेट से आता है कि ये केवल हमारा है, हमारे पास ही रखेंगे, अपने आप को बचाना है, दूसरों को नहीं बताना है। ठीक है। दूसरा पॉइंट है, लोग सोचते ऐसी संस्कृति केवल तुलुनाड में है, देव और भगत या देव और गणों की संस्कृति। आप राजस्थान में जाएंगे तो वहां के गांवों में भी ये पाएंगे, आप उत्तराखंड के
बंगाल में भी है,
पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों में जाएंगे,
बंगाल में भी है,
पाएंगे। हाँ, बंगाल में बांकुड़ा, पुरुलिया में है, सब जानते हैं ये। फिर भारत के कण कण में ये संस्कृति है, आप जिस स्टेट में जाएंगे आपको मिलेगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं ऋषभ शेट्टी ने ये संस्कृति को दिखा के केवल तुलुनाड के लोगों का सर ऊंचा नहीं किया, एक प्रकार से हम लोग जो अपनी ग्रामीण परंपराओं से दूर हो गए थे, इन देवी देवताओं से या ग्राम देवता, कुल देवता से, उन्होंने हमें भी जोड़ा कि अरे हाँ हमारे यहाँ भी ऐसा है, हम तो भूल ही गए थे। तो ये भी बहुत बड़ी बात है जो हमें समझना चाहिए कि आप अपनी संस्कृति सबको बताओ, आप क्यों अपने तक ही सीमित रखना चाहते हैं। उसमें कितना अच्छा मैसेज है कि नेचर को कैसे डील करना चाहिए, नेचर की रिस्पेक्ट करो। आप नेचर का, यदि आप प्रकृति का सम्मान नहीं करेंगे तो प्रकृति का अनादर ईश्वर का अनादर स्पष्ट दिखाया गया कि आप वहां पर जब प्रकृति का अपमान किया गया, देवों का अपमान किया गया, तो जो ईश्वर थे वो रूठ गए। ईश्वर के मंदिर में सब दीप बुझ गए, एक प्रकार से, ऐसा बोलना नहीं चाहिए पर दीप बुझ गए। तो वो बहुत अच्छे से दिखा है कि हमारा प्रकृति के साथ क्या संबंध है। जैसे ट्राइबल लोग के लिए बोला जाता है कि ट्राइबल कल्चर तो प्रकृति की पूजा करते थे, उसमें दिखाया गया है कि वैदिक संस्कृति में भी प्रकृति का कितना महत्व है। जब हम कहते हैं कण कण में ईश्वर है, तो वो प्रकृति में भी है, मूर्ति में भी है, पत्थर में भी है, वो आपके दृष्टि पर निर्भर करता है। तो ये बहुत अच्छे से दिखाया है ऋषभ शेट्टी।
हाँ, यहाँ पर एक चीज मैं ऐड करना चाहूंगा कि यहाँ पर जैसे आपने बताया अनंत अभय ने बताया कि अभय told that if you exploit the nature, nature is going to hit you back. Nature is going to make sure that you learn your lesson. Here, one perspective, I think people don't disregard this, that after the Kantara people collected the spices from the forest, they ventured deep inside to collect everything that they could, so that they could sell them. And right then and there, they got a lesson from the nature, from Mother Earth, and from the tiger, that you should not be mingling with the nature in any way that exploits the nature in any way whatsoever. Because if you do that, you will attract trouble towards you. क्योंकि जब उन्होंने दूसरी बार जंगल के भीतर उन्होंने जाने की कोशिश की, तभी उन्होंने कड़प्पा आदिवासियों के साथ उनका सामना करना पड़ा। अब तक अगर जो बाघ देवता थी वो नहीं होता तो फिर ऋषभ का बैरमे का वहीं पर मृत्यु हो जाता उसके हाथ में। इसलिए वो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है जो मुझे यहाँ पर लगा कि अच्छा होगा।
Yes.
So another thing.
Now go on.
So another thing interesting, I don't know if anyone noticed this, but when the Kulasekara comes down to the tribal areas, he sees that Vishwakarma, the guy who built that water thing. He says, my Sanskrit or my science. He didn't acknowledge the fact that architect built all this stuff, both in his kingdom and here, which shows not only it is anti-tribal, it is also anti your own people. You appropriate the work that your own people do. You don't give them credit for the hard work that they do. And it shows that what did Berme do? Berme gave him credit, gave him the ability to and what did work? It worked. They all worked together. Again, it's very interesting. Same with Bahubali. Bahubali observed the same thing. The Dharmic king is the one who basically, even if he has the ideas, he shares with the public, with this community, to build a larger, successful community. Here is the same thing again. The Dharmic person is one who shares his knowledge with their community to build a stronger community. The Adharmic one is the one who says it's mine. It's not yours. It's not ours together. It's mine. Even though he didn't build that. Someone else built that. Clearly, he didn't build that, right? Another interesting thing. See what happened in Northeast. Northeast, what they still call them tribal. But is there anything tribal about them? No. It's all their costume. It's a costume. It's a costume drama. Same with in America, right? The Native Americans, where are they tribal anymore? They all are Christians now. Right? All the thing is they've left them is their costumes, their external vision, like the drama they perform for other people. There's Christian Haka right now in New Zealand. Christians are appropriating Haka now. The tradition that basically protected their people. I mean, they were violent.
Christian yoga.
Yeah, I'm just saying that even tribals, just because they call them a tribal, if you abandon your actual traditions and you change your tradition, you're no longer tribal. You've lost the tribal tradition. You're abandoning your daiva for something else. You say, I'm still tribal. Then you're just wearing costume on yourself, right? So it's a very subtle narrative message again.
Anand,
Yeah.
I have another different take here. Is that what is even the word tribal
Wait,
actually
Mushin.
mean? Because okay, sure.
Mushin, hold on to your thoughts because we'll have Skanda now, who's actually from Karnataka. Skanda, you are still here, right? His camera is also deactivated, so we'll only hear his voice. He'll be with us in spirit. Hello, Skanda. Okay, maybe he'll join. I have a point to make anyway, which is that Anand was talking about adaptation, and since we have a guy from Kerala here, I wanted to bring your attention to a hilarious story I read in Sanjeev Sanyal's book, Land of Seven Rivers, and Ocean of Churn. In both the books, I think the story was there that Vasco da Gama, when he came to India, was one of those people who believed that inherently Indians used to be Christians. Then some Aryans came, or somebody came and turned them Hindu. Okay, indigenous Indians were Christian to begin with, and so that's why when the Portuguese first came, they did a lot of atrocities on the Marthoma Christians of Kerala, who were here since the Roman times. The Romans first kicked them out, and they came here in around, I think, 80 AD or 90 AD. So they burned the books of the religious books of Marthoma Christians as well in Kerala, because their argument was, what? Who are you guys? We've never seen you. We are the real Christians. Tum kahan se aa gaye? Because Marthoma Christians were wiped out everywhere else in the world. Their cross is also different. Okay, they have as far as I remember, it's a lotus beneath the cross. Okay, the Marthoma Christian cross. So they burned. The Portuguese came and burned their stuff. They forced them to convert to Catholicism and stuff. And then hilariously, Vasco da Gama one day entered a temple with full devotion because in his heart he believed this used to be a church. इसको तोड़ के मंदिर बनाया गया है, इसलिए हम यहाँ पे प्रे भी कर लेंगे. क्या है इसमें? He was reclaiming temples. Okay, so hi Skanda, go ahead.
Hi guys. So mostly
Yeah.
I want to discuss about the things that you were talking about, mainly regarding the objections from Tamil Nadu. The one is the whether we should show our ritual or not. Absolutely, we should show, but again, like it's also our responsibility, I think, to educate people that it's a ritual. It's not a dance form. Like there was a person who was saying, right? I'm sorry, I forgot his name. He was equating it to Garba. See, his intentions are correct, but Garba is like everyone can dance. There is a rule for it. You have to do it in a specific space that is called as Daiva Mane or Daiva Gardi, something like that. So only in that place we Tamil Nadu people celebrate it, and that is also done with the people who have lineage. Even in Kantara 2022, they mention it. His father Anna Padnappa, sorry, he is from same lineage. Since this guy is not doing, they have given the task to Gurva. So basically, even when we visit there, we are instructed to not to do anything apart from fold our hands and just stand there. Don't fall to the feet of the what to say Daiva Nartakas also. That's the instruction given to us. It's such, what to say, a important part of our culture. And the second part where the objection is coming from is, in some theaters some people are dressing up like daivas, and they're some YouTubers are claiming that they are possessed by daivas, and they're doing some uh, objectionable actions in front of the camera. I think that is for only fame. That's the other objection. Even but one thing needs to be understand is, some of the videos which are going viral, I know one guy personally. He's also from Tulnad region. His family is like also from that region. So I know him. I knew him personally. Now I don't. Even he did that. So it is the main argument that these are done by people outside of the Tamil Nadu is not actually 100% accurate. Mostly it is done by them, but few people from Tamil Nadu are also doing it. So it is obviously hurting the sentiments. But when we showcase something like this is bound to happen in any country, in any civilization. It's going to happen, and in India with 140 crore people, you cannot control this kind of thing. That is also a harsh reality. So apart from raising objections and trying to educate them, as of now I'm not seeing any other way.
आई हैव अ पॉइंट टू मेक, क्योंकि मेरे प्रश्न पर उत्तर दिया गया था. गरबा केवल नृत्य नहीं है, वो भी रिचुअल है. वो भी आरती करके देवी माँ के चारों इर्द गिर्द आप नृत्य करते हैं, वो भी बहुत रिचुअलिस्टिक वे में किया जाता है. पर मैं बस ये दिखा रहा था आजकल गरबा की स्थिति क्या हो चुकी है, गरबा और डांडिया. ओके, तो यदि हम कहेंगे कि नहीं फिल्मों में मत दिखाओ क्योंकि उससे अपवित्रता आती है, तो आज तो जो गरबा खेला जाता है, जहाँ जहाँ ये फेस्टिवल होता है, वहाँ पे तो फिल्मों में नहीं दिखाया जा रहा. फिर भी क्या स्थिति हो गई उसकी, मैं वो कह रहा था. मैं उन लोगों के प्रश्न पर उत्तर दे रहा था जो लोग कह रहे थे ये रिचुअल को सिनेमा में मत दिखाओ या आधुनिक ढंग से इनको प्रस्तुत मत करो. नहीं, मैं ये कह रहा था कि आधुनिक ढंग से प्रस्तुत करना आवश्यक है. हाँ, नियम मान के करो जितना हो सके. मैं नहीं चाहता कि ये जो भूता कोला है ये गरबा जैसा हो जाए, जहाँ पे फुवड़ता आ जाए, अश्लीलता आ जाए. वो नहीं होना चाहिए.
Okay,
So I think
yeah.
there is no chance of that, because Bhuta Kola is a traditional sadhana, a ritual completely based on lineage, and you can't do it. कोई भी इसको नहीं कर सकता. इसके लिए तुम्हारा पूर्वजों का यहाँ पर अवदान जरूरी है, और तुलु नाडु के लोग ये कर सकते हैं बस.
Yep. And other thing is, Tamil Nadu people, not everyone can do it. Those who are Daivanakas from generations, they should do it. So that's what I'm saying. Garba, there is no restriction as such. As for outsider, as I have seen, there are Garba pandals here also. Anybody can go. worship the goddess, and then they can dance. Like even I or any one of us can go and dance, but Bhutaradne, like it's not everyone can dance. Even from Tulunadu, not every person will do that. Only those person who have that lineage can do that. That's what I was trying to say. There is a small difference between Garba ritual and Bhutaradne.
And to add
Can I-
on, like when it comes to Bhutaradhane, like it's just not the kola which is happening, to be honest. What they shown in Kantara is actually like 90% accurate. So in the beginning, in the Deva Mane, the Brahmanas are invited and they perform the Shuddhi Galasha. It's not that the Patris can come and perform the Shuddhi Galasha. The Brahmanas are invited to do Ganahoma and Shuddhi Galasha, then the kola happens. The Vedic gods are invited first in order to witness the Bhuta kola. You can correct me if I am wrong, Skanda.
Yeah. See, there is again region to region inside Tulunadu also that changes. But yeah, what he's saying is correct. But again, even Brahmins cannot do the Bhutaradne. Those kola can be done by only like Nalike people like that, which already someone
No,
committed.
what I meant to say is that Bhuta kola as a whole is actually congregation of different communities. Like
That's
each
correct.
communities have their own roles, set of roles to follow.
So Bhotakola is basically every village has one guardian that's called as Kshetrapala. If you remember the Kantara 2022, they constantly remind us that Panjurli also says that even if I leave, Kshetrapala will not leave you. Kshetrapala Budane. That dialogue is
Yeah.
repeated. So,
Can I
Yeah.
make one interesting statement? Okay, so see, we're debating technicalities of region by region. Let us be very clear. If you have bhakti in your tradition and you perform, and see, so imagine if I dress up in Bhutakola. No matter what I do, dress up, I cannot bring the daiva into my body because I'm not following the methods that are clearly laid out by the daivas themselves. Correct? Right? Whatever the tradition is laid out, no matter what the person is imitating you. Clearly, you must first of all you must acknowledge that no matter what the imitation is done, without the correct method, without the correct reverence, none of this can happen. It is fundamentally a fake performance. But the only sanctity that is there is when you do it correctly. Same thing with Garba. Just because someone is dancing around the Garba doesn't mean you're invoking the deity. Only when someone does it bhakti, someone does it properly, does the Garba actually become sanctified. So Hindus must understand, just because someone is performing your thing, don't accept that it's the same. We are also falling the trap. Because what happens? What are Christians and Christians doing? They are making their churches like a temple. Does it become a temple, Hindu temple, because they made it like a temple? No, this is imitation. So you must not fall into the trap that just because someone is performing a certain way means they're actually doing the Bhutakola. No, they're not. They're not doing the Bhutakola. You reject it. It's not doing Bhutakola. The actual Bhutakola only can be done in the conditions that we have laid out. You must be strong in your belief and your bhakti in the tradition. Then automatically imitation will so what? They're imitating fools. Like that. That's all you must be like that. The strength of one's bhakti is more important than what the person's imitation is going on. That automatically deflates any foreigner or any other person trying to appropriate your tradition. Now my point is there. Start from yourself. The minute you get triggered by someone else's performance, you're saying my bhakti is not strong enough to say they can do whatever they want, our things get affected. No, our purity still remains. In our what do you call it? Money, something he mentioned, right? The Bhutakola, the place. The only when we do these things will it be sanctified, and it'll be complete. That's all. So he's doing the theater. He's wearing a costume. Again, remember, he's just wearing a costume. He's not Deva. He's not doing Aradhare.
And since now this is a completely different point, the Kshetrapala aspect of the Daivas was for this reasons the Ashtabhairavas plus Mahakal Bhairava mentioned in the Brahmakalash song, because he's also Bhairav Baba is also a Kshetrapala. Why do you think out of the blue in a Brahmakalasha song mainly about Lord Shiva, why specifically that fascinating chants about the 9 Bhairavas? Mushin, you are planning to answer, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. Brahma Kalasha, if you begin that, you can see clear Vedic imagery is used in Brahma Kalasha, from the cows, from the cow and calves, from the Havan Yagnyas. The imagery starts with the Rigvedic chanting about Ganapati, of Om Gananang, Tvam Ganapati Gom Havamahe Kavin Kavinanubodh Shravastamam, etc. I'm not doing the complete verse here. So, yes, it is a completely Vedic oriented fair. It is actually making sure the gods, the Vedic gods, the Trimurti, and the Divine Mother come in spirit to witness the Bhutakola, so that they can witness the magic of the Bhutakola happening. And Kshetrapala is important because actually the 9 Bhairavas you mentioned along with Mahakal, they guard the 10 directions. They are also Dikpalas in one way. Astangarudu Chanda Krodhanmutta Kapala Bhishna Samhara, Mahakal along with them. Actually, Mahakal becomes together when the 8 Bhairavas come together, they togetherly become Mahakal Bhairavas. So they become Kshetrapala of Mahadev, so that any kind of bad things, of course, nothing can happen. Evil forces cannot even touch there because the Bhairavas are there. So that's why Bhairavas are also requested to come here so that they can observe the entire Anushthan, and so that they can bless the Anushthan. That's why it happens. It is the basic thing. It happens in Bengali also. You can, any Bengali puja, you can see you have to Shuddhikaran of the things, have to do Shuddhikaran, and you have to summon the Bhairavas, summon the Dikpalas, do puja of the Dasamahabhi, the yoginis also. Everywhere it happens.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious to people, but I think I must mention it that we are having a fantastic discussion, and I think it's more fruitful and constructive than any discussion of Kantara has happened on entire YouTube. Okay, now let's get to some controversial questions. Firstly, I have been wondering about
one more thing. One more thing before you go to question. Another interesting thing is, the intermittent tribes of these are again tribal communities only. Remember, of Rajasthan and of I think Punjab, not Gujarat. These tribes basically were transported all over Arabia and Europe. They became what? They became the my brain is freezing right now. Roma, right? The Roma people, if you interestingly see, they worship Kali Sara, which is Kali Devi. Why did they accept the transformation of their Kali Devi? Because they had to adapt to survive. Remember, if they had not adapted to survive, what would have happened? The Kali Devi would have been wiped out permanently from their tradition. Their language, their tradition, everything, even the aspects of the thing would have been permanently wiped out by the invader. Remember, very importantly, if you want to survive, you have to adapt. And today it is coming back. So now they're saying Kali Sara as Kali Devi, because they maintain the tradition through family and through telling, right? Other communities have died out because they held on to purity. Remember, they all have died out because they held on to purity. Sorry, yeah.
And my take is that the Romani people actually were enslaved Indians who were forced out of India by the Muslim invaders. Actually, I think a very simple explanation lies here.
Some went willingly also. Some went willingly also.
Differentiated because they did not know better. Actually, they forgot. Through generations of trauma, they forgot the rituals, half of them. And that's why they had to transform, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to worship properly because of the lack of knowledge.
Correct, but if you interestingly see, they are also still horse breeders, which is an ancient ancient people who should breed horses, you should breed camels.
Yes,
that was it. They still are horse breeders, still breed the best horses all over Europe and Middle East and Central Asia. So the best horse breeders are in that community.
People forget that the animal itself originated in India subcontinent. So all this Aryan invasion theory goes out of the window anyway, because horses as an animal from evolutionary perspective came from India. So
are you saying Charlie Chaplin used to breed great horses? Charlie Chaplin was a Romani. No, metaphorically.
You look at flamenco. Look at the dance and music traditions that the Roma have created throughout the region.
Yeah.
Right? Why do so many people, Spanish people, when they listen to reliance, listen to some of their old, more Romani-inspired beats, like, hey, this sounds like Indian music. Because
their clothes are almost entirely,
they adapted it.
almost 100% Gujarati. Their clothes.
Yes.
Actually, Romani people are Rajasthani people. Rajasthani Mewar, Marwar people. Actually, those were enslaved and forcefully moved out of
Yeah,
India.
Ghagra Choli mainly is what Romanis traditionally wear.
Yes. But people are still
So my
extremely
question
racist
is,
towards the gypsies, by the way.
yeah,
I think they were mainly from 3 regions: Sindh, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. And it is visible in their languages also. So there
oh my
you
God,
will
their
find a
language
lot
is
of
so Indian, so
Gujarati
Sanskrit.
words. You will
Yeah.
find a lot of Marwadi and Sindhi words also.
In Peaky
Yeah, their
Blinders,
national
you can
anthem is
see that.
called
Peaky
Gelem
Blinders
Gelem.
has that.
The problem
Right,
here
right.
is that we are being like, we Indians, Hindus are being too honest intellectually. If we were like the other
Yeah,
side,
pretty
no,
much.
we would have made some, European invasion theory out of this. Because our people have gone there, no, we have genetic data. ये दिखा के बोल सकते हैं ना, आप लोगों का religion,
हाँ,
it's fake. We actually civilized you.
हाँ,
No, but interestingly, this is again a
No,
cultural
we actually
problem.
civilized them, by the way.
No, it's a very
Out of
it's a
India theory,
cultural
I believe in
problem.
out of India theory.
No, but there's a cultural problem. There's a cultural problem of
इसको use नहीं करते ना. Even if we have out of India theory, we can
no,
actually
no,
use
no,
this.
no, no, no. You're missing
ये
the point.
ज़्यादा
You're
हो
missing the point.
जाएगा because ये Middle Ages
No,
में
no.
हुआ था ना.
No, I don't blame it, man. I'm telling you, it's also a function of geography. If you interestingly observe those communities that were on the coast, they've exported their culture, or they framed the narrative of exporting one's culture. But the communities is not on the coast. You notice they've been the ones who are basically taking from other communities. Very interestingly, the Bengalis, the Odisha people, the eastern coast, the Telugu and Tamil people, the Keralites, the Gujaratis, they've been able to export and interact with other communities in the entire region, right? But the so-called landlocked regions have not been able to export them. They've only been invaded, or they've only been like the foreign countries been invaded. So it's also a function of geography. I won't completely blame the locals, unfortunately, right?
Actually, funny thing is
yeah,
that
of course.
your neighboring countries will always be your enemy. Chanakya says that in the Arthashastra. Your neighboring countries will be your enemy. Your neighbor's
उसीलिए तो
neighbor will be
neighboring
your
country
friend.
है. उसीलिए तो neighboring
Yeah,
country है, नहीं तो मेरे country का ही part तो होता. और
That's
Sinhalese
fundamentally
भी,
the reason why Ashura and Deva are neighbors,
Yeah.
but at loggerheads each other.
Yes.
yeah. The Sinhalese people are not indigenous to Sri Lanka. You all know this, right? The Sinhalese
Yeah, they
people
are
are
Bengali,
essentially
actually.
descendants
Yeah.
of Bengali and
Bengali
Odia
Bengali
merchants.
Odia people.
Yes.
And
Bengali
वो लोग
Odia.
ना खुद को आर्यन बोल के इनको तमिलियंस को पेलते थे.
And one more thing, there are actually Bengali letters in Vietnam inscriptions.
Yes.
Actual Bengali words are there in Vietnam inscriptions. So the Bengali words are actually spread across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, all those areas.
CSK,
Laos,
it is said
even in Laos.
that the city of Singapore actually is founded by a Bengali merchant called Buddhagupta. It is said that in 5th century.
Oh, Buddhadev
I don't know whether it is
Bhattacharya
true
का
or not.
descendant
I
है.
don't know, but I don't think so. See, Singapore was originally just an empty island with some of the Orang Luat or ocean people used to use it as a stopover. It was initially a complete like forested island. There's no one there. Early when the British
Narrative
arrived,
का 50 रुपए cut off
यार.
इसकी.
Narrative
Sorry?
के लिए बोलने दे बस.
हाँ. Nitpicking का 50 रुपए cut off बच्ची के.
I follow exact history. I'm obsessed with correcting people's history. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know narrative was being pushed.
Every Bengali in the world can read this coin on the right side, which is a
Uttam
coin
Chol.
from the Chola dynasty. It's written Uttam Chol. That's Cho.
Yes.
Okay, it's Chol. Because
Cho,
Chola,
coin
the letter
মতো
I is
মনে
not
হচ্ছে.
pronounced in Bengali.
Yeah,
Uttam
because
Chola, we would
because
call
most
it
of the
Uttam Chol.
trading the dowries, I think the ships, right, were built
Guess where
and then
this
run
coin
by
was
Bengali
found?
sailors. No.
This
It
coin was
also
found in Sri Lanka.
Bengali sailors.
Yes.
Sailors, a lot of Bengali sailors used to run those trade routes. So what would have happened?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
would be a primary people you pay. So you'd pay someone, right? You want to pay them in some in currency that they can acknowledge. So you'd stamp it in their local language, which shows that we are polyglots. Remember, very interestingly.
Yes.
So if this has been stamped with Chol, means the Cholas would have had also to learn Bengali to trade with them.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
narrative of one
I have a
language for
question.
everyone is nonsense.
Anand, I have a
Just
question.
something.
I think
I have a
very interesting, very interesting. I was having a discussion about this. There was a video about this multilingual thing, and one Chinese guy is saying, "Why do you need so many languages? Have one language." I'm like, "Why do you bother?" No, in China we managed with Mandarin and English. So this framing is very Marxist framing. We are unfortunately again falling for the Marxist framing. Only one language, because one language
Chinese
makes it
people,
easier to spread communism to everyone.
fight with themselves, each other. There is Mandarin, Cantonese, Hakka Chinese, Uyghur Chinese. The Mandarin themselves don't understand other Chinese people's Chinese. We
Okay,
think the Hong Kong film
according
industry
to actually Ankit Shah, there are a lot of Bengali words in Gujarati, so and they are actually interchangeable.
Yes, there should be. Yes,
think
Marathi as well
I
as
think it's more
Gujarati,
about
and I
Sanskrit.
found this out because
No.
Marathi does have a lot
not
of
only because of
Bengali words.
not only because of
Yes.
Sanskrit, Anand. It is absolutely because of seafaring and business relations, because a lot of words exist in Marathi and Bengali which don't exist in any other Sanskrit rooted languages. Okay, and I found this out by checking out the Romani national anthem, which is filled with Bengali words. The Romani national anthem is filled with Bengali words, which and who are allegedly descendants of Gujarati, Rajasthani, and Sindh people, whose language is filled with Bengali words. The national anthem itself is called Gelem Gelem.
I can give you an example of one such word. Like in जैसे आप बंगाली में बोलेंगे ए शिड़ियान, सीढ़ी लाओ, शिड़ियान. मराठी में बोलते हैं शिड़ी आना, आना.
Ladder.
Yeah.
Ladder.
तो मराठी में बोलते हैं शिड़ी आना और बंगाली में बोलते हैं शिड़ी आन. तो ऐसे मैंने बहुत सारे नोटिस किए, क्योंकि आन जो शब्द है ये ना तो हिंदी में चलता है ना कोई दूसरी भारतीय भाषा में चलता है, ये बंगाली और मराठी में ही मैंने सुना.
Yeah.
फिर
Doesn't
मराठी
that
में
destroy the?
बैठने को, मराठी में बैठने को बसा बसा बोलते हैं, बसा बसा, तुम्ही बसा. बंगाली में बोलते हैं बॉश,
Yeah.
बोशून.
So then doesn't that destroy the Ma Mati Manush? So doesn't that destroy the Ma Mati Manush argument of Miss Mamata Banerjee?
Yeah, of course.
Because then
no,
and
Gujarati
to me
and
is-
language is Bengali that अरे क्या हो गया भाई, ये क्या हो गया, import हो गया.
The word to me is there, I think, only in Bengali and Marathi.
In Marathi also तुम्ही word is said in a respectful way. Like in Bengali आप बड़ों को तुम्ही बोलते हैं.
It's yeah.
मराठी में भी वैसे ही बोलते हैं.
No.
बड़ों को ही बोलते हैं.
No, बड़ों को आप नहीं बोलेंगे. तो तुम्ही is for your age group people.
But it is still said more formally or respectfully.
Are it is everyone
Yeah,
same.
it's definitely more respectful than
एकदम friendly होंगे तो
than
बोलेंगे
तुई.
तुई की को.
अरे भजन में चलता है ना, हरि मना
पंजाबी में
तुम्ही,
तुसी हो
वैसे
जाएगा.
हाँ, मतलब भगवान को
पंजाबी
भी
में तुसी
तुम्ही
हो
बोलते
जाएगा.
हैं.
It is a
Right.
pure Sanskrit
Yeah,
word.
exactly.
Thomasy. From Thomasy it comes from. Thomasy, to me, to see.
Yeah. But the final result is to me, which is used in only Marathi and only Bengali. There are many words like this, since I listen to so much Marathi music these days.
Yes, and it
So
is
let's get
also-
to some controversial questions. Yeah, go ahead, Mushin. Complete your point.
No, one final thing is that Bengali is the most Sanskrit adjacent language. Everyone remembered this.
Yeah, and that is thanks to BBKs. That is absolutely because of BBKs. They kept it that
One thing
pure.
we did good.
BBKs did many things good. This is what the pro BBK weirdos today don't understand. Whenever I criticize BBKs,
But the BBKs forgot about their relation to Gujarati and Marathi.
Yes.
But the BBKs forgot that, no.
लिस्ट पास्ट टेंस का लिस्ट दिखा के मुझे बोलेगा कि आज काहे क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हो, पहले कितने बढ़िया थे, आज काहे क्रिटिसाइज करोगे.
But we need to appreciate
तरफ
Bengali
से-
is actually, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
what I
go
meant to
ahead.
say is that
Appreciation कर भी
what I
लेते.
meant to say is that you have to actually appreciate Bengalis, क्योंकि जो Sanskritization Bengali language में हुआ है, they have kept it that way. Like when you come down to south, like you have like anti-Sanskritization projects everywhere. Especially if you go to Tamil Nadu side, no, you can find it. Like there is literally, मतलब ज़्यादा कुछ change नहीं कर पाएंगे, but they are actually trying to desanskritize Tamil.
But bro, you are from Kerala.
Yeah.
Kerala is 90% Sanskrit only.
मलयालम is very
या
Sanskrit.
मलयालम को कुछ नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि मलयालम 80 to 90% of मलयालम is Sanskrit only. कुछ नहीं कर सकते ये
मैं
लोग.
कह
That's
रहा हूँ
because
कि
Tamil is only like
मलयालम को
30-40%
आप
Sanskrit.
संस्कृताइज नहीं कर सकते,
Yeah.
फिर वो मलयालम नहीं रहेगी यदि आप
नहीं
मलयालम
मलयालम
से संस्कृत हटा
लाइक मलयालम से तुम संस्कृत निकालोगे तो तमिल ही बचेगा ना. इनका स्टेट खुद का आइडेंटिटी चला जाएगा. So they don't meddle with it.
Yeah. No, but the he's right in the fact that in Tamil Nadu they're trying to remove all the Sanskrit
Yeah,
in the film.
मतलब
But see,
मतलब
I see.
एक महीने में there is this project. मतलब तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट क्या करती है कि they hire scholars. एक महीने में they try to bring one substitute word for a Sanskrit and English word so that it can replace that in Tamil. They do
This
that.
has been going on from 1960s, right, in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, very old. Like since Periyar time, they have been doing this. Ironically, Periyar is not even Tamil. That's the
yeah,
irony.
that's
Yeah,
the
that's
problem. If you look at actually, you know, the history of Periyar,
But
he
Periyar
actually
hated
faced
Tamil
a lot of
language. He
Brahmanas.
said it's a bad language.
No.
Periyar did not.
When you
hate
see
Tamil
history of
language.
Periyar or EVR, he kissed a lot of Brahmanas. If you see, like he used to hang out with the Brahmins only. Okay, so this is a
He's
giant inferiority
Yeah.
complex for him.
Don't use that word and malign that word. Anand. You are maligning Periyar word. He's Betiya.
No, he's
Yeah,
EVR.
and in fact-
my bad. I should not call him Periyar.
Periyar's daughter and Periyar's
the way
wife and
BBK's
Periyar's stepdaughter is the same.
the way BBKs think of Bengali, the only problem with the Bengali language today would be that we are going to lose it pretty soon because the power of BBKs has been destroyed. And without BBKs, Bengali language cannot be saved in its authenticity because not everyone in Bengal speaks that Bengali. That the Sanskritized Bengali is Kolkata's Bengali, which is spoken by and pronounced correctly by the BBKs of Kolkata only.
You both are
My
there
family,
now.
my generations. We have only learned that. We have accepted that because authentically the Bengali I speak is the Bangladeshi Bengali in my family that's spoken. The elder people in my family speak the Bangladeshi Bengali, which is not Arabian Bengali, but pronunciation dialect is different. Now, the BBKs who still exist in Bengal, who are very erudite, well-read and stuff, and people who are those people who are in high posts in news channels and
Buddhi bichi.
stuff, especially ABP Ananda, they are so actually interested about Bengalizing everything that we have translations for almost every Marxist word, every Marxist term, lexicon, etc., which exists in Shuddh Hindi as well, because that's how they converted people. But in fact, today we have a very, very Sanskritized Bengali word for the translation for the word selfie even, and ABP Ananda keeps coming up with these words today even. Do you know what's the
Nijoshi.
Indian word for selfie?
Nijoshi.
Which is Nijasvi. This was even invented by ABP Ananda, which is applicable for any Sanskrit-based language in India.
This is a very good word. Nijasvi for selfie.
Yeah.
Can anyone
Yeah.
tell me here what is the
हिंदी में लोग
what is
उसको
the
स्वचित्र बोलते हैं. स्वचित्र से कई गुना
अच्छा.
अच्छा है.
क्या यहाँ पर कोई बोल सकता है क्या
Yeah.
डायलेक्टिक मटेरियलिज्म को आप क्या बोलेंगे संस्कृत में? डायलेक्टिक मटेरियलिज्म.
I forgot. I forgot.
দ্বন্দ্বমূলক
Hey,
বস্তুবাদ.
they don't
Yeah.
make a Sanskrit class, man. I will fail. I'll get -10.
দ্বন্দ্বমূলক বস্তুবাদ is dialectic materialism.
द्वंद्वमूलक
वस्तुवाद.
जैसे
द्वंद्वमूलक
जैसे
वस्तुवाद.
मैं जब हिंदी पढ़ता हूँ, जैसे मुझे अपने हिंदी को सुधारना होता है और मैं इंग्लिश के लिए हिंदी में वोकैबुलरी ढूंढता हूँ, बहुत बार मुझे बंगाली से मिलता है. बंगाली भी पढ़ता रहता हूँ,
That
उससे मिलता है.
will
Marathi
happen.
से नहीं मिलता. Isn't Marathi also very Sanskritized?
मराठी has a
वही है
swag
ना,
to it.
anyone going to
क्योंकि
answer?
मैंने मराठी पढ़ी नहीं है तो मैं मराठी से नहीं ले सकता.
Oh, okay.
बंगाली से लेता हूँ.
But in
Anand, I
Malayalam,
think the distance from Sanskrit to Bengali is much lesser than the distance between Marathi and Sanskrit, because if you listen to any well-written Bengali song, if there's a sentence with 10 words, you will understand probably eight words. In Marathi, you won't understand 8 words if you don't know Marathi, because you know
Bengali
Sanskrit,
is
you'll understand most of the words in Bengali.
Bengali is Sanskrit adjacent. That's why our national anthem is easily sung by everyone in India.
Yeah.
Because it's a Sanskrit
Yeah,
adjacent.
it's a Bengali song only. It's 100%
Yes,
a
it's a
Bengali song, which is
song.
applicable to any Sanskrit or
It's
Hindi speaking
proper
person. as well.
even
sadhu.
Vande Mataram also.
Yes.
Just don't
Vande
make
Mataram is full of
Bengali national language, please. Just don't make Bengali national language
It is a
very
Bengali
very tiring
language.
in the mouth. It's very tiring in the mouth.
No,
You go to
no.
like,
आज
If
आज
someday-
बांग्ला
very
पुक्को
exhausting.
नाचेगा, आज नाचेगा बांग्ला पुक्को वाला लोग.
If
बांग्ला
someday
Very
we have
exhausting,
a
man.
national language,
आज ये लोग सब कपड़ा फाड़ के
if someday we
नाचेगा.
have a national language, it will be Bengali because it's the closest to Sanskrit.
अरे but it's
Now
very
let me
tiring
ask
on the
some
mouth.
controversial
हम
question.
पे रहम करो.
तुलू बनाओ भाई, तुलू बनाओ,
Workout
सबको
ही कर लो.
बेवकूफ कर दो.
वो वर्कआउट कर लो. तो
बहुत दर्द
the
होता है.
controversial question is, do you see? I thought this criticism would come up against Kantara 1 as well. But I guess the commies have become too lazy, or they are busy discussing finding fascism in Narendra Modi's policies, and they are failing. Therefore, they could not make actual criticisms that could have been interesting. And I thought that, wait, this criticism might come up because Kantara 1 has released. I'm going to be ready to counter it. अभी मैं 3 साल हो गया वेट ही कर रहा हूँ, अभी तक क्रिटिसिज्म आया ही नहीं, तो मैं खुद ही क्रिटिसिज्म दे देता हूँ. क्रिटिसिज्म नहीं, मतलब इट वुड बी अ क्रिटिसिज्म फ्रॉम कॉमीज दैट यू वुड एक्सपेक्ट, व्हिच इज कि अगर कांतारा को हम अप्रिशिएट कर सकते हैं जहाँ पे दैव आ रहे हैं शरीर में, तो फिर हम मिशनरीज के वो चक्कर में जो होते हैं जहाँ पे लोग कन्वर्जन करते हैं, तो वो क्यों खराब है, उसमें हम रेस्पेक्टफुली क्यों नहीं देखेंगे एंड वो बिलीव क्यों नहीं करेंगे, ये कोई बताओ.
मैं बोल
Yeah.
सकता हूँ एक. I can give a
मैं बोल
point
सकता
here.
हूँ.
We are doing a preemptive strike on commies, okay? We are going to prepare ourselves
Yes.
beforehand.
Wait, again, ask the question again. I didn't catch it.
In Kola, let me answer it first.
मिशनरीज
In Kola
के
tradition,
सामने भी, मिशनरीज के सामने लोग जो उतना कन्वर्जन करते हैं, कांपते हैं, why will we laugh at that if we are appreciating Bhuta Kola?
Yes, let me answer it
Okay.
in English then. Because in the Kola tradition, traditionally the Daiva comes within the body of the sadhaka, the practitioner of the Kola, who from lineage after lineage has been practicing this tradition, has the proper, you can say, dharmic dictations and the adhyatmic dictations to follow it, so that he can recuperate the Daiva within him. The Daiva is within him. Everybody accepts him only as the, the processor and as well as the module, the conduit of the Daiva. On the other hand, in the Christian missionary scenario, as he put forward, the Christian missionary, I don't know what puts in the body of the victim. I can call them the victim who start convulsing. In one scenario, the God comes within the body of a medium. In the other, someone sends a God or whatever creature in the body of another person, another victim. This first point. Those two can't be equated together because one is a personal experience and another is just a congregational experience where people go to the person to get something within them and convulse after that. So one thing we can say is ritualistic faith within it. Another thing we can call as clear delusion and placebo effect. Second question is that calling a spirit and putting it someone else is extremely satanic and it is not ordained by any Abrahamic scripture. So you can call it Christian in any way. It is not actually Christian in any way whatsoever. If we look at the scriptural perspective, scriptural ordinance, then all the Christian missionaries, all the Christian traditions, regardless of Catholic, Protestant, or Orthodox, will disregard this and call this satanic in nature. So it is not Christian in any way. Try your bullshit in somewhere else. Thank you.
Yeah, my response would be that तुम बताओ ना उन ट्राइबल से जाके कि जो तुम कर रहे हो वो एक्चुअली सुपरस्टिशन है, ये कुछ भी नहीं है. तुम जाके बताओ उनको, सबके सामने जाके बताओ. चलो जाओ बताओ. ये नहीं बताएंगे. Like let me tell you, in Kerala, in middle Kerala, they started attacking all of these traditions. Like they like Tira, they called it superstition. They tried to ban it. They banned it in like 70 to 80% of the temples. पर यही कम्युनिस्ट लोग नॉर्थ केरला में जाके ये नहीं बोलेंगे. They keep quiet. They don't blaspheme. इधर आके बोलेंगे कि गणपति is myth, that, this and that. जब उनके जो like Kannur is like the क्या बोलते हैं उसको, birth place of communism in Kerala, okay? Like जहाँ से पिनराई विजयन सारे leaders आते हैं, वहां पे जाके ये लोग they don't even say a word against theism, because if they do that, no, सारा का सारा इनका चला जाएगा. They don't say ये argument क्यों नहीं आया? मतलब you ask me, no, this you were waiting for this criticism to come. They won't do this.
No, you're expecting intellectual honesty from communists. It's never going to happen.
It's not about intellectual honesty. They are scared. उनका जो narrative है ना, like like the Hindus, the Brahmins are actually oppressing the tribals, और उनका जो culture है उसको ध्वस्त कर रहे हैं. If the commies themselves go and say that it's superstition, that and this, then उनका पूरा का पूरा argument खलास हो जाएगा ना, कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा.
This is every geography. Forget about India. Wherever they go, if there's a dominant narrative that they want to appropriate, they will not criticize it. Then they will keep their sabhi subservient. Intellectual honesty from communists is impossible, because the foundation of their thing is based on this class war. So they'll find the class they do, this class warfare. They'll pick the class that they choose and they'll go after that. Let's not expect communists. Let's talk about this particular question you asked, right? About the Christian missionary.
Yeah.
And specifically these things. You understand the intellectual debunking is that it is fundamentally mass delusion and basically based in psychology. The fact that you're looking for approval from your pastor, from your congregation. It is not, the Daiva Kola is not about approval. No one gives you approval there. You just do it because you have to do it. Your duty, it comes from duty. Here it is different. Here it is, you're expecting approval from your fellow congregants. So you are part of mass delusion and the past, and often these are fake people, not even real. So because, and this is a psychological concept where there are 10 people sitting in a room and you give them all like tall sticks, and one person you give them a short stick, and everyone says my stick is a tall stick. Even the one with the small stick will say my stick is a tall stick, because there is this concept in psychology where you will participate in the group because you have to. You want to be part of the group. So when this Christian shit is happening, it's because they want to be part of the group that they perform here. It's nothing to do with your devotion in God or the fact that you're possessed. Because any external tester will be able to say these people are not possessed. It's basically just a delusion. That's the argument you would.
Okay. Okay. Wait. One more thing. So the question is very important. See, in the Christian way, the way they do conversions, they have two methods: one appropriation, one vilification. So something they can't appropriate, they will say it's Satan. Something they they will say, okay, this is bad. So if that doesn't work, they will appropriate it. So all the churches in Tamil Nadu and even Kerala, you will see that by what's called the temple we have. Gopuram. Yeah. That Gopuram is there in every church, because that is part of the local tradition. So they cannot forego it. So they
it's not Gopuram, sorry. It is Dvajastamba.
Yeah. So that would be there in every church. So if you see from outside, you'll say, okay, it's a temple, but no, it's a church. So it's it's pure how would say appropriation and vilification. So it's a very simple thing. I don't know how the communists see at it, but how they will justify both of them. If the missionaries are trying to say, okay, Hinduism is bad, then why you are appropriating their own traditions? At one place it is good, and one place it is bad. Then it's pure dishonesty, opportunism.
Because they are framing it as the Gopuram is not a Hindu tradition. It is a local indigenous tradition that Christians are reclaiming. This is the problem. You cannot expect. No, it's not just. I'm talking about the front face, the steps. That's not the Dvajastamba. The front faces, the steps is not the.
Can you please pick up the image I put there? What do you say about this?
Oh my God!
ISKCON ने बनाया है क्या ये?
The South Indian people are completely bonkers. They call the Bible the Vedam. They call Jehovah the Ishwaram. They call Jesus the Rishi.
Not South Indian people. South Indian Christians. Please don't say all
Christians. I'm sorry. Christians.
And can you guess what Tamil Christians used to call their churches?
Kovil?
The Temple of Vedas, Veda Kovil.
Veda Kovil. The Temple of Vedas, yes.
What they used to do is that, let me explain. थोड़ा सा historical perspective दे देता हूँ. There was this Catholic priest, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, evangelist who came down to South India in the 14th century or 15th century, if I'm not wrong. He was called Robert de Nobili. Actually, the church was actually against him. क्योंकि वो क्या करता था कि he used to wear saffron clothes, walk into villages in Tamil Nadu. And he used to sing.
Too, by the way.
Yeah, he started singing bhajans with Carnatic music with Christ. apparently. So people, and he used to like fool like local Tamilians saying that this is the fifth Veda, the Bible. Like the first generation would think that this is the first Veda, and we are just keeping another god with our Kuladevams.
Yeah.
The
Actually,
second generation they
Veda,
will slightly remove that. So it's actually the conversions are actually 3 to 4 generation process. Like fifth generation would be like completely Christianized. ऐसे
because
चलता है.
the fifth Veda argument does not work because we have our Sthala Puranam in Varanasi that once
It
Brahma
actually
tried
worked.
to
Unfortunately, Tamil Nadu में काम
the
किया है
fifth
वो.
Veda. Yes.
वो काम किया है.
Once Brahma tried to write the fifth Veda and Shiva decapitated him literally. That
Arey,
is
there is
Kaal Bhairav.
there is one guru. There's one guru from East India, a very famous guru from East India, who authenticated the Allopanishad. I mean, if our gurus do such things, that what can a common individual, like a common Hindu who doesn't know anything, do about it? A guru,
No, he didn't
like a major
authenticate
Vata
it.
guru.
No. He didn't authenticate it. When I listened to that pravachana, what I got to know is that he says that if it does not contradict the Vedas, then it's okay. That's it. Actually, he was wrong by saying so, but yeah, it is what it is.
मैं एक प्रश्न का उत्तर दे दूं.
Yeah, go ahead, Haber. Yeah.
वो एक व्यक्ति पूछ रहे थे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जो ट्राइबल ट्रेडिशंस है उस एनिमिस्टिक रिलीजन या इज देयर अ वे टू रिव्यू ट्राइबल ट्रेडिशंस एंड एनिमिस्टिक रिलीजन्स ऑफ नॉर्थ ईस्ट.
No.
इनके लिए मैं एक सूत्र दे दे रहा हूँ कि अभी जो बृहत के जो संस्थापक है या सह संस्थापक है पंकज सक्सेना, उनका शोध इसी पर ही चल रहा है. तो उनके बहुत सारे इंटरव्यूज है. उन्होंने हाइपर क्वेस्ट में भी इसको लेकर, हाइपर क्वेस्ट एक चैनल है, हिंदी चैनल है, उस पर इंटरव्यू दिया था इसको लेकर के कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एनिमिस्टिक और ट्राइबल ट्रेडिशंस कैसे हैं, कैसे रहे हैं और वहाँ कन्वर्जेंस कैसे हुए. तो आप उनको फॉलो कर सकते हैं ये जानने के लिए. जहाँ तक
Yes,
ये
you
है
can call him here. I think he will come if you called.
हाँ, पंकज सक्सेना को अवश्य बुलाए. मैं तो बोलूँगा. और अभी हाइपर क्वेस्ट चैनल में एक संस्कृत स्कॉलर है, उनके विचार बहुत अद्भुत रहे हैं. पिछले लास्ट 2 पॉडकास्ट, एकदम जो रीसेंट 2 पॉडकास्ट है, उनमें उन्होंने एक कला की बात की है, अवधानम. इस पर
स्वामी जी का कला है,
समझ में आएगा वो.
पता है मुझे.
तो वो अवधानम पर बहुत अच्छा पॉडकास्ट किया उन्होंने कि कैसे अवधानम एक प्रतियोगिता होती है, अष्ट अवधानम, सहस्रा अवधानम, वो सुनने योग्य है. तो
you can read Pankaj ji's book, Swayambodh and Shatrubodh. It's a very good book.
They are actually doing your work, CSK. कि आप जो कहते हैं ना कि हिंदू पर्सपेक्टिव से सोशल साइंसेज होना चाहिए, वो लोग वही काम कर रहे हैं. उनका मूल कार्य उद्देश्य ही वो है. तो जहाँ तक क्रिश्चियन कन्वर्जन्स की बात की जाए तो हमारे यहाँ इन्वोकेशन की बात होती है, जबकि वहाँ हमारे यहाँ बोलते हैं हम लोग इन्वोक करते हैं डेटी को, और वो लोग कहते हैं कि तुम्हारे अंदर कुछ आ गया. तो दोनों में एक कॉन्सेप्ट का डिफरेंस मुझे तो दिखता है कि इन्वोक करना अलग बात है कि आप अपने कॉन्शियसनेस को ऊपर लाते हैं.
ईसाई के अंदर ये सब नहीं चलता, वो लोग ये नहीं कर सकते.
और उनके रिलीजियस
Wait, Mushin, let Abhay finish his point. Yeah.
हाँ, तो उनके रिलीजियस स्क्रिप्चर्स के विरुद्ध भी है कि आप आपके भीतर ईश्वर नहीं आ सकता, आप किसको ला रहे हैं. फिर तो वो बात भी है. और हमारे कल्चर में हम लोग इन्वोक कर सकते हम लोग इन्वोक कर सकते. पर एक बात जो मैं रखना चाहता था, इतनी बात हुई कि अब दिख रहा है सिनेमा के जगत में, जो कि मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है कि देखिए कांतारा ने जितना भी कमाया हो, यदि वो थोड़ा सा भी कमाती, फिर भी आज के समय में बॉलीवुड नैरेटिव सेट नहीं कर रहा है. नैरेटिव तो साउथ ही सेट कर, चाहे जितना भी कमाए, कम कमाए या ज़्यादा कमाए, वो नैरेटिव सेट कर रहे हैं कि हमारे फिल्मों में आपको अच्छे से हमारी संस्कृति को दिखाना होगा, हमारे परंपराओं को अच्छे से दिखाइए, पूजा अर्चना को अच्छे से दिखाइए. बाहुबली के समय में राजाओं को अच्छे से दिखाने की बात हुई थी. अब कांतारा में थोड़ा सा उन्होंने दिखाया कि राजा भी मनुष्य थे, तो उनको ज़्यादा सिर पे नहीं चढ़ाते और ना ही उनसे घृणा करते. एक इसका परिणाम आया है कि कि एक नॉर्मलाइजेशन ऑफ हिंदू आइडेंटिटी इन पब्लिक हुआ है। अभी तक मैं फिल्म के जितने भी एक्टर्स वगैरह थे उनको इतना कंफर्टेबली हिंदू आइडेंटिटी को लेकर बात करते हुए नहीं देखता। और ऋषभ शेट्टी खुल के बोलते कि भाई ये हमारा कल्चर है, और जब भी उन्होंने द्रविडियन मानसिकता के इंटरव्यूअर्स को तमिल में इंटरव्यू दिया है तो उनसे भी शुद्ध तमिल में बात करके, उनसे ज़्यादा शुद्ध तमिल बोलते हैं वो, उसमें भी बोलते हैं कि ये हिंदू कल्चर ही है। जो आप बोल रहे हैं ना कि ट्राइबल कल्चर को अप्रोप्रिएट कर रहे हैं आप, वो बोलते वो इम्फोसाइज करते हैं कि ये हिंदू कल्चर, हम लोग इसको हिंदू कल्चर ही मानते हैं। तो ये बार बार बोले ऋषभ शेट्टी, तो वो एक नॉर्मलाइजेशन चल रहा है। दूसरा है, ये मैं बहुत समय से मेरे मन में विचार रहा है और मैं बोलता आ रहा हूँ कि हमें राइट विंग, जो पॉलिटिकली राइट विंग लोग हैं वो लोग, या जो लोग हैं वो पॉलिटिकली राइट विंग मूवीज बनाए, ऐसा नहीं चाहिए। जिनकी सोच ही धार्मिक है वो केवल अपनी कहानी बताए, तब कांतारा जैसी फिल्म निकल के आती है।
यस,
उनको
एग्जैक्टली,
force नहीं
खुद ब खुद
करना
बाहर
पड़ता
आएगी।
उसमें।
यस,
You just need to tell.
वो देखिए, वो जो आप बोल रहे हैं ना, जो सटल मैसेजिंग इतना सब ढूंढ रहे थे कांतारा में, मुझे लगता है आधे से ज्यादा के लिए तो ऋषभ शेट्टी ने सोचा भी नहीं होगा कि मैं ये सटल मैसेजिंग करूंगा। वो उनके विचार है,
एब्सोल्युटली, यस,
वो ऐसा ही सोचते हैं तो वो वैसे ही बात करेंगे।
Exactly.
वो
जो भी
subconsciously
आप लोग
आ रहा है।
sociological analysis कर रहे हो ना, I was thinking like, would Rishab had thought about this? I don't think so. It would have come to him naturally.
no,
No, but it could be both. It could be a little bit of he's actually designing a good movie, and it's also that he's part of his psyche that it came out.
Now,
यार like
मुझे
मुझे तो
somebody
लगता है
from the
वो
film
उनके
industry,
संस्कार है।
या somebody from the film industry,
संस्कारित हुए हैं वो।
मुझे पता है इन लोगों को, मुझे पता है, I've worked with some of them, like let me not take names, but these people don't think that way. मतलब वो academic चीजों पे ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं देंगे। like when Kantara 1 came out, one of the co-writers of Tumbad started dissecting it, वो ऐसे वैसे वैसे है, it was misogynistic, ये है वो है, वो सब
misogynist,
करने लग गए।
yeah,
हाँ, मतलब मुझे नहीं लगता, मतलब I have worked with a few right wing filmmakers, वो लोग ऐसे नहीं सोचते, they don't even think that way। मतलब जैसे कि ये लेफ्टिस्ट लोग सोचते हैं ना, लाइक हमारे फिल्म मेकर्स में और उनके फिल्म मेकर्स में बहुत अंतर है, बहुत।
Sorry for interrupting, and the narrative is not set by South, to be precise. It is set mostly 70% of the load is 70 to 80% of the load is carried by Telugu film industry, followed by Kannada film industry by 20%. And there are some gems, it's an
South
exception,
क्या
not the norm.
तेलुगु और कन्नड़ा ही कह रहा हूँ।
Just one second. There are some exceptions, but they are not the norms. In Malayalam film industry, like Mallikapuram and all, that's it. Tamil is very either they are doing hero worship or they're just rehashing the caste films again and again. Like, see, you have your own two parties. If those are not the solution, what is the solution? At least give us that.
No,
मतलब उनको करना चाहिए भाई, करने दो, let them overdo it.
Tamil, तो even I don't like their propaganda. They make very good movies. I love Malayalam movies for their craft. बट वो जहाँ तक आइडियोलॉजी की बात है तो हर मलयालम मूवी में ही वो सब रहता है। जैसे अभी लोका आई थी, और कौन सी तो फिल्म आई थी जिसको लेके बहुत बवाल हुआ, ARM का मैंने सुना था, लोका का सुना था।
अरे लोका से you have to learn, no?
तो
मतलब the way in which they have actually orchestrated and planned out a narrative, मतलब तुम सोचोगे भी नहीं, but that narrative sits in your head. मतलब हमको समझ में आ जाता है। You have to learn from them, learn the craft, be like them.
So I would like to add a little thing about the southern film industry thing. You understand, first of all, Tamil film industry is driven by politics, not by filmmaking. You understand, it is adapted to politics of the time. It is not about, they're not telling a story of people, they're telling a story of the politics of the time. You look at historically, all of Tamil film is driven by the political situation. Malayalam film is not like that. Malayalam film is about the local, like the local sensibilities and what the filmmaker wants to talk about.
No,
right?
no, I disagree.
Really?
It's not about local
yeah, communist आने के बाद वो list of movies, मतलब just see, मतलब just take the list of movies which were made under the communist regimes and take the list of movies which were made under the Congress regimes.
No, I get that. I'm saying if you observe the filmmaker, he does it based on what he's interested in. Like the Bangalore days, all those Malayalam movies that tend to be
Congress
about what they're
Congress के
interested.
time आई थी भाई वो. मतलब after the
that's
comings
fine.
have come, like again the movies are like CIA, Sakhau, everything has
Correct.
started flowing out.
I understand.
ये
I understand that.
सारी जगह यही है यार. मतलब बॉलीवुड को ही देख लो, बीजेपी आने के बाद they started following the right wing trend. वैसे ही
No,
चलता है.
I get that. I'm just saying there's a distinct difference though. Like none of the Tamil movies will ever be about what the filmmaker is interested in. It'll be purely the politician will give him what he should do. He has to make and he makes that only. It's literally that. It exactly follows that. You can literally see what they're talking about, right? In Karnataka, it's more about the cultural traditions of the region. Almost every Kannada movie is like that. It's about the cultural tradition, the local, nukkad, how the people interact. All these very small things. And Telugu movies are the big action movies. Like they need to get a lot of star power. Very unique generally.
See, I am also a consumer of Kannada film industry. But one thing is about the local thing, while you are correct, those are good films. Most of the flop and medium budget films are all about the old formula of the South Indian films. And I think
There
is a hero, there will be 5 songs, 1 item song, there was there. Now it is
That's why
changing.
they flop.
But still, at least 3 of 10 films will be like that only. The rest of them, as you were saying, it's a bit local.
It's very. I observe all Kannada films tend to be about the local region, about the how the people interact on a daily basis. Like it's very like that.
Just one point.
Wait, I have another controversial question to ask. Before that, we will just go through this post that just now Professor Shubhajit Noshkar has made, who had asked for reservation in the Indian cricket team. He's saying chronology of how BJP is Dalit Virodhi. BJP never made Dalit CM. BJP-led center never made Dalit cabinet secretary. BJP-led center never made Dalit NSA or principal secretary to PM. BJP-led government has never made Dalit IPS DGP. BJP-led governments never made Dalit chief secretary. So you see, the only guy not anti-Dalit is me, because my co-host today is Dalit as far as I know. Are you, Bhupenda?
Yeah, officially.
Anti-Dalit.
Officially.
Yeah, thank God. I am.
अरे मोदी जी बना देंगे.
So
ये सब देख के बना देंगे मोदी जी. Let me tell you, he will do it.
All this identity is transitory. The body is a shell. The soul is the only ultimate.
रिजर्वेशन देने की राह पर है, वो दे देंगे सब.
Anand, I have a question to you.
तो मुझे एक मलयालम
for who?
करनी थी.
Yes, Anand.
Wait.
How come is that?
Brahminical gods. Mushin. No.
Yeah.
I'm going to cancel out both of your questions because I have one important controversial question to get to. I am not sure if Acharya Prashant has woken up about Kantara chapter 1 this time, but he had criticized Kantara 1 heavily. So we are going to take that point now. कि आज हमने सब क्रिटिसिजम्स एड्रेस करने का सोच लिया है कि लेफ्टिस्ट ने जो क्रिटिसिज्म किया भी नहीं है वो मैंने एंटिसिपेट करके भी हम लोगों ने आंसर दे दिया है. टुलुनाडो वासियों का क्रिटिसिज्म हमने लिया है. बहुत फिल्में देखे हुए एक रिव्यूअर का
और आचार्य उसका नाम है क्या?
नहीं, उसका नाम
I don't know,
प्रशांत
it's a
है.
self-declared epithet, I think.
वो आर्य समाजी का है शायद. If I'm not wrong.
Self certification आचार्य now. I self certify myself आचार्य आनंद.
इसका नाम है प्रशांत त्रिपाठी. इसको मैं दूराचार्य अशांत कहता हूँ. ठीक है, तो आप मेरा नाम भी ले सकते हैं.
We don't want to get sued by him, okay? हाँ.
नहीं बोलो.
Anonymous
Brahminical
gods.
I'm not saying anything about him. I'm saying since you can self-certify Acharya these days, I self-certify myself as Acharya Anand. Now all come and bow before me.
Yes.
There is a local,
what
to say?
Gitaria
Local
Shaha.
communist who criticized Kantara Part 1 based on the same point that what is that Acharya did.
हाँ, रिचुअल सुपरस्टिशन बढ़ जाएगा. कांतारा चैप्टर 1 के वजह से. ये किन को लगता है और इस क्रिटिसिज्म का क्या करे. और अगर सुपरस्टिशन सच में बढ़ता भी है कि चलो कोई अभी एक मेरे घर के सामने ऑफिस खोल लिया, भूता कोला का एमुलेशन कर लिया और लोगों से पैसे खींच लिया कि बोलो देखो मेरा शरीर कितना अच्छा कन्वर्स कर रहा है, इसलिए मान ही लो कि मेरे शरीर में भी दैव आ गए हैं और अभी 200 रुपए और हाँ अब तुमको गर्लफ्रेंड मिल जाएगा कल सुबह. ऐसा अगर बिजनेस सच में
आप-
शुरू हो तो उसका क्या करे, क्रिटिसिज्म का क्या करे, सब बोलो।
अरे इसके
See,
लिए तो
there
आप
was
बोलो
a-
ना कि आपका अगर शरीर में गुलिका स्वामी है तो आप गुलिका स्वामी के जैसा तोड़फोड़ करके दिखाइए हमको, एक पूरा घर को उड़ा दीजिए एक हाथ से।
नहीं,
उसके बाद
ये this is actually very, मतलब पहले हो चुका है, and the people have somehow stopped doing it. I don't know why, but they don't do it anymore. ये बहुत पहले
of
हो
course they
चुका
don't
है
do
ये
it
सब.
because divers are not merciful. These
Yeah,
deities are
yeah.
not merciful like Brahma Vishnu. They will eat you up completely and destroy you completely. You are
There
enemy
have
and your
been
family.
there have been instances where like people who have done this, they
Yes.
vomited blood and they went back and asked for forgiveness and things like that. So like
fool around with
generally
this.
people are scared to do these stuff to begin with. So
See, there is a
it's
new
out of
narrative
question.
in Karnataka now. That's what I wanted to address. So, when the first 2022 movie came out, one person from Kannada film industry who is a very extreme leftist, he had raised 2 points, that about the superstition one, and the second one, according to him, these are tribal rituals. These are not Hindu rituals. Now, after chapter 1 came out, he's seeing the completely different thing there. He's saying this is the revolt of Adivas tribals against the dominant Hindu community. So they have changed that, their narrative here. They are not going to talk about superstition, I guess. So
It is
if you want
Chetan
to hear-
Ahimsa, no? If I'm not wrong.
Huh?
Chetan Ahimsa, right?
I didn't want to take his name, but no.
Chetan
comments.
Ahimsa, take his name. Take his name.
क्या करें?
But again,
This is the
even
problem.
he's like
It's just-
Acharya thing. He has kept his name like that. Ahimsa, he has suffix to his name.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. They have to play Buddhist at some level. Like, oh, I'm a Buddhist, I don't hurt anyone. Like that nonsense they will do anyways.
अरे
They
कल
forget
बोलेंगे गुलिगा भी बुद्धा थे, अब गुलिगा बना दिया ब्राह्मणों ने.
It'll keep changing. It'll keep changing. Don't worry. That's the leftists. They keep changing their
हाँ,
story.
दिलीप मंडल डालेंगे.
We should add Gulika Swami because Gulika will get angry otherwise.
I'm technically
On that
atheist,
note.
so for me, I don't have, that's not required for me to do any of that stuff. So
Yeah,
I'm not
all you have to
but-
worry about is superstition.
Mushin had some
I'm to-
questions.
Okay,
I want to-
okay.
Yeah,
I
go
need
ahead.
to share something. Hold on, I need to share something because to answer your question.
Okay.
See, when people say like rituals are unscientific, so this is a book written by called Nova Martin. I think she's a lady. I think if I do it correctly. So, role of rituals: a simple guide to big ideas. So here she talks about psychologically rituals are something which keeps you sane. Okay, which keeps you in a mentally balanced state. So without rituals, we see what's happening. So psychologically, scientifically, even if you have rituals, you will be in a much better mental state than what we are. So that is done by psychologists. That book is written. So
No,
that's the
that's the mistake. We fall for the trap again. We fall for the trap that rituals are only religious. Ritual is a behavior you do repeatedly to give one's mind calm. When your ritual is rooted in bhakti, your calmness comes from bhakti, comes from the divine. Then that is religious ritual. See, the problem is we are falling for the frame.
Wait. See, I am dividing into two parts. Okay, one is like, see, even if you are following a similar pattern of rituals, okay, let's say you are giving water to a tulsi plant without even revering the tulsi itself, okay. At the psychological level, okay, without the bhakti, you will have a better mental state. That is documented in psychology itself, in modern medicine. Okay. Now, so, but if you have a bhakti with that ritual, you will get enhanced spiritual experience that is going to double it down. Okay. But even let's take communists, let's take liberals as their word value, that rituals are something which is like, what do you call it? It's like a superstition. So, even with their argument that rituals are superstition, that argument doesn't stand in front of psychological evidence, scientific evidence. So forget about the spiritual part. That part is they are wrong scientifically even. That is documented in the book itself.
So because communists are not scientific. See, this narrative you have taken. No, communist is equal to rational is equal to scientific. No, communist is just communist. The assumption that a communist is inherently rational. When I came to India, the first time I heard this rationalist word attached to communist. Like, oh, this person is rationalist means she knows everything. Like, no, that doesn't mean that person is right because they're rationalist. They could be completely wrong. They could literally be unscientific. So we need
Yeah,
to,
like in my state, no, Kerala communism is considered another religion actually, not even nationalism or something.
Right.
It's considered another
When a
religion.
communist leader passes away, what do other communist leaders come in front of his dead body and do? What's the gesture? Why do they do a gesture? Why do they do
They
this?
do this. They do this. Lal salam. I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
No,
joking. आप
no,
Google
That
कर
is,
लेना.
the ritual.
हाँ,
rituals
और
are superstitious, then they should just leave the body as it is.
No,
ये
they
लोग
should throw it in the, they should throw the body on the ground, let the animals feast on it. Fundamentally, why do you even give it reverence? It is a dead body, right? Just throw in the
और ये
dustbin
लोग
like every
और ये
other piece of
लोग
crap.
भी करते हैं.
छप्पर खप जाओ.
They have this song, okay, some kind of a poetry. एक ही ट्यून में गाए जाते हैं. After the guy is dead or before the guy is dead, if he is in a dying condition, they will, bring all the kids together and make them sing that song. That song would be about his Mahima Mandal, just like a bhajan, like a devotional song. You have to see that. It's worth, watching.
No, I have a different take on Bhupendra's concept that why do we need to take scientific approval in everything? Science is the doctrine of understanding.
Wait. Let me answer you that. See, when you are dealing with somebody, correct? When you are dealing with the propaganda and their narrative, correct? You need to first understand their narrative and then construct your own narrative.
Yeah.
Understand that part. When the communist is coming from a different perspective, worldview. So if you need to thwart their narrative, you need to build your own narrative as an antidote. You cannot say, I have this thing. So you see, if you want to kill mosquitoes, you will have hit. But if you want to kill a terrorist, you need a rifle or a gun. So you need to have a weapon that actually suits your enemy. That is important to understand when doing a narrative warfare.
Also, can I say one more thing? Can I say one thing?
Anand, let me finish first.
Sorry.
I understand it, but in one way, at the end of the day, we are all doing appeal to authority in one way or the other, because we are subjugating our own belief system in their own framework, in our opponent's framework to suit our own argument in one way. I think scientific argument is all right because science bases itself on evidence that is reproducible. If the evidence is not reproducible, it will not be considered scientific in any way. In the fashion. So if we want to follow that in every ritualistic tradition, I don't think it is going to bring a similar outcome because ritualistic traditions are different.
Again, I mentioned you need different kind of weapons for different kind of warfare that are fighting. The problem is with us in general, correct? We take one weapon and we throw it at everybody in every occasion. You need to build different kind of weapon sets for different kind of narrative wars that you need to fight. You cannot have a one weapon and throw it at everybody. So we need to be smart at our game. You can use science when it suits you. You will use your rituals and your traditions when it suits you. Have different kind of weapons for different kind of enemies. Cannot have same weapon for every enemy.
No, let me add one more thing.
I have a solution to this problem.
Wait, let me explain why this is done. They're both talking past each other. See, fundamental thing is their targets are two different things. One, you're talking about, when you talk about why do you need a validation science? No, you don't need validation science. If you believe in something, you believe in something for yourself. So you don't need to get validation from science. What he's talking about is the casual viewer who's observing the debate between these two parties. The casual viewer who is not chosen either side. This group, the communists or you, they have not completely invested in either side. Your job is to use the argument to convince them to join your side. Once they join your side, then they don't need validation science from science or from anything anymore. But that step before them joining your side, that is where you need these arguments. My point.
मैं इस पर कुछ बोलना चाहूँगा. यदि इस विषय का समाधान करना है ना, तो जैसे मैंने इससे पहले भी नाम लिया था हाइपर क्वेस्ट, उनको बहुत ये कुछ ऐसे यूट्यूबर्स हैं, हाइपर क्वेस्ट, विज्ञान दर्शन हो गए, हाइपर क्वेस्ट हो गए और सनातन रिवील्स हो गए. ये लोग क्या करते हैं ना, इन लोग का सबसे ज़्यादा लड़ाई ये साइंटिस्ट वाले लोगों के साथ ही रहते, जो रैशनलिस्ट की बात करते हैं, रैशनलिज्म, ठीक है। तो ये हाइपर क्वेस्ट को एक रैशनलिस्ट ने पूछा था कि तुम्हारे वेद में क्या साइंस है, ये है, कहाँ से साइंस है, कुछ नहीं है, क्या दिया है तुम्हारे वेद ने क्या मोबाइल दिया है, लैपटॉप दिया, क्या दिया? तो हाइपर क्वेस्ट ने बोला कि हम तो नहीं कह रहे कि वेद ने लैपटॉप या मोबाइल दिया, हमारा वो विषय ही नहीं है। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि ये फिजिक्स की आप बात करते हैं कि फिजिक्स के लॉस क्या है, हम बात करते हैं मेटाफिजिक्स की, मतलब फिजिक्स के फिजिक्स की, कि ये फिजिक्स कहाँ से आया। आप जो बोल रहे हैं कि ये ब्रह्मांड का कुछ नियम है, वो नियम भी तो कहीं से आया ना, वो कहाँ से आया? तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है, साइंस का हम आदर करते हैं, जो भी साइंस बोलता है हमको लौकिक जीवन में उसकी आवश्यकता है, पर लौकिक जीवन से भी आगे कुछ है जो जहां तक विज्ञान पहुंच नहीं पाया। जब हम जैसे मैं एक उदाहरण दे सकता हूँ, यदि मैं कुछ सोच रहा हूँ, जैसे मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि दादा बहुत अच्छे दिखते, ठीक है, अब मैंने ये आपको कहा, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मैंने ये सोचा, और ये पता लगाने का कोई वैज्ञानिक माध्यम नहीं है कि मैंने क्या सोचा। तो मेरा अंदर का एक्सपीरियंस, पर मैंने जो भी सोचा वो तो झूठ नहीं हो जाता ना। यदि मैंने सोचा कि दादा बहुत लंबे चौड़े हैं, तो वो झूठ नहीं हो जाता ना, क्योंकि मैंने नहीं कहा। तो फिर जो हम अंदर से साधना कर रहे हैं और अंदर से हमारा उत्थान हो रहा है, उसका कोई भी वैज्ञानिक प्रमाण ना हो, पर वो अपना अनुभव झूठा नहीं हो जाता। तो वहां पर विज्ञान की भी सीमा है, ये बोलेंगे, वो यही बोलते हैं।
I have an argument in this. You are talking about dealing with the scientific community, how to answer their questions. In my opinion, before you answer their question, I think learning their language is going to help a lot. क्योंकि आप अगर उनको उनके भाषा में आप उनका उत्तर दोगे तो आपको और ज्यादा सुविधा होगा। क्योंकि अगर वो आपसे पूछेगा कि वेद में क्या एरोप्लेन्स का बात किया गया है, क्या भूत प्रेत सच में होते हैं, क्या माँ काली को पूछने से आपका भला होगा, ये सब अगर पूछेंगे तो उनको आपसे पूछना कि क्या ग्रेविटी का क्वांटाइजेशन किया जा सकता है, कैन ग्रेविटी बी क्वांटाइज्ड। और क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स की बात करें हम, तो फिर तो हर चीज इस दुनिया में, इस विश्व ब्रह्मांड का हर एक नियम को हम क्वांटिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। साइंस अभी तक ग्रेविटेशन को वो इनकार भी नहीं कर सकते, और ग्रेविटेशन का क्वांटाइजेशन अभी तक नहीं हुआ। पिछले 200 साल के अंदर ये फिजिक्स का एक अनसॉल्व्ड मिस्ट्री है। इसलिए उनको मानना पड़ेगा कि विज्ञान को सब कुछ नहीं पता। अगर विज्ञान को सब कुछ नहीं पता, इसलिए जिसको प्रमाण नहीं कर सकते, प्रमाण करने से भी नहीं चलेगा। वो प्रमाण करने के साथ उसको रिप्रोड्यूस भी करना होगा, एक्सपेरिमेंटली प्रूफ करना पड़ेगा। मैथमेटिकली सिलेबस को प्रूफ करने से नहीं होगा। जब तक वो नहीं होगा तब तक यू कांट कॉल समथिंग साइंटिफिकली साउंड। So
actually from a Vedic point of view, like Vedon का काम ही नहीं है, like Vedas were not made for it to give you car or some kind of technology. Like why are we even having that discussion? अरे Vedas are for yajna, not to invent something out of thin air.
इसका कारण इसलिए कि रामायण में लोग ने पुष्पक विमान देख लिया, उसके बाद सबको पता चलेगा कि विमान वेदों में था, इसलिए लोग उड़ते फिरते थे। इसका मेटाफिजिक्स कोई अर्थ ही उसका समझ नहीं आया सब।
See, while you are right in the thrust of your argument, you're missing the point. The thing is that you don't be anti-science to be pro-Hinduism. That's again a early European puritanical framing. They say this is the same thing. You have to be anti-science to be pro-Christianity.
That many fall in. That to prove themselves as Astic Hindus, they start saying that science is science कुछ नहीं है, या start opposing science.
No, let me give it.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
No, I get it.
Anand, let me finish that. I'm saying that science is a branch of philosophy, just like every other philosophy, and it should be taken like that. Science is not every philosophy combined. So that's why we do not have to encompass our all understanding of philosophy on science. That's what I
agree. But my point is, let me give from an example, right? To build okay, Agama Shastra is written for building up temples, correct? Through just by existing, those temples have proven that architecture has lasted for almost 2,000, 3,000 years. Many of the things are built that long. Okay, 2,000 years. Let's take it. So for that, not only would they would understand physics, they would understand mechanics, they would understand chemistry, they would understand all multiple things. They would understand geometry, they They'd understand weather patterns, right? They'd understand geography. And clearly, you cannot go to the last stage, like building a temple, without going through fundamentals first. You don't jump to put this rock in this place without understanding the makeup of those rocks. So someone in Hindu society was researching these things. Yes, there was philosophical people who looked at the universe as a larger construct and discussed them. But there are also Hindus who are discussing these things. What about the weapons, the metal that they created, the rivets, the fittings, everything? So many things Hindus have created. How is it possible they're not scientific? No, why do they
Exactly.
accept
That is my point.
Because
ऋग्वेद में न्यूक्लियर बम हो या नहीं हो, मगर ऋग्वेद पढ़ने वालों ने ही तो इतना सारा सोसाइटी चलाया, इन्वेंशंस भी किया, वो कैसे हुआ? उन लोगों को क्या ऋग्वेद कुछ मतलब
रथ कैसे
लगता था?
रथ
According to these people,
ऋग्वेद में रथ लिखा है, ऋग्वेद में. How do they build the rath? Magically, they created this. They like that. They create the rath.
According to these people,
they actually built the axle. They
the
built
Vedikas are like
bricks.
apes, cavemen who ran naked in the forests and started invading people. ये सब फालतू है. ये सब.
No, Agni Homa mein, to keep a Homa running, you must understand chemistry. How do we know that this is the one that keep the Homa running for how much long they're going on? You have to understand basic chemistry. Even if they didn't write it down and saying this is the way you do it in steps. I proved this through the mixing this chemical in this mixing. No, at some level they understood the society, the environment, and they said I've experimented and this is what successfully works. The problem is we jump the gun and say no, we don't. Our science is contrary to Hinduism. No, you should not accept that framing. And any Hindu argument of
बहुत अच्छी बात की थी. इसरो के फॉर्मर चीफ थे एस सोमनाथ, वो भी केरला के ही है.
Exactly.
वो इसरो में जब सफल उड़ान भरी थी और चांद पर लैंड हो गया था उनका जो भी सैटेलाइट है, उसके बाद वो भद्रकाली मंदिर गए थे केरला. ठीक है, तो उनसे रिपोर्टर्स ने पूछा था कि आप तो साइंटिस्ट हैं, आप मंदिर क्यों आ रहे हो? तो उन्होंने बहुत सरल सा उत्तर दिया. उन्होंने बोला था जब बाहर के लिए मैं साइंस करता हूँ तो इसरो में जाता हूँ, और जब भीतर में साइंस करता हूँ अपने मन के भीतर तो मैं मंदिर जाता हूँ, भीतर के इंजीनियरिंग के लिए मंदिर जाता हूँ. तो
I want to add to that, maybe you guys are not accessible to the क्या बोलते हैं Malayalam content, what goes on in Malayalam media. मतलब बहुत छुपाई दी जाती है ये सब बातें. Like literally after he went to this temple, every single media channels who interviewed him didn't ask him a single question about Chandrayaan, his mission, his future projects, what collaboration he's going to do. Everybody, every journalist, every comment section which I was seeing was actually trying to scrutinize him and trying to prove him wrong, saying that he's unscientific. This is the social discourse in Kerala. Let me tell you, let me be very honest with you. Kerala is literally 30 to 40 years behind in every socio-political discourse. आज हम ये सब डिस्कस कर रहे हैं ना, ये लोग इनके मीडिया में ये सब बातें जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, they would be discussing this after 60 years. अब जो भी let me complete. What we are like, what the the जो mainstream जो भी बोलते हैं ना, North Indian mainstream, what you guys used to discuss 30 to 40 years back, like 50 to 60 years back, they are discussing it now. That is the problem. Like these people are not sorted in their heads. इसलिए मतलब you can't even have a conversation with them because they are literally like socio-politically so the discourse is so backward that you have to they are not exposed to a lot of concepts.
See, the fundamental problem.
100% literacy का क्या हुआ, bro?
No.
Literacy नहीं है. It is a sham. Like listen to Suhail Seth. I agree with him 110%. किसी को English नहीं आती इधर. It is very hard to find someone who speaks properly. No. What he said is actually correct.
Okay.
Like literacy means like you just have to sign in your language, and these people like इधर तो employment है नहीं. Like back in the 90s and 80s, people had to go out. तो वहां से पैसे भेजने होते हैं, and people like learn to sign. So they were considered literate.
No, no.
हाँ,
Let
वो
me,
साइंस से ही तो लिटरेसी होता है इंडिया का, बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है.
no. What?
हाँ.
No, no.
Exactly.
Let us. No, I want to break apart this fundamental problem fallacy that when we talk about science. Science, what we are understanding is empiricism. Empiricism is a very specific and very ideological way of dealing with the natural world. Empiricism states very simply that you take a hypothesis, you test the hypothesis versus using experiments, and then conclude that based on the experiments, this hypothesis is true. Then it becomes a theory, right? It is nothing to do with science in general. For example, when Einstein did his thought experiments, there was no empiricism in that. You understand? When he started postulating gravity, sitting in his
Yeah.
room, there was no
Yeah.
empiricism. It is only later, many years later, when they had the tools to test his postulates, were they able to use empiricism
Yes.
to prove his hypothesis. Same thing with quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics could not be proved for a long time. Initially, what was it? What was it? Newtonian mechanics was the initial. Sorry. Let me speak to this.
Wait,
I
hold
want
on,
you to
guys. We'll
understand.
keep on. Yeah. Go on, Anand.
I want you to understand this particular thing. Newtonian mechanics was initially the original, all-encompassing, theory of everything for the universe. But then Einstein, through his thought experiments, thought there must be something more for extremely small particles, right? And then he came up with quantum mechanics. And until he could empirically prove it, they cannot accept it as science, as so-called science. But even then, there are a lot of scientists said it is okay to accept. Same with string theory, the idea that a particle is also a wave, right? For a long time, it's still not been proven empirically. But a lot of scientists accept the thing that you can discuss it at least.
Anand is exactly right.
Yeah.
See, the word science translates to Vigyan. The word Vigyan actually means empiricism. If you go to Bhagavad Gita, you have Jnana Yoga, you have Vigyan. Vijnana Yoga literally is the yoga through empiricism. So anything that is predicated on a systematic empiricism ideally should be considered science. Today, as we stand in this world today, we have kind of conjectured that science is only that science that has been given to us in a certain notation, and not something that has been passed down to us in the form of stories and rituals and etc. etc. So let's say, for example, if you look at the idea of Kantara and rituals that the so-called tribal religions, which I believe even Hinduism, Vedic religion is also a tribal religion, they used to follow, it is based on a very, very long, systematic and unbroken account of nature that they kept over a long period of time. And hence, because they saw patterns, they saw methods, they looked at patterns and methods and cycles of nature, they came up with ways and do's and don'ts of how to interact with nature in a systematic way, so that balance and equilibrium is maintained in society and the environment. So if you look at what Kantara essentially tries to tell you, is basically to try and preserve, stay in consonance with the forests, to preserve forests in a way that it does not afflict you 100 years down the line. And a very good example of this, a counter example of this, is the Sundarbans. So I've heard from my grandfather, my grandfather's family, paternal side, comes from the Delta region, right, of Bengal, and that is the world's biggest mangrove ecosystem. The mangrove ecosystem is an extremely delicately balanced natural ecosystem that prevents over-salination of upstream waters. But so maybe over thousands of years, the tribals, the people who lived there, they understood this intrinsically, and then it got so internalized in them in the form of stories. See, what happens is you can't explain science and logic and etc to everyone. A few people will be able to internalize, and other people have to be told the same idea through interesting stories and anecdotes, so that they understand the idea without having to burden themselves with the notational science as we understand science to be today, right? So there it was posited that this mangrove is a divine, it's an enchanted forest, and there is a goddess living there, and all these the branches and the stems and the leaves, they're all body parts of the goddess. And over thousands of years, the idea crystallized amongst the tribals that if you were to cut even so much as a branch of that forest, there were people who've actually seen the branches bleeding. I'm 100% sure that is not true. I think that's just like hallucination. But that hallucination is inspired from stories that is to encourage, to prevent them from cutting down these forests. Okay. So now, when the Britishers came about 100 years ago, they promptly chopped down large swathes of this forest, and they said that these are useless places. You can actually do rice cultivation, you can throw some soil in, and you can do rice cultivation, and so on and so forth. So now, see, nature's memory is very long. Nature will not give you its response immediately. Like, it's not like within one generation, within like 20 years, you're going to see a complete breakdown. That breakdown slowly builds up over maybe 100 years, maybe 200 years. So in the 1970s, a great amount of salination suddenly started happening in the Sundarbans. And in the 1980s, large like chunks of land, there was so much destruction of the microorganism habitat that lived inside those inland, the large chunks of agricultural lands, they just came apart and they fell into that ecosystem, fell into that water, and they just disappeared into the ocean. So this was being prevented by the existence of large swathes of this mangrove forest, whose roots were keeping high speed salination, high speed velocity of saline water from entering into inland and killing the organisms there by disturbing the pH and the salinity of the waters inside the lands. So this is not easy. I mean, you've had 100,000 people studying the salinity, studying soil chemistry, etc., etc. You're reinventing the wheel. This has already been studied in an empirical way. They may not have had chemistry laboratories telling you exactly, oh, this is the sodium concentration, this is the potassium concentration, this is the magnesium concentration, it has to be within this range. They may not have done that, but they have had an macro observation predicated on logic and a very long-term passing down of that unbroken chain of passing down of that logic over generations and generations, which is what has led to many of these rituals. These rituals are not just about doing something, it is about understanding that forest or that ecosystem intrinsically. That is also logic. So what is science? It is basically logic. This is the fallacy that I feel in modern people like us, where we have become so dogmatically scientists that dogma itself is killing the scientist inside us. Okay, I have to leave.
Thank you.
Without curiosity and the seeking mindset, how will you even become a scientist? I have a hilariously sad story about Sundarbans in this context. Okay, you all pretty much know, the viewers of our channel know how colonization has worked, how conversions work, etc., how the colonizers first came, researched this land, etc. You will be shivering, quivering with anger and amazement at this story. Okay, that this is exactly how city folk, and especially urban centers, former British capitals like Madras Presidency, Bombay Presidency, and Kolkata Presidency, Bengal Presidency, and older colonial era colleges and universities of these cities still operate. I was once asked to do a sound mixing project for some sort of a documentary that people from Presidency College would create. It's not exactly a visual documentary. It was an insane thing. I don't know how people get funding for this horseshit. People from not even social science departments, people from Bengali and English departments got research funding for doing a project in the Sundarbans, which would they would go there and teach the people there who are already adept at doing business and stuff, who have been living there for thousands of years. They would teach them how to use a mobile and record sounds around them, all the ambient noises, etc., the sea, the birds, etc., and they would send that to other people in nearby islands of that Sundarban archipelago. Okay, and the reason for this was that, see, they have been so oppressed and marginalized and left out from the mainstream of society that they don't even know why their islands are called Bodhi. Sundarban in Bengali is called Bodhi because it looks like the letter Bo, V in Bengali.
Delta.
Okay, So Verdvipa. So the point was that they have been so marginalized that they don't. So the apparently the point of sadness that these people in Sundarbans are supposed to feel is that, oh my God, I don't even know that my island looks like a letter in Bengali. What a sad life, what a marginalized life I'm leading. So the antidote to that was that these people from presidency, literature graduates, masters and PhDs go there and teach them that, bro, you know, your life is so sad because you don't know the shape of your island. And here's a mobile phone. Learn how to record sounds and interact with people in other islands, and then you'll have a sort of a connection and you'll grow into a community. Imagine people from Kolkata going there in villages of Sundarban and teaching them about community building, and those sounds were supposed to come to me and I was supposed to mix them. Insane, incredible ideas of USAID. Yeah, go ahead.
बस से क्या सीखेंगे बाल? ये लोग वैसे ही बात करते हैं, बंगाली वाला बाल होता है ना वैसे ही
It was
बात
an
करते हैं.
insane project.
ठीक है.
Okay,
ठीक है.
sorry, I forgot to connect it to how it relates to colonialism. That, see, this soft bigotry of low expectations mindset, this superiority complex, and this imposing of inferiority complex on people pointlessly. They're happy in their lives. If you want to actually do something good about their lives, do more development there in the Narendra Modi way, or eliminate taxes and create great law and order so that they can have a free market, or they get access to our
capitalism
market,
bad, bro.
and they got killed.
Capitalism bad.
Yeah,
नहीं करेंगे.
वो सब नहीं करके भोसड़ी के उनको अपना आइलैंड का शेप सिखा रहे हैं और साउंड रिकॉर्ड करना सिखा रहे हैं. उससे उनका डेवलपमेंट हो जाएगा. और ये है colonial mindset.
It's just like that. No, in Afghanistan, they're like, let's do women's feminism and like gender theory. I'm like, hello, they can't even go out to get food for their family, and you're like worried about gender theory and performance art and what? You give more cloak. The leftists are the dumbest dumb shit in the world. Like literally, उनका brain work नहीं करता. Like it doesn't work.
और अभी जो साइंस को लेकर बात
go ahead, Abhay. Yeah.
उसमें बस एक बात कहूँगा कि आप देखिए पश्चिमी जगत में अब विज्ञान का उत्थान लगभग हो गया है, तो वो किस ओर जा रहे हैं? आप देखिए स्पिरिचुअलिटी की ओर नहीं जा रहे, सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, सेल्फ डिस्कवरी की ओर नहीं जा रहे. तो ये मैं बहुत लोगों से कहता हूँ जिससे मेरी चर्चा होता है, मैं बोलता हूँ अंत में सत्य तो सनातन ही है और सनातन ही सत्य है. आप कैसे भी जाइए, आपको अंत में वही ध्येय स्थान या गंतव्य स्थान मिलेगा कि आपको अपना आत्म चेतना का विकास करना, और कुछ नहीं मिलेगा.
Yes.
अगर आप now if you check Western magazines of science journals, you can see that the amount of bad research that is going on in scientific field. मैं किसी दिन पहले फिजिक्स का कुछ शोध पत्र पढ़ रहा था, इतना खराब मैथ्स का भी इस्तेमाल करते, मैं क्या बताऊं. वहां पर चढ़ के बांग्ला क्लीसे का ताल कर देवे, जिसको कहां से कहां पर कंक्लूजन पहुंचा देंगे तुमको पता ही नहीं चलेगा. वो सब हर एक दिन तुम यूट्यूब खोलोगे या फिर न्यूज़ फीड खोलोगे, दिखाएगा तुमको आइंस्टाइन हैज बीन प्रूवन रॉन्ग, स्टीफन हॉकिंग वाज करेक्टेड, न्यूटन वाज रॉन्ग ऑल अलोंग. इन सारी चीजों से भरा पड़ा है. सब लोग हर दिन नया चीज आविष्कार कर रहे हैं और बड़े साइंटिस्ट को गलत प्रमाण कर रहे हैं हर एक दिन. इस तरह
I'm telling you, every year there are at least 5 papers saying how alcohol is good and bad for you at the same time, or coffee is good and bad for you at the same time, or tea is good and bad for you at the same time. Like they'll nitpick on the results. कोई standardization नहीं है. Oh, well, nitpick on these results. They'll change the control. Like it is so bad. It's so just by using the method, the technique of, oh, I'm doing empiricism. I'm sitting in a lab and mixing chemicals, or I'm taking this records of this over this many days. They assume that is enough for science to come to a conclusion.
And apart from that, a lot of lobbying happening in the scientific field right now.
So much lobbying
has been shrunk most of the places. That's why they are.
If your funder tells you, I want to see this outcome, then you have to work towards the outcome. You don't get that outcome, they take your funding away. So where is your incentive to do proper science? This science politics हो गया science में.
साइंस के लोग ये बोलते हैं कि पुरुष नहीं है, स्त्री नहीं है, जेंडर कुछ नहीं होता. ये साइंस के लोग बोल रहे हैं.
नहीं, ये साइंस के लोग बोल रहे हैं. Actual pure scientists never say this. ये है वो जेंडर थ्योरी वाले लोग, वो डिफरेंट है. वो साइंटिस्ट नहीं है, प्लीज. वो साइंटिस्ट नहीं.
जो मेंटल
Apart from that,
ये वाली बातें हो रही है ना,
No,
मेंटल
no, no.
that
Even
issue,
even the
Anand.
वो भी
even
हम
the
लोग को
hardcore
साइंस में दिखाते
psychiatrists.
हैं ना.
आनंद,
नहीं नहीं नहीं. एक मिनट.
आनंद,
I need to clarify. Hold on.
तुम एक साइंटिस्ट दिखाओ,
No. एक
तुम एक साइंटिस्ट दिखाओ
hardcore
यूएसए में जो
psychiatrist,
आज ये
psychologist.
बोलेगा.
एक मिनट.
नहीं बोलेगा, डर
Hardcore
लगता है उनको,
psychologist.
कैंसिल हो
एक
जाएगा.
मिनट.
साइंटिस्ट नहीं बोलेगा कि दो जेंडर्स नहीं होते, दो जेंडर्स ही होते हैं, और तीसरा
No,
एक
gender is not a scientific argument.
dysmorphia
It's
होता
a
है.
word. एक मिनट. Gender is not a scientific word. It's a social studies
तो
word. Do not mix.
नहीं तो ट्रांजिशन को जो लोग अच्छा बोलते हैं वो भी तो साइंटिस्ट के हिसाब से ही बात करते हैं.
नहीं. They talk in terms of biological sex.
ट्रांजिशनिंग के विरुद्ध तो नहीं बोल रहे.
एक मिनट. Let me clarify. It's very simple. In the social scientist word is gender. The actual scientist word is biological sex, and there's only one thing in the middle called intersex, where your chromosomes are divergent. No scientist worth his salt will make a conclusion about this trans and not trans, this gender queer, all this other stuff is all women's rights, gender studies people. They are not scientists. They're social
But
scientists.
they
They're
are
all just
actually,
art
but
field.
one point that I agree with is that they are actually preparing the
So
next
yes,
generation
without
to buy
credit.
into this. जब मैं अपना डिग्री लिटरेचर में कर रहा था, एंड इट वाज नॉट जस्ट फॉर अस, मतलब लिटरेचर वालों को कितना भी ब्रेन वॉश करोगे तो कर लेना, बट दे वर आल्सो लाइक डूइंग इंक्लूडिंग दीस कॉमर्स वालास इनटू दीस सेमिनार्स टू. मतलब हमारे कॉलेज कॉमर्स भी था और ये भी था, मतलब लिटरेचर भी था. मतलब every single seminar was about all of these things, like gender sensitivities, how gender
No,
and
if
sex
you
is
think about
different,
that,
ये है वो है.
तुमको और कहीं
Like
नहीं
they are
जाना
actually
पड़ेगा.
preparing the next generation for it. मतलब अब नहीं,
You don't have
मतलब
to-
Yeah.
right now we won't know its consequences, but after a while maybe when we become like parents we might face the consequences.
Yes, you don't have to go anywhere else. You
Yeah.
just check the Nobel Prize winners of the every year. You can see that
Definitely.
2024 Nobel Prize in Physics was given to a man in computer science department. A man who did computer science all his life, built AI from scratch, built the mathematical principles of AI, was given the Nobel in Physics. For what reason? Because there was no physics candidate to get the Nobel Prize, or because of political pressure. What was
Political
the reason
pressure.
for that?
The Nobel Prize is not
things are
even.
happening
I
right
don't
now.
even discuss.
अरे
Don't even
Nobel
discuss
Prize
the
को
Nobel
तो
Prize
मत
right
देखो
now.
भाई, मतलब वो तो अलग ही है.
One more thing. One more thing. Let me just make it very clear. There are a lot of these guys who do counseling certifications. Okay, in India especially, I've noticed the rise of people with counseling certifications. It is not a scientific certification. They go around calling themselves doctor. Like you need to be very careful. A lot of these charlatans, they get a counseling certification is an art course. It is not a scientific course. Be very careful.
उनसे
about
दूर
this
रहो
chat.
भाई, उनसे दूर रहो. हाँ, सिर्फ एसएसआरआई खा के
Mental
घर पे
health-
मोटा होके एक दिन सुसाइड कर लोगे.
तुम्हें
The mental
सीधा
health crisis
इवन इफ यू आर नॉट
of
पागल,
psychiatrists.
तुम्हें पागल बना देंगे. वो खुद भी पागल होते हैं.
उससे बड़ा स्यूडो साइंस कुछ नहीं है आज के दिन में.
आज देखिए ना,
हाँ, ये
मेंटल
पढ़ो.
हेल्थ एम्बेसडर
अच्छा,
किस
तो-
किस को बनाया जा रहा है. ये देखिए,
हाँ.
पता चल जाएगा
क्या
मेंटल
बात है,
हेल्थ
क्या
क्या स्थिति है इस देश में.
No
नहीं होता
comment.
तो अनुराग कश्यप को बना था भाई.
I do not approve. I
मजा आता.
did not participate in this particular statement. Please do not include me.
No, I agree. Anurag Kashyap must be the mental health, or Sandeep Reddy Vanga should be I think, the mental health ambassador, because Animal has single-handedly improved the mental health of all the men in the country, I think.
No, I want.
नहीं,
I
उनसे वो
want.
जेंडर स्टडीज
I
के
want Ashwini
डिपार्टमेंट में
Vaishnav.
डालो,
I want
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ
Ashwini
जेंडर
Vaishnav.
स्टडीज.
I want Ashwini
जेंडर
Vaishnav to be
जस्टिस,
mental health ambassador.
नया मिनिस्ट्री बनाओ
Because
भाई.
he doesn't have enough portfolios on his hand yet. He needs one more, and because he's so calm when he talks.
Exactly.
So I want him also to be that also.
Yes. So last 10-15 minutes we'll discuss elections of Bengal mainly. So yes, someone about 2-3 hours back had said this when we decided that yes, we are going to discuss elections a little. Someone was saying that he has let's say heard from somewhere, or from his sources maybe, that BJP will get 110 seats and Trinamool will get 180 seats and BJP is going to lose. My opinion on this is that yes, that is the best case scenario, but after that a lot of MLAs will be bought. What do you guys think of Bengal elections, and what do you guys, if you guys have any secret info or predictions, go ahead with it.
Yeah, so I know a few CPM guys, like जिनको ऊपर तक थोड़ा सा influence है. तो what the talk, inside talk in Kerala is that they at least want to get 7 to 8 seats, at least minimum. उस मतलब they are actually fearing to lose the, you know, क्या बोलते हैं, some kind of presence in Bengal. They still want to have some kind of presence in Bengal. They are actually struggling for it. मतलब उतना ही पता है मुझे बीजेपी का कुछ भी नहीं पता, टीएमसी का कुछ भी नहीं पता. बीजेपी इधर, लाइक आई थिंक दैट बीजेपी इन केरला इज लाइक सीपीएम इन बंगाल राइट नाउ.
Do you think Kerala 2026 election is like West Bengal 2016 election where BJP will have a soft launch?
No, कुछ भी नहीं होने वाला. Because
Not even
let me tell you,
seats.
there are two things. RSS is superb strong in Kerala. There are no, like तुम महाराष्ट्र में भी जाओगे तो इतना RSS कार्यकर्ता तुम्हें नहीं मिलेंगे. But the problem is that RSS doesn't get out and campaign for BJP here. मैं बहुत देखा हूँ इन दोनों के बीच में कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है, एंड सदियों से चल रहा है. इट लाइक सदी नहीं, सॉरी, decades, if I am not like being precise. So
Is it a fear for life, Navneet?
No.
it's not like northern Kerala mein it's fear for life. It used to be there. Right now I don't know what the condition is. पर मेरे इधर कोची में it's not fear for life. It's like लोग क्या सोचेंगे, like if a person like ऐसा हो गया है कि हमारी सोसाइटी में a person even if he is a स्वयं सेवक, he would be like ashamed to call himself a Hindu or a स्वयं सेवक. So they don't want to go from one home to another home to campaign. जब ये विजयदशमी का इवेंट हुआ था ना, I went down and मतलब मेरा शाखा जो है मेरे घर के सामने ही है. So I went down and talked to them. I didn't know that there were like 150, you know, karyakartas in my area alone. So I asked them like, why don't you come and campaign during elections? They are like, we don't know anyone here, so we are like kind of shy to come and do. Like they're just lazy and they don't like the BJP here. So there is a very bad drift. But if RSS comes out and campaigns, then it is just a matter of like 7 to 8 years to get Kerala, but they don't do that, which is why we are in this condition. As simple as
मुझे-
that.
मुझे-
Campaign for BJP or
मुझे
not,
एक बात
it is
पूछना है,
going to happen.
त्रिशूल में बीजेपी कैसे जीती? कुछ idea?
क्रिश्चियन वोट से, हिंदू वोट से नहीं जीती भाई.
अच्छा, क्रिश्चियन ने बीजेपी के लिए वोट किया त्रिशूल में.
हाँ, क्योंकि उनका वो वकफ का इशू चला था ना, बहुत गंदा वाला. और पैलेस्टीनियन इशू, इजराइल इज द रीजन, लाइक नॉट इवन द बीजेपी. जब वो इजराइल पैलेस्टीनियन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हुआ था ना, then the upper caste Christians all went and voted BJP because the communists and the Congress sided with the Muslim side.
Can I
उसके
ask a
ऊपर से ये
question? Can I ask sincere
वकफ भी
question?
आ गया. Yeah, please.
Why are Keralites so obsessed with other countries? The Muslims are obsessed with Turkey.
Wait.
Christians are
Skanda had
obsessed
a
with Israel.
question. Let's get to. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, we'll get to
you
that.
like
Skanda,
God's own
go ahead.
country and you're obsessed with other countries.
Not a question. I just wanted to say
Communism
about the
does
fear
that
of
to you.
life. Am I audible?
Right. Yeah.
About the fear of life, as per people I know in Kasaragod, there is a fear of life for RSS, but it's not about the participation in elections or not. It's a
ये
common
Kasaragod
occurrence.
is different. Kasaragod is like RSS is like कोई भी RSS कार्यकर्ता मारा जाता है तो the Kaumis won't see the next day. So it's different there.
But
Like RSS is
Niranjan
equally-
asked, right? I'm sorry, if I'm mispronouncing his name, but he asked, right, whether it's due to fear of life they don't participate in elections. But that is a common occurrence there. It's not related to elections. Whether they do or not, it will be there. That's an undercurrent
Achha.
there. System.
Another interesting question.
Okay.
Am I right in saying that all the RSS guys will vote for the Communist Party when it actually comes to it?
Sometimes yes, when they are having a rivalry with the BJP cadre, they do that a lot.
Wow.
Especially मतलब मैं नाम ले रहा हूँ. There is this place called चौटानिकरा. वहाँ पे एक मंदिर है, वहाँ पे संघ बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है. चौटानिकरा भगवती टेम्पल. वहाँ का वार्ड इलेक्शन में क्या हुआ था कि like the senior most person who worked hard for the RSS, he was not given the ticket. So जो भी RSS वाले थे सारे जाके कॉमिस को वोट कर दिए and CPM won there.
ठीक है, इन
So it
लोगों ने
happens a
ठीक
lot.
से इंटीग्रल ह्यूमनिज्म पढ़ लिया होगा. Bhupenda and the Bengalis, what updates do you have about Bengal elections predictions, seat distribution?
Yeah, before
Bhupenda,
actually,
deep state muted
yeah,
your mic.
before Bengal elections, generally RSS will never actually tell anybody कि भाई जाके vote करो. That never happens in any of these things. Yeah, subtly it will happen, but it will not be there direct. Nobody will do that. Okay, so that aside. Bengal में क्या होने वाला है? Actually, it's pretty dynamic right now. But what we see in terms of what I get from few other sources, कि 110 तो मेरे ख्याल से ज़्यादा ही होगा, more than 110. And that and it actually I think when is the election? April, correct? April there will be election, most probably. May correct. May में election होगा. So it will also depend on from January to March what happens politically, because before 5 months or 4 months of election, a lot of things will be happening. Okay, so say like when the SIR takes place, SIR will take place in the November or December. So after SIR, what happens politically, that is going to decide a lot of things. So we don't know how the SIR will impact. So the one most important thing is SIR and how it is handled, and that will actually decide what happens in May. So SIR is going to be the catalyst which is going to get the ball rolling.
Does anybody here agree with Bhupenda on the SIR issue, that SIR will be that important? Because I
Yes.
have heard a lot of counter arguments.
No,
Yes,
but I agree with him. It is
You
very
all agree with
important.
Bhupenda?
Yes.
I have a social argument, because SIR will affect a lot if it is done properly. Because if it is not done, if it is restricted in some way to violence or any other judicial or constitutional means by the ministry or by the gundas, so called, then I think the ship is going to sink if it happens.
वो तो
No,
होगा
I
ही
have
होगा.
more-
I have heard
100%.
No, wait. You are doing the math wrong. Okay, wait. You're doing the math wrong. The difference between TMC and BJP is 5%. Okay, BJP has 38, 39%. TMC has 45, 46%. Okay, when you have that SIR, correct, the amount of vote which is going to be get cut. Okay, so now BJP has to do actually 2 to 3% in terms of vote percentage. If you do the maths right, if you see the data, it's only going to be 2-3% difference. So SIR is, that's why it is important mathematics, not otherwise. How the violence takes place, forget about it. In terms of pure mathematics, you are seeing BJP standing at, let's say, 38%. If they reach 40, if they breach 43%, it's done. Because that means that the TMC is going to be around 40%, and that 3% is
Then
going
what
to be
if
the game changer.
What if the vote gets scattered? What if the percentage does not translate into seats? What's going to happen then?
See, you need to see the election data for last 5-10 years. What has happened? What was the vote for BJP for last 3 elections? You have to calculate that into perspective. What happens tomorrow?
In which constituencies has the fake population increased the most?
One more thing. So SIR, one benefit of SIR is it basically.
Wait, Anand. Wait. Let Bhupenda answer this. Bhupenda, in which constituencies has the let's say the fake Bangladeshi or Rohingya voters have increased most? Only there it will affect the best, right? SIR.
Yes, overall they will. But look at the numbers. Okay, I am going to take the last three elections. The BJP is standing at 36 to 38%. Correct? And TMC was 50 and they came down to even 46 last election. So even if you do the math, correct, it's a 3% game mathematically. See what happens at the end of the day, you're going to do the trend analysis. It's a 3% game. 3% here and there, and you will see 130, 140. Even if they breach 120, it is done. If BJP breaches 120, it is almost over. So
That I agree.
Lower
I just don't think it's going to get to 120. You are saying
Yeah,
lower
that
end is
will
120.
Yeah, I think even
Depend on
110 people
SIR.
are. See, it depends on the SIR and few other things as well. There are a lot of things which, see, the
Of
SIR
course.
happens, concludes, and then there will be a lot of political things happening. Okay, that political things, if they can
Yeah.
BJP play well, then I think there is a lot of room for BJP can play if they want to play it, or if they know how to play it.
My concern right now is just today. My concern is that I had been hearing from all the BJP leaning YouTubers and senior journalists who are today BJP leaning and stuff that ED is waiting to do a lot of things, but they are not doing just because of the Durga Pujas, because people will say that, oh, you are so anti-Bengali, etc. So Durga Pujas have gone for about 1 week now, and still we are not seeing anything. And now this is pretty scary. Then when? After what will happen that ED will suddenly become active? And if if at least I'm asking you this, do you think if Prince at least doesn't get arrested, is there chances? Because if Prince does get arrested, then there's a chance of many more BJP supporters going out on the streets and campaigning. Or would you say, like Academic Man actually says, that it doesn't even matter, that it doesn't matter on who does ground campaigns for BJP anymore in Bengal? What do you think on this issue about Prince getting arrested?
Okay, so that I don't know about Prince getting arrested. What I would say is that when you are talking about like corruption, okay, corruption is not going to be the pivotal issue on which this election will be fought. Corruption has become so much normalized in West Bengal that it is not an issue anymore. Yes, people getting affected by job losses, they are going to, let's say if somebody is voting for anti-TMC or for BJP, it is not going to be based on okay, they are corrupt. It's going to be that, okay, we have lost a job. That's a trigger which needs to understood. Corruption is normalized. People have suffered and they will say, okay, no, under TMC this has happened, so I'm not going to vote for TMC. That is that effect that they have on that person, not as a corruption agenda. That needs to be understood from my perspective. Because corruption is normalized. It's absolutely right. How many people are angry with corruption and the impact?
हाँ दादा, जैसे SIR तो बहुत ज़रूरी है क्योंकि बंगाल में ऐसे लोगों की संख्या बहुत ज़्यादा है जो लोग बाहर से आए हैं। तो SIR के बिना तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि भाजपा की दाल गलने वाली है। पर SIR कितने अच्छे से करते हैं मुझे इस पर बहुत संशय है, क्योंकि बंगाल में ये लोग को बसाने का नेटवर्क बहुत बड़ा है। तो इनके कागजात और ये सब तो सब कोई भी आकर उपलब्ध करवा देता है। ठीक है, हम लोग को यदि पासवर्ड बनाना है तो हमको दौड़ना पड़ेगा, पर इन लोग का पासवर्ड झटझट बन जाता है पासपोर्ट के साथ। ठीक है, अभी एक जन मेरे जान पहचान के व्यक्ति पासपोर्ट रिन्यू करवाने गए थे, तो उनको दिखा कि सब एक ही विशेष वर्ग के लोग ही थे पासपोर्ट ऑफिस में। अब ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है इतनी बड़ी संख्या में, सोचने वाली बात है कि SIR से पहले क्या तैयारी चल रही है कि अपने आप को ये बना लो, लीगल बना लो, जिससे SIR के समय हटाना मुश्किल हो जाए ना। तो ये सब कोई गतिविधि चल रही है या नहीं, इस पर हमें विचार करना पड़ेगा। और दूसरा है कि SIR हो जाने के बाद भी मुझे लगता है कि पहली बात तो SIR बिना राष्ट्रपति शासन के ठीक से नहीं होगा। SIR ही नहीं होगा ठीक से यदि राष्ट्रपति शासन।
That is my point. That is my problem.
और दूसरा पॉइंट है कि SIR हो भी गया, ठीक है, उसके बाद भी मान लो राष्ट्रपति शासन के बिना SIR ठीक से हो गया, मान लिया, चलो हो गया, उसके बाद भी वोटिंग बूथ तक अपने मतदाताओं को ले जाने के लिए आपको राष्ट्रपति शासन चाहिए, नहीं तो फिर निकलने नहीं देंगे, जैसे हमेशा होता है। और जिस प्रकार से समाज में अपराध बढ़ रहा है, जो उड़ीसा की लड़की के साथ हुआ, उसके बाद जो हमारी महान महिला जो है वो जो बात कर रही है, वो देखकर तो लग नहीं रहा है कि लोग बड़े सुरक्षित अनुभव करेंगे, वो भी वोटिंग के दिन। जिस प्रकार से यहाँ की परिपाटी चली आ रही है इतने वर्षों से, वोटिंग के दिन में जो होता है, तो बीजेपी के लिए बहुत सारी चुनौतियां खड़ी है। बीजेपी जैसे अभी तक करते आई है ना, एक डामाडोल ढुलमुल रवैया, यदि वही अपना के रह जाती है तो बंगाल तो भाई दूर की बात है। बंगाल में आप ऐसे नहीं जीत सकते, आपको लड़ना पड़ेगा, आपको अपने शक्तियों का प्रयोग करना पड़ेगा और कोई उपाय नहीं है बंगाल जीतने। और इसमें केंद्र भाजपा जो है, जो केंद्र शासन है, उनको भी अपना योगदान देना पड़ेगा। वो यदि सोचेंगे कि हम गुड़ी गुड़ी बन के जीत जाएंगे और हम एकदम डेमोक्रेटिक, मतलब डेमोक्रेटिक से ही जीतेंगे, पर उसका प्रयोग करके अपने पावर का यूज नहीं करेंगे टू स्टैंड अप टू whatever is happening in Bengal in terms of elections and all, तो वो कुछ नहीं होगा। फिर आप भूल जाइए।
ये इलीगल लेबरर्स को ला रहे हैं ना, इनमें बीजेपी एमएलएस भी मिले हुए हैं ना। या दैट इज द होल प्रॉब्लम, दे डोंट वांट दिस टू हैपन। मतलब वो नहीं करेंगे भाई।
Okay, last thing before
Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
say goodbye.
I just wanted to say the SIR.
Yeah,
it's
go ahead,
not just a clear, not just a, see the way SIR works is it asks you to come and certify your voting right. Correct. So first of all, only legal people can apply. Any illegal who doesn't have any documents to get a voter ID card will leave, or they will not file for the SIR. So the first thing it does, that cleanliness it does. Second thing, it gets rid of all the dead people, all the people who are not part of the rolls anymore. It gets rid of them, so other people can't vote in their place using fake identification documents. That's one thing it does. The third thing it does is it helps you to figure out where the population densities are. So it helps the politician also to find out where they can campaign, right? But the problem with SIR is it doesn't completely remove illegal immigrants, because certification of illegal immigrants only the Home Ministry can do. And my biggest problem with BJP is not about anything else but this fact that NRC is not being done India-wide. I'm telling you, we're the only large country only modern country in the world who doesn't have a legal citizen structure. Like literally in most of the countries, there is a very specific definition of a legal citizen.
No, they have. So
you don't have a way for you to verify it yourself.
Indian Citizens Act is there that actually defines clearly who is an Indian citizen. So legal are there. They are not done implemented. That's a separate thing. But Citizenship Act actually defines who can be called a citizen.
Like for example, जो मतलब इधर मैं कोची में रहता हूँ, there is this place called Perumbavoor, which is like suburb of Kochi. वहाँ पे literally I think majority अब बांग्लादेशी हो गए हैं अभी, majority. But according to this Indian citizenship laws, like children who are like born in India are automatically Indian. They are considered as Indian, if I'm not wrong. ये लोग बच्चे में ऐसा कर रहे हैं।
ये कब से हुआ? ये तो अमेरिकन लॉ है।
ये है इंडियन लॉ।
ये तो इंडिया में कब हुआ?
No. See, by default you cannot. एक law है कि if you are born in India, but you have to be a legal, like you have to be a Indian first and then bear a child. अगर आप विदेशी हो और आप यहाँ पर बच्चा पैदा करते हैं, then you don't become normally.
इनके वो सब documents हो, मतलब है ना, मतलब आधार कार्ड है, everything बनवाया।
आधार कार्ड
No. See, the thing is, there are the loopholes in the voting law. There are loopholes in the voting. The way the voting, who can vote, there is a problem. Okay, not in the citizenship law itself. The citizenship law is pretty watertight. Okay?
No, there is a
who is
loophole
called a
there.
citizen?
No, but the problem.
One of the parents should be Indian. So that.
I get that, but can I finish my point? My point, reason I brought this up is very specifically because fundamentally our demographic problem is about the fact that we can't determine who's a citizen, who's a resident, and who's a immigrant. The fundamental problem. So again, this until the Home Ministry and the government lays this out very clearly and gives each citizen an identification saying you're a citizen, you're a resident, you're a foreigner, temporary foreigner, guest worker, work permit guy. Until you do this, you will not be able to manage this situation. How much more SIR will do? And for me, that unless the government starts doing that work,
I think the new act has laid the foundation. The new act which is there, that's laid the foundation. But
all the laws you make, if you don't implement it, no point.
No, that is
Problem is
defined.
इनके
See,
पास
what you
सारे
are asking
documents
is
हैं,
defined.
सारे documents हैं इनके पास.
झारखंड में एक चीज होता है जमाई टोला। यदि इस पर अजीत भारती ने, बहुत लोगों ने, रिपोर्टर्स ने बात की है कि बांग्लादेश से आते हैं और वहाँ के स्थानीय लोगों, महिला के साथ विवाह करके अपनी संतति आगे बढ़ाते हैं और जमीन हड़प लेते हैं। तो अभी जो
Yeah.
नवनीत बात कर रहे थे कि बहुत सारे बच्चों को जन्म दे रहे हैं, क्या वहाँ भी ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है कि लोकल से विवाह कर ले रहे हैं जो बाहर से आए हैं? लोकल से विवाह करके अपनी
No, they are actually
population आगे
getting
बढ़ा रहे हैं।
married with Assami Muslims and West Bengali Muslims.
ओके, देन तो वो लोग इंडियन से ही शादी कर रहे हैं तब।
हाँ
तो
हाँ,
ये-
अच्छा, एक बात
Indian से ही
बताओ।
शादी करके आ रहे हैं.
तब
तो
उनको
एक
मिल जाएगा
एक
केरला।
लिबर्टेरियन प्रश्न से ही आज का लाइव स्ट्रीम एंड करते हैं। एक लिबर्टेरियन क्वेश्चन से देन, तो क्या ये आधार कार्ड क्या पूरा ही सिर्फ स्कैम ही था? ये अगर भोसड़ी के सिटीजनशिप में काम नहीं आएगा, वोटर में काम नहीं आएगा, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ बैंक के साथ लिंक करने के लिए काहे का एक फालतू का एक्स्ट्रा डॉक्यूमेंट बनाया वोटर आईडी के बाद? इसमें खर्चा काहे किया?
आधार
so-
कार्ड
आनंद
नहीं
बोलो।
सकते।
डिफेंड करो
आधार
निटपिकिंग
कार्ड
वाला।
को आप-
No,
आधार कार्ड was not
wait. Let Anand finish his point because
ठीक है।
मुशिन का उंगली उठाया नहीं दिखा, तो मुशिन बाद में बोलेगा। जिसका कैमरा उसका, जितनी कैमरा उतना हक। बोलो आनंद।
So, no, fundamentally, the Aadhaar card was not meant to be a document for citizenship. It was meant to be a document for services.
What the fuck was it meant to be?
I'm saying it's meant to be a
Huh?
document for services, unification of services. So, for
Why
example,
couldn't that be done with voter ID card?
because voter IDs are not meant for that either. So, for services, they're only meant for voting. That's it. They are, actually you need to remove the voter ID card. My point is, you need to remove the voter ID card. The voter ID card should be removed, and only a citizenship document should be there. You're looking at reverse. The Aadhaar card is fine. The voter ID card is a problem. You need a citizenship document and you need an Aadhaar card. And you need to remove the even that PAN card. PAN card is again a secondary card. If you have an Aadhaar card, you can bring the PAN into your Aadhaar. Ideally, everything, all your services should be one card, and the citizenship should be separate card. Citizenship, a permanent resident, and foreigner. Simple. That determines your immigration status. Then your Aadhaar card is a service card. So even a foreigner can get an Aadhaar card to get services, temporary services. So they travel in a train. He's a temporary guest worker. He travels in a train. He uses the Aadhaar card. When he leaves, he returns the Aadhaar card. So the systems are not well designed in India. Everything is half-assed. That's the problem. Aadhaar card was a services card. It has served its purpose very well. The problem is when people don't understand what the Aadhaar card is. When these stupid opposition guys go say, "Oh, मुझे आधार से वोट करना है और वो definition of citizen है, आधार citizen हो गया." Then these idiots don't understand that and they go around spreading this nonsense to everyone. Then people get confused. That's the problem. ये half-read morons from the opposition यही करते रहते हैं. क्या करें? और उनके followers भी, sir, पप्पू ने बोला ये आधार कार्ड सिस्टम का है, देखो क्यों नहीं बनाया, मुझे राइट किया वोटिंग के लिए. Then what else can you do if you have low information voters?
आनंद, अगर
मुझे भी समझ में नहीं आया था. Maybe I was learning this first time today.
Wait. Yeah, second Mushin. उसके बाद Brahminical gods. हाँ बोलो मुशिन.
Yeah, I agree with Anand because even I did not know about this. I learned it first time today. मुझे तो बहुत ही, मैं जब छोटा था तब मुझे जबरदस्ती लेकर गया था आधार कार्ड बनवाने के लिए, जब मैं 12 साल का था. मुझे पता नहीं था क्यों कर रहे हैं ये सब उल्टा सीधा काम. उसके बाद मेरे दादाजी को जो पूरा बेड रीडर है उनको भी उठा के लेकर जाना पड़ा था हमको. बहुत ही बेकार एक्सपीरियंस था वो. That's my opinion. I think just like in USA we have the social security number that serves the purpose of everything, your driving license and a social security number. I think something like that we need in India. That will serve one ration card, one Aadhaar card, one PAN card.
Aadhaar is the equivalent. Aadhaar is equivalent to social security number. Same thing it is. It's basically American social security number. It is in India. That's all.
Yes, we need that only.
Premature emulation. Yeah.
One card, one
में
nation, one card चाहिए.
पैसे से ज्यादा कार्ड रहेगा. Yes.
हमको one nation,
yeah,
one
go
card
ahead,
चाहिए.
Brahminical gods.
नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा था कि जैसे आनंद ने बताया कि वोटर आईडी हटा देना चाहिए, खाली एक आधार कार्ड जैसे सोशल सिक्योरिटी नंबर जैसा होना चाहिए, और उसमें ये निश्चित किया जाना चाहिए कि कौन नागरिक है, कौन यहाँ आकर रह रहा है, प्रवासी है, और कौन किसको क्या सुविधा मिलेगी, यही कह रहे थे ना?
No. I think
मैं गलत नहीं
you're
कर रहा।
misunderstood me. You're misunderstood me. You need one document to state your citizenship only, which you can use for citizenship services like voting, passport. The Aadhaar can be a general purpose services card that even foreigners can get temporarily when they come in India. You understand? These two need to be distinct. If you join the two together for a large country like India, we will have people abusing the system. So we will be very careful with the distinction also. Thank you. Sorry.
ओके। तो आप कह रहे एक कार्ड होना चाहिए जो कि आपकी नागरिकता का प्रमाण हो, और आधार अलग से रहना चाहिए जहाँ पर आपको सारी सुविधाएं मिलती हो, और वो कार्ड जो भारत के नागरिक नहीं भी हो उनको भी उपलब्ध होगा टेम्पररी रूप से, यही कह रहे हैं ना? तो उसमें वो नागरिक वाला कार्ड में वोटिंग राइट सब मिल जाएंगे यदि आप 18 के अबव हो, तो उसमें वो भी रहेगा कि आप कहाँ से वोट कर सकते हैं, कौन सी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी, वो सब उस एक कार्ड में रिकॉर्ड रहेगा, यही आप कह रहे हैं? और कुछ बदलवाना पड़ेगा तो उसी में बदलना। हाँ, ये सिस्टम इजी होता है। और वैसे भी जब भी हमारे यहाँ तो आधार से वोटर को कनेक्ट करने की बात होती है तो सबसे बड़ा विरोध विपक्ष की ओर से ही आता है, क्योंकि उनका धांधली समाप्त हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आधार से वोटर को लिंक करेंगे तो 2 जगह आपके एड्रेस नहीं हो सकते, 3 जगह आपका पोलिंग बूथ नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि आधार का एड्रेस तो एक ही रहेगा, वही बात। तो इसको भी
I have a counter to this. अगर आप 5 कार्ड्स को फेक करते हैं तो आधार, और if you can fake 5 cards like Aadhaar, voter ID, ration card, if you can have them sent to your doorstep if you are a foreign illegal immigrant in India, then it's also going to be very easy for you to fake these documents to Aadhaar and citizenship document also. You can fake them.
No.
Yeah.
Because
Definitely.
I'm saying, what if you have one card for both, then you have bureaucratic overhead. Means, for example, you have to put all the different checks into one system. So you do your citizenship check plus your services check in the same system. But citizenship is a unique check. It's a unique. You have to check your history. You have to check your antecedents. You have to check your region. People in the area have they observed you're living here. And service is a different thing. Service is a completely different thing, ball game, right? Traveling metro, getting access to like whatever, you travel, whatever. That if you put the two together, the bureaucratic overhead becomes so much, people can take advantage of the bureaucratic overhead to stick themselves in. So you keep these separate. You keep and you can do all the checks in the citizenship side, and you can do the services side. Because we're a big country. We're a small country, you're doing fine. You're a big country, you can't do it one card.
So if I understand it correctly, if you can have the citizenship card, then you can base it as the foundational card for your identity in India as a citizenship, and you can have your Aadhaar card based on a citizenship card. So
No. Your Aadhaar card is going to be services available. See, if I am like a person who is a student in India, but I am a citizen of some other country, I can avail services like open a bank account or buy a metro ticket. For that, I would need an Aadhaar card. But citizenship card is something which is given to people who are eligible to be citizen of India.
Correct.
So services, and they are two different together, correct? When you have people coming in here, diplomats, correct? They are not correct, but they need to buy tickets. How they'll buy tickets?
And you can track because you attach the services, and you can track their behavior, their work also. So imagine your work permit. Okay, imagine we don't want to get rid of all immigrants. We want Bangladeshis to come and work as well, but we want them legally to work where we can track them. Now, if they're first of all they'll get a work permit, which is not a citizenship card, but they'll get an Aadhaar card, so we can track where they spend, where they are going, and what services they're taking, right? So that it's very important. Tracking immigrants to a country also very important. We can't put them in the rest of the citizens. You will understand that very importantly.
Yes, I think it is going to streamline the system as well, because the burden of so much data that is stored with the government, with all these 6 cards with them, it propels to data breach. It makes data breach happen much frequently than it would happen if there were lesser cards.
I see. Okay
पर
then.
इसमें ये
Let's
समस्या नहीं है
go
कि
to.
डेटा ब्रीच होगा तो पूरा ही डेटा
Okay,
ब्रीच
yeah.
हो जाएगा।
Closing thoughts.
मुझे ये
Right.
लग रहा है
That
कि
will be a question that we'll answer in another live stream.
हाँ ठीक, पर मुझे लगता है
Okay,
इसमें कि डेटा ब्रीच होगा तो पूरा ही
Huh.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
I have
which
one
is why
closing,
libertarianism is awesome.
one closing statement I
Yeah,
have.
go ahead, Mushin.
I'm going to leave after this.
Yeah.
That is that there is absolutely in any way no difference between Shiva and his Garna. Shiva Garna and Shiva are the same. There's a difference between the two. Understand this properly. Thank you. That's it. Har Har Mahadev.
Okay. Yes. Har Har Mahadev. Okay then. Thanks guys for a great discussion today. I'm very
Thank
indebted
you.
to you guys. Skanda, Anand, Mushin, Navneet, Brahminical Gods Agarwal, Bhupenda, Academic Man, if you're still with us in spirit, Boshalidi, and all the viewers. Thanks a lot, guys. It was a great discussion, and especially I think it was great because we have, I think, comprehensively debunked each and every possible anti-Kantara argument that can ever arise in the history of mankind. For even future arguments, we have created our own counter arguments and debunked them as well. Thanks, guys. It was great. Good night, guys.
Good
Bye
night.
bye. See you soon.
Good night, Jai Shri Ram.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো